I'd like to tell you the story of an underdog that rose above the odds, looked down upon since its conception, bearing the scorn of labels like video game adaptation and official League of Legends Netflix show. With these preconceptions in mind, League fans were ready for Arcane to be a mindless spectacle, relying on the hype of its characters to cover up for poor storytelling, but it was a watershed success. It was a thrilling yet nuanced look at family issues, class struggles, mental illness, technology, a variety of interesting issues, all explored through an endearing cast of characters. This refreshingly mature story was delivered in gorgeous stylized computer animation that wasn't afraid to be unconventional in its presentation. It became one of my top shows of all time, as I'm sure it did for many of you. Arcane Season 1 ends on an infamously tragic cliffhanger. Essentially, a schizophrenic punk launches nuke at a bunch of snobby rich people and cut to black. That left fans desperate for Season 2. The creative team pushed through the chaos of the pandemic to bring us the next season, and everyone's worst fears of what a League of Legends official show would be like came to life. The intricately planned and nuanced narrative was replaced with a rushed story that put characters through the most dramatic beats possible with little rhyme or reason. Without the engaging writing to support it, the animation lost its emotional weight and tended towards self-indulgent spectacle. At least, that's what happened in my perspective. Listen, I wasn't even this much of a buzzkill at first. Season 2's presentation is effective enough that I was able to enjoy most of it my first watch. But you know when you finish a show and it hurts? Sometimes it's a good hurt, a post-show depression that this fun adventure has come to an end, like how I felt watching Avatar: The Last Airbender for the first time. Sometimes it's not, a vague feeling of dissatisfaction that it just didn't turn out to be as good as you hoped, like how I felt watching The Promised Neverland for the first time. By the time Season 2 was finished, I realized I'd been riding on my goodwill towards the creators from Season 1 for most of my watch, only to conclude that maybe I shouldn't have let them cook. So after watching Arcane in one sitting and taking notes like an insane person, I think I can finally put my general disappointment into words. Hopefully this can be a cathartic experience for people who also felt vaguely angry about Season 2, and for my Season 2 fans, you'll just stop existing by the time this video is done because my big brain arguments will explode your little snowflake minds, and Christian, Alex, Amanda, and all of Fortiche will never be allowed to work in this industry again. Sorry, that was just me being a little silly. Really, I only want to share my perspective and yap about a show that hasn't left my mind for like 3 years. I'd be happy if you can still enjoy Season 2 for what it's worth. So, are we friends? Aw, get over here, you! Alright, enough of that mushy talk. Let's begin the autopsy. Arcane has a very dense narrative with lots of intersecting parts, so I'd like to start with a straightforward summary of what happens for those who need a refresher or have never watched the show and are just here for the drama. There won't be any analysis happening in this segment, so if this show is burned into your brain like it is mine, feel free to skip ahead. Season 1 is divided into 3 episode segments known as acts. Each one is like a mini narrative arc with a distinct beginning, middle, and end that connects to the show's overarching story. Got it? Good, time to crank it. Episode 1 opens by dropping us into the aftermath of a battle. We later find out this was a failed attempt at an uprising led by Vander and Silco, and what caused them to become enemies. They're rebel leaders of the Undercity/Zon, an impoverished city that's economically exploited by Topside/Piltover. Enforcers, aka Piltover's police force, gun down the few remaining survivors. A young Vi leads her little sister Powder through the battle, and they see Vander kill an enforcer in the distance. We don't hear any dialogue, but watch as he approaches the girls, and Vi motions to their mother's corpse, a casualty of the attempted rebellion. Vander looks down at his bloody gauntlets in horror, deciding to take the girls under his wing. As he carries them to Zon, Vi looks back at the battlefield, seeing that Piltover remains untouched by the destruction on the bridge beneath them. She glares at the enforcer that killed her parents, and we flash to the present. Vi leads Powder and their adoptive brothers Milo and Clagger on a heist. Their friend Ekko gave them a tip on an apartment of a wealthy scientist in Piltover, ripe with valuables for the taking. Throughout the heist, Milo picks on Powder, who's clearly the weak link of the group, but Vi successfully encourages Powder to overcome her fears. Powder explores a separate room of the apartment and discovers arcane crystals, a powerful resource that allows humans to harness magic. She tries to steal as many as she can, but when the owner of the apartment tries to get back inside, she's forced to rush out. One of the crystals falls onto the ground, and the impact causes an explosion that blows a hole in the side of the apartment. Vi and the others just manage to escape to Zon before they're arrested. On the way back, they run into a group of thugs led by Deckard, who takes an interest in them when Milo brags about the great haul they got. The situation quickly escalates into a fight. Vi, Milo, and Clagger hold their own while Powder is left watching from the sidelines, paralyzed with fear. She tries to escape with the loot, but is cornered by one of the thugs. Powder's monkey bomb fails, and she's forced to drop the bag in the river and make a quick escape. Accepting defeat, the kids make their way back to Vander's tavern, the last drop. He uses this sphere of influence to establish a sense of order and community, calmly laying down the law when some corrupt merchants try to cheat the bartender Huck out of his money. Once the kids return, Vander has a one-on-one with Vi. He carefully tends to her wounds, but scolds her for being reckless and reminds her of the important responsibility she has as a leader for Powder, Milo, and Clagger. Vi reluctantly accepts his advice, holding resentment towards Piltover for their continued exploitation of Zaun. Later, Ekko secretly listens in on a conversation between Vander, his fellow Zaunite leader Benzo, and two enforcers, Grayson and Marcus. Grayson and Vander have a long-standing partnership, united by a common desire to keep peace between the cities, but she warns him that Piltover will only increase enforcer presence in Zaun until they're able to arrest someone for the dangerous explosion. Vander remains reluctant to hand over anyone as a sacrifice for the sake of Zaun. Meanwhile, Vi has a one-on-one with Powder, comforting her about her failure in the heist and assuring her that her unique talents are what make her strong. Powder shares that she managed to keep one of the arcane crystals, but Vi tells her not to share the secret with Vander, her trust in him shaken after finding out from Ekko he negotiates with enforcers. As the last stinger before the episode ends, Deckard is revealed to be a Silco informant. The news of the failed heist has quickly spread, and Silco realizes Vander's kids are in the line of fire. Silco's head scientist Singe injects a lab rat with his new drug known as Shimmer, and the drug is so strong that the mouse is able to kill the cat. Spooky! Episode 2 parallels Episode 1 by showing us the heist from Piltover's perspective. Jayce, a rising young scientist, and Caitlyn, his little sister figure and daughter of the powerful Kiraman family, try to enter the apartment, only to be blown back by the explosion. Jayce passes out, and flashes back to his childhood when he and his mother were lost in a snowstorm. A mysterious mage saved their lives, using arcane magic to stop the storm. He gifted Jayce a rune before disappearing, inspiring him to dedicate his life to unlocking the secrets of the arcane. In the present, Grayson and Viktor, Heimerdinger's assistant, inspect the remains of the apartment, and she arrests Jayce for use of unauthorized materials from the Undercity. Heimerdinger is a professor at Piltover's Academy, as well as the head of the council, and we get to meet the fuzzy little man when he visits Jayce in jail. As I have been told by League players, Heimerdinger is a Yordle, an essentially immortal species, and he's lived long enough to have first-hand experience of the Mage Wars, which prompted him to found Piltover as a safe haven from power-hungry wizards. He warns Jayce about the dangerous potential of magic, and encourages him to accept fault to avoid severe punishment. Back in Zaun, Vi and the others play in an underground arcade they built, while enforcers hunt for the thieves nearby. When a Zaunite spits on Marcus's shoe, he throws him through the arcade window, forcing the kids to make a quick escape. The people of the Undercity confront Vander about the situation, but he argues their community can weather the storm, and that they won't have to sacrifice someone to satisfy Topside. Sevika criticizes his weakness, and leads a group of dissatisfied Zaunites out of the bar. Jayce is interrogated by the council for his unsanctioned research and use of unauthorized materials. Counselor Cassandra Kiraman, his patron, defends his innocence, but Heimerdinger and the other counselors express their concern about the reintroduction of magic. Counselor Mel expresses interest in Jayce's research, successfully prodding him to tell the truth and make a case for the potential of magic to transform Piltover. He's only saved from banishment when his mother claims that he's insane. Embarrassing! Meanwhile, Marcus has a secret meeting with Silco, where he gets a tip on the whereabouts of Vander's kids. Jayce's mom visits him in his apartment, encouraging him to let go of his dream, but Jayce remains conflicted, believing deep down that his research could transform society for the better. Viktor speaks to Heimerdinger about what Jayce said at the trial, but Heimerdinger dismisses his research as dangerous, prompting Viktor to secretly look into Jayce's notes for himself. Silco tests Shimmer on Deckard, successfully transforming him into a Hulk-like monster. Marcus attempts a search on the last drop, and the kids narrowly manage to stay undetected. Before he leaves, Marcus hurls insults at Vander, but is unsuccessful in provoking him. Vander takes Vi to the bridge where her parents were killed. Like their previous private talk, Vi expresses her pent-up frustration towards Topside and her desire to fight for a better life for her family, but Vander questions who she would be willing to sacrifice in the process. When Vi asks Vander what he's going to do about the enforcer situation, he admits he's not certain, and doubt crosses over her face. Jayce stands in his dilapidated apartment and contemplates ending it all, but Viktor interrupts him just in time.
Am I interrupting?
He expresses his desire to help, and they bond over their shared dream of creating a better world through scientific discovery. Vi spends one last moment with her family, giving Powder a final message of encouragement, before mysteriously leaving. Back in Topside, Grayson berates Marcus for his reckless aggression, but she realizes there may be a way out of the conflict when she receives a letter from Vander. In the last drop, we realize alongside Vander that Vi has decided to turn herself in. In a unique beginning scene, Episode 3 has Silco muse, "Ever wonder what it's like to drown?" Sorry, he just has a lot of iconic lines and I want you to be able to experience them. He delivers a symbolic monologue about the time Vander tried to drown him that explains his approach to revolution and his willingness to fight for Zaun no matter the cost. Vander and Benzo find Vi waiting to be arrested in Benzo's shop, and they lock her in the basement just before Grayson and Marcus arrive. Forced to make a quick decision, Vander turns himself in while Vi desperately tries to break free and stop him. Grayson and Marcus leave with Vander and Benzo. We focus on Vi's perspective, and all we hear is a scuffle before blood splatters on the cellar window, the camera zooming out to show Grayson's corpse laying nearby. It's revealed that Silco has intercepted the group, armed with a shimmer-powered Deckard. Benzo tries to attack Silco, and Vander, still in handcuffs, is powerless to stop him as Deckard swiftly kills Benzo. Marcus stares at the bodies in horror and claims this wasn't the deal, but Silco coolly tells him, "Deal's changed." Marcus flees the scene as Silco knocks out Vander, leaving Vi heartbroken. Ekko finds her sometime later. She comforts him about Benzo's death, and he tells her that Silco took Vander to his shimmer factory. At the factory, Silco and Vander discuss their falling out. Vander expresses regret over trying to drown Silco, knowing now he was just unleashing his anger at the lives lost in their attempted uprising. The much more pressing issue for Silco was Vander's willingness to play lapdog for enforcers and his inability to make any sacrifice for Zaun's sake. Silco shows Vander shimmer, which he hopes to use as leverage to convince Topside to grant the Undercity independence. Vander argues that Silco's only concern now is growing his power, and he's lost himself in the suffering he's willing to inflict for the sake of his political cause. With their combined knowledge, Jayce and Viktor crack the code on how to harness the arcane, but they know they'll need more than a theory to convince the council. Despite Jayce's reservations, Viktor uses his keys to break into Heimerdinger's lab. Mel catches them, but decides to give them one last chance due to her interest in using magic to make Piltover a world power, and maybe her interest in Jayce. Ooh. Vi returns to the last drop, breaking the news to the kids. She accepts Milo and Clagger's offer to join her on her rescue mission, but she tells Powder she's not ready, too afraid to risk losing her. She leaves Powder with a signal flare to light if anyone comes for her. Alone, frightened, and feeling betrayed by Vi's lack of faith in her, Powder breaks down in the basement. In her outburst, she rediscovers the arcane crystals and gets the idea to use them to help save Vander. Vi, Milo, and Clagger successfully break into the cell where Vander is strapped to a chair. It quickly becomes apparent that this was a trap, as Silco unleashes a group of Vander's former followers to kill the kids. While Milo picks the chair's locks, Vi uses Vander's gauntlets to fend off the henchmen. She holds her ground, but is nearly killed by Deckard, managing to hide in the cell with the others just in time. Powder watches this from outside, preparing to use her arcane crystal bomb to kill Deckard. The episode cuts back and forth between Vi's rescue attempt and Jayce and Viktor's experimentation with the arcane. As Heimerdinger and the Enforcers enter the lab, Jayce and Viktor make a breakthrough just in time, successfully controlling the power of the arcane in what will come to be known as Hextech. Milo frees Vander from his restraints, and Clagger prepares to dig an escape route. As Deckard begins prying open the cell door, Powder unleashes her monkey bomb, setting off a powerful explosion. It replays from various angles. Milo and Clagger die before they can even process what happened. A shimmer fire is set off in Singe's lab. That's why he's called Singed. And Sevika dives in front of Silco to shield him, losing her arm in the process. All the while, Powder is blown backwards, watching the explosion with wonder as she's completely unaware of the damage she's just done. Vi and Vander wake up under a pile of rubble. Silco orders Deckard to kill them, but Vander manages to ward him off. Silco decides to finish the job himself, stabbing Vander and letting him fall off the walkway. It seems like the end of the road as Deckard approaches Vi, only for Vander to re-emerge on the battlefield, having injected himself with the shimmer on the factory floor and transformed into a beast. He writhes around in an animalistic rage, easily eliminating Deckard. In the end, Vander's humanity wins out, and he chooses to save Vi instead of attacking Silco, diving out of the factory window with her in his arms. Vander tells Vi to take care of Powder before passing away. Powder wanders into the alleyway, beaming with pride that one of her inventions finally worked. A quiet but horrible realization washes over both of them. Vi dejectedly wonders why Powder would do this, but she pleads that she only wanted to help. In a rage, Vi hits Powder as she berates her for not listening and calls her a Jinx, just as Milo used to. Powder begins sobbing uncontrollably, expressing her feelings of abandonment and betrayal, which causes Vi to hesitate. She sees the blood on her hands, and she walks away, choosing to release her emotions privately so that she doesn't hurt Powder again. But this small moment is all it takes to lose any chance at reconciliation. Silco finds Powder, and before Vi can save her, Marcus grabs her from behind, knocking her unconscious in an attempt to keep Silco from killing her. Silco asks Powder where her sister is, and she dives into his arms, declaring that Vi is no longer her sister. Silco is disarmed by her reaction, but in a surprising moment, he comforts her and promises her that we will show them. We will show them all. Episode 4 skips forward 7 years. Jayce and Viktor's hex gates have transformed Piltover into a crucial port city, and Heimerdinger informs Jayce that the council wants him to give the annual Progress Day address. Meanwhile, a corrupt merchant takes in a shimmer shipment from Sevika and Silco's lackeys. The Firelights, an anti-Silco faction within Zaun, disable Silco's henchmen with a magic crystal that freezes them and prepare to destroy the shimmer. Unfortunately, someone's hiding in the airship.
Hi.
The Firelights are ambushed by Jinx, Powder's new identity as Silco's top henchman. She unleashes a flurry of bullets and explosives on them, but is distracted when she faces a Firelight with short pink hair like Vi, being barraged by hallucinations. The remaining Firelights flee, and Sevika berates Jinx for setting all of the shimmer on fire in her recklessness. Jayce and Viktor present Heimerdinger with their latest innovation, Hextech gemstones, a way of harnessing the arcane that's much safer than the crystals. They show off various tools powered by the gemstones, hoping to make work easier for the labors of the Undercity, but they're left at a dead end when Heimerdinger insists they need at least a decade of research before putting such power in the hands of the public. Caitlyn, now a rookie cop, patrols the Progress Day festival, and she's intrigued by the aftermath of the Shimmer Shipment battle. She nurses a Silco henchman back to health, trying to get some information on what happened, but Marcus catches her, reminding her to mind her station. Sevika returns to the Last Drop, which is now a hub for criminal activity under Silco's rule. She rants to Silco about Jinx's recklessness, but he's noticeably defensive of Jinx. Once Sevika leaves, we realize Jinx was secretly listening in on the conversation. Silco comforts her, and she vows to make up for her mistake. At a social event of Piltover's elite, Mel tells her assistant Alora that Jayce is the only person with anything interesting to offer her right now. They meet up privately, and Jayce shares his conflicted feelings about Heimerdinger's restrictions on Hextech. Mel dismisses Heimerdinger as close-minded, encouraging Jayce to reveal something new and exciting during his speech to impress investors. In her air hangar base, Jinx rants to her delusions of Milo and Clagger about the Firelight girl who looked like Vi, torn between feelings of betrayal and a desire to return to the relationship they once had. She comes up with a plan to prove her worth to Silco and get back at Sevika. Jayce delivers his address to the investors, but ultimately holds back from unveiling the gemstone, disappointing Viktor, who feels that greater access to Hextech would be pivotal in improving the Undercity, and Mel, who feels that Hextech would be pivotal in making Piltover a world power. Caitlyn patrols the fairground, having been put on the night watch as punishment for trying to investigate the Shimmer shipment without permission. She notices a fire at a tent, heading to get a closer look before it promptly explodes. She manages to spot Jinx fleeing the scene. Once she returns to her air hangar, Silco confronts Jinx, furious at her for endangering his crucial partnership with Marcus by killing enforcers. 6 enforcers! Dead! To be exact. He quickly ends his rant when Jinx reveals she's stolen some of Jayce and Viktor's research papers as well as a Hextech gemstone. He watches her in stunned silence as she hugs him, marveling at the powerful weapon now in his grasp. Jayce and Viktor explain the situation to the council. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place, some arguing that the hex gates must be shut down as a security measure, while others argue that doing so will tank the economy. Mel sees the chaos as an opportunity, convincing the council to make Jayce a counselor so that he can provide unique insight on Hextech issues. He reluctantly accepts the position. Later, Caitlyn shares the progress she's made on unraveling organized crime in the Undercity with Jayce, but he tells her that her parents have removed her from the force after hearing that the explosion at the festival killed a number of enforcers. Feeling belittled, Caitlyn goes to Stillwater Prison on her own. She tries to talk to the criminal from the smuggling incident, but he's recently been incapacitated. She talks to the prisoner who started the fight instead, who turns out to be Vi.
Who the hell are you?
Now that is meta. Episode 5 flashes back to Caitlyn's childhood. While her parents mingle at a party, she faces off Grayson in a sharpshooting contest. Caitlyn confronts Grayson, believing that her parents paid Grayson to let her win. Grayson explains she chose to give Caitlyn the victory out of respect for her, and how she uses her power as an enforcer to protect those in need. In the present, Caitlyn fails to convince Vi to give her much useful information, although she is intrigued at her mention of Silco. Caitlyn forges an order from Counselor Jayce to have Vi accompany her on her investigation into the Undercity. Jayce has discovered discrepancies in trade records, and he orders Marcus to investigate possible illegal activity. Viktor and Jayce argue about whether his council duties are necessary or a distraction from their mission to use Hextech to help those in need. Viktor has a coughing fit, a symptom of his worsening health, but he he notices the hex gates react strangely when a drop of his blood falls onto the engine. As Vi and Caitlyn make their way further into the Undercity, Jinx attempts to experiment with the gemstone, but it triggers traumatic memories of Vander's death, sending her into a debilitating panic attack. Viktor shares his advancements on how to use the Hextech runes with Jayce, and it's evident Viktor's not being as cautious as he should with his research. Jayce leaves to attend an opera with Mel, and she warns him that his investigations into government corruption have made him the common enemy of the council. She convinces him to drop the investigation and make deals to gather support for Hextech. Back in the Undercity, Jinx returns to the childhood arcade, and grows frustrated when she can't beat Vi's score on the boxing machine. Vi and Caitlyn come across the last drop, and Vi is devastated to see what it's become. Marcus warns Silco that incidents like the Progress Day fire are threatening the sense of peace they're trying to maintain, but Silco belittles him, pointing out that he's too much of a coward to be an effective keeper of the peace like Grayson was. Once Marcus leaves, Silco admits to Jinx he's worried he may be losing control of Marcus. He encourages her to finish the weapon, but it's clearly painful for her, and she tells him to make Singe do it instead. Vi and Caitlyn follow a lead to a brothel. She successfully distracts Caitlyn, using it as an opportunity to get a tip from the brothel's owner on where to find Sevika. As Jayce is convincing Mel to join his really cool and great Hextech project, Viktor's lab assistant Skye asks if they want to walk home together, but he's more interested in science than women. Viktor struggles to understand the Hextech runes, working himself to exhaustion and passing out. Silco brings Jinx to the river where he almost drowned, and performs an eerie baptism to encourage her to let Powder die, arguing she must use the pain of betrayal to make herself stronger. We cut back and forth between Vi hunting down Sevika, Jayce abandoning Mel to visit Viktor in the hospital, and the canon appearance of imagined dragons in Arcane.
How much time do I have?
Vi fights Sevika, demanding to know where Silco is keeping Powder. She's thrown off when Sevika tells her that Jinx works for Silco, giving Sevika the opening to attack, but Caitlyn saves Vi just in time, carrying her off to safety. Meanwhile, Jinx has a breakthrough with the Hextech gemstone. Sevika tells Silco that Vi's back, to which he dramatically shuts his concealer palette and exclaims, "From the dead!" Episode 6 flashes back to Viktor's childhood growing up in the Undercity. A young Skye watches him, playing nearby, but Viktor's more interested in working on his toy boat. The boat leads him to Singe's cave lab, where he shows the boy a lizard creature named Rio that he's experimenting on. Viktor offers to help, and Singe tells him they can be loners together. And all I'm thinking is, where are Viktor's parents? In the present, Heimerdinger visits Viktor by the river to express his condolences about his terminal diagnosis. Heimerdinger encourages Viktor to take pride in all he's accomplished, but he brushes off these achievements as figments. Jayce apologizes to Mel for leaving her last night, explaining what happened with Viktor. Jayce and Mel open up to each other, Mel revealing that she is a disowned heir of the nation of Noxus. She encourages Jayce to visit Viktor. Meanwhile, Viktor experiments with the Hex core, deciding it would be a great idea to touch the purple glowy Eldritch Cube. Jinx grills the bartender about a secretive mission that Silco won't tell her about. Check! He tells her to ask Sevika, and Sevika taunts Jinx by telling her that Silco's on the hunt for Vi and her enforcer gal pal, prompting Jinx to knock her unconscious and write the word liar all over her. Back in Topside, Marcus takes a break from his self-loathing session to go check on his daughter, only to find Silco in her room. Silco threatens to kill his daughter if he doesn't take care of Vi and Caitlyn. Viktor shares a breakthrough with Jayce. He can use the Hex core to grow plants, but they quickly wilt each time. Jayce assures Viktor he will keep working alongside him to find the answer. Caitlyn cares for a wounded Vi, leading her to the remains of the factory where Vander died, causing Vi to hallucinate Powder. The two of them grow closer, challenging each other's preconceptions of Topside and the Undercity. Jayce and Viktor ask Heimerdinger for help with the Hex core, but he's horrified to see how dangerously powerful it's become. When he orders it to be destroyed, Jayce insists they need it to save Viktor, and argues that the council will decide whether or not they continue. Caitlyn searches for help, wandering into a camp of homeless shimmer addicts. Huck, Vander's former bartender who's been ravaged by shimmer addiction, leads Caitlyn to an apothecary to get medicine for Vi, and she expresses her sympathy for his affliction. Worried about further attacks from Zahn, Jayce orders Marcus to enforce a strict blockade on the bridge. During the following council meeting, Heimerdinger pleads for the council to halt Hextech research and de-escalate the conflict between the cities, but Jayce counters that Heimerdinger's passivity has only worsened the Undercity's issues. He reluctantly motions for Heimerdinger to resign, and Mel seconds his vote, prompting the rest of the council to follow suit. Caitlyn is able to heal Vi with the medicine, but Silco pays the addicts with Shimmer to reveal their location. He narrowly catches them before they knock over an old water tower and escape. Jinx secretly watches this interaction, and decides to light off the signal flare Vi gave her when they were kids. In the past, young Viktor returns to Singe's lab to find Rio writhing in pain, and he runs away in fear once he realizes how far Singe is willing to go in advancing science. In the present, Viktor seeks Singe's advice, expressing a grim acceptance of his unethical methodology. Vi follows the signal flare and finds Jinx. They share a tender reunion, exchanging apologies, but Jinx is set on edge when Caitlyn wanders in. Jinx realizes Sevika wasn't lying, and she accuses Vi of trying to steal the gemstone, even though Vi tells her she has no idea what that is. Before they can clear the air, they're ambushed by firelights. Vi and Jinx fight off the firelights as Caitlyn tries to get the gemstone. Vi hesitates when she sees Jinx's capacity for extreme violence, urging Powder to stop, but she and Caitlyn are knocked out by firelights. The firelights kidnap them, leaving Jinx alone and heartbroken that she lost her chance to reunite with Vi. Episode 7 opens with a sick music video introducing us to the firelights. Vi is taken away to be interrogated by the leader of the firelights about the gemstone, who reveals himself to be her childhood friend Ekko. His guarded skepticism is quickly broken down by Vi, and they share an emotional hug. Viktor reluctantly accepts Shimmer from Singed, which will allow him to perform experiments on himself and the Hex Core. Singe warns Viktor that Topside will turn their backs on him for his unethical research, but he asserts that Jayce will understand. Meanwhile, Jayce opens up to Mel that he's still conflicted about having kicked Heimerdinger off the council. She assures him it was the right choice, encouraging him to pursue his Hextech dream with full force, but he tells her his priority is helping Viktor. Sevika warns Silco that the blockade is cutting off important trade for the Chem Barons, and Marcus may no longer be their ally. He's more concerned about Jinx, and as someone who also didn't get along with her old man, Sevika tells him Jinx will come to him when she's ready. In her air hangar, Jinx erratically tends to her wounds, arguing with the hallucination of Milo that Vi was there for her, not the Enforcer. Jinx rants about Caitlyn, seemingly planning a way to get revenge on her. Ekko shows Vi around the Firelight Sanctuary, a place where Shimmer addicts and victims of Silco's violence can start a new life. They discuss Jinx, and Vi insists that she can still reach Powder. Ekko shows Vi a mural of all the people they've lost, many of whom were killed by Jinx, and he argues that she has chosen to work for Silco. On the bridge, Marcus alerts Jayce that Viktor violated the blockade. Jayce angrily questions Viktor, his growing prejudice towards the Undercity evident. This hurts Viktor, and despite Jayce's attempts to apologize, Viktor keeps the true nature of his visit with Singed a secret. Silco and Sevika meet with the Chem Barons, and their leader, Finn, voices their frustrations about the blockade. Silco tells them Jinx will take care of it, prompting ridicule from the Chem Barons. Always one for theatrics, Silco has Sevika open a canister of the Grey, a toxic gas from the Undercity's mines that Silco played a crucial role in eradicating. He hands out gas masks one by one, threatening them into submission. Allura warns Mel that the danger of Zon is embarrassing them on the world stage, but Mel laments that Jayce isn't ready to go further with Hextech. Allura hands Mel a letter from Noxus. Jinx prepares to give Silco his eye treatments, but is much more aggressive than usual, furious at him for lying about Vi. Silco insists that Vi is only here for Caitlyn, and that he's the only one she can trust, leaving Jinx conflicted. Ekko wants to use the gemstone to create a weapon to stop Silco, but Caitlyn argues that this will only continue the cycle of violence. She says returning the gemstone to Jayce will de-escalate tensions between the cities, and Ekko agrees on the condition that he's the one who gives it to them. As Viktor disassembles a Jinx grenade, Mel uses it to argue that they will need Hextech weapons as a self-defense measure. Viktor is disgusted by this idea, but Jayce remains unsure. As Vi, Caitlyn, and Ekko approach the bridge, Viktor experiments with writing runes on his body and merging his blood with the Hex Core. Caitlyn and Ekko are stopped by Marcus on the bridge. Caitlyn shows him the gemstone and tries to explain she has proof of the Silco conspiracy, but Marcus shoots Ekko, not trusting him to give up the gemstone, and tries to muster up the will to execute Caitlyn. Jinx angrily watches Vi run towards the bridge to save Caitlyn, and she activates her Firelight explosive failsafe, killing the Enforcers. Caitlyn wakes up in a daze. Marcus asks her to tell his daughter Nah, he's dead, never mind. As Jinx wanders onto the bridge, Ekko wakes up, having worn a bulletproof vest, and tells Vi and Caitlyn to run. While they escape, Jinx and Ekko face off in a music video sequence, merging the current battle with their play fighting as children. We get a jarring cut back to reality as Ekko prepares to make the final blow, but flinches at the look of pained vulnerability on Jinx's face. She takes the opportunity to activate a grenade, the camera lingering on the destroyed bridge and Ekko's pocket watch before the episode ends. Episode 8 flashes back to Mel's childhood in Noxus as the daughter of Ambessa, a high-ranking military general. Ambessa presents Mel with a prisoner of war, which we will learn in Season 2 is a Black Rose witch. Mel argues she isn't a threat and should be shipped to the colonies, but Ambessa explains that the death of one rebel is necessary to prevent thousands more from rising up, executing her to Mel's horror. In the present, Jayce and Mel visit the aftermath of the bridge battle between Ekko and Jinx, the sight rattling them both. Vi brings a wounded Caitlyn to the Kiraman home. Cassandra scolds Caitlyn for her unauthorized escapades, but Caitlyn explains everything she's learned about Silco and his crime syndicate, prompting her mother to offer her an audience with the council. Meanwhile, Silco carries Jinx to Singe. Silco's emotional attachment to her is strong enough that Singe drugs him, knowing he won't react well to Jinx suffering a painful operation. At the last drop, Finn tries to convince Sevika that Silco's no longer a competent leader, especially because of his attachment to Jinx, and it's unclear whether Sevika will betray him or not. Ambessa visits Mel, failing to convince her that her intentions are innocent. Ambessa admits that Mel's brother Kino crossed the wrong man and got himself killed, implying she wants to use Hextech weaponry to protect their family. Vi opens up to Caitlyn about her insecurities, reminiscing on how she and Powder would imagine monsters that she pretended to chase away. Only now, a real monster got Powder, and Vi was powerless to stop it. Meanwhile, Jinx hallucinates a twisted Vi and Caitlyn, as Singe performs painful shimmer experiments on her. Hobo Heimerdinger wanders through the Undercity, trying to show kindness to the people there, but they're too distrustful to accept his help. He finds Ekko wounded at the bottom of the bridge, and they bond over their love of science and desire to help Zahn. Ambessa forces Jayce to meet with her while her prostitute bathes her. Successful. This is a really good show, guys, I swear. Successfully playing to his fear of the growing Undercity threat. Vi and Caitlyn expose Silco's crime syndicate to the council. Caitlyn encourages them to negotiate with him, but Jayce insists they need to use force and stop Silco before it's too late. Mel and the other counselors argue this would mean war, which offends Vi, who feels they're sitting on their hands and is disgusted at the thought of negotiating with Silco. Vi storms out of the meeting, effectively leaving the issue at a standstill. Caitlyn tries to persuade her to come back, but Vi breaks off the relationship. Viktor uses the hex core to heal his leg, allowing him to run for the first time and encouraging him to push his experiments even further. Unbeknownst to him, Skye enters the lab, hoping to share how she was inspired by his work to make her own scientific breakthroughs. He loses control of the hex core's power, and it evaporates Skye, leaving him paralyzed with horror and grief. Vi finds Jayce in his forge, and they agree to hit Silco where it hurts and raid his shimmer mines. Vi and Jayce are extremely powerful when armed with the Hextech gauntlets and hammer, but in his rage, Jayce accidentally shoots a child. As the enforcers round up more laborers, he comes to the horrifying realization that the children do yearn for the mines. Meanwhile, Caitlyn takes a steamy hot shower and thinks about Vi, as girls do. Jinx ominously appears in the mirror's reflection. Episode 9 has a fittingly bleak opening, as Jayce explores the aftermath of the battle, witnessing the last breaths of the child miner. He calls off the raid, but Vi argues there will only be more casualties if they don't stop Silco. When Vi refuses to hand over her gauntlets, Jayce walks away from the fight. Later, a chem baron named Rennie discovers her son's corpse in the mine and berates Silco. It's evident that the chem barons want Jinx gone, but Silco deflects their criticism. Viktor reads Skye's research papers, prompting him to try to destroy the hex core in a rage, yet he can't bring himself to. Mel confronts Ambessa about influencing Jayce, which develops into a conversation about their family issues. At Mel's prodding, Ambessa admits that she banished her because her empathetic nature weakened her. They must do what's necessary to protect their family, Ambessa argues, and that means using a war between Piltover and Zahn to test Hextech weapons. Viktor dumps Skye's ashes in the river where they used to play. He considers taking his life, but Jayce interrupts him just in time. Gotta love those parallels! They've both realized how they lost sight of their original Hextech dream, and are resolved to make things right. Viktor pleads with Jayce to destroy the hex core, knowing he's not strong enough to do it, and Jayce agrees to. Sevika brings Finn and Rennie to Silco. As the interaction unfolds, we realize Finn believes Sevika will assassinate Silco, but her loyalty wins out, and she kills Finn instead. Silco tells Rennie, "I would have had your son killed for this, though I suppose we're ahead on that account," and orders her to leave. He eyes a letter on his desk from the Hammer Man himself. Jayce and Silco meet to discuss peace terms. He agrees to his demands for Zahn's independence, but when Jayce asks to have Jinx arrested, Silco's unable to accept. Heimerdinger safely returns Ekko to the Firelight Sanctuary, amazed at what he's accomplished. Silco monologues to a statue of Vander. He has a newfound understanding of why Vander gave up the fight now that he has Jinx, someone he loves enough that he would sacrifice everything for them. Vi has a rematch with Sevika, and it seems like she's about to admit defeat, but she's motivated by a vision of Vander to keep fighting for the people who need her. She learns to block, allowing her to land a KO on Sevika. As Vi tries to muster up the strength to hunt down Silco, Jinx appears from behind and knocks her unconscious. Jayce gives one of his last addresses to the council. No longer concerned with winning their favor, he allows Viktor to share his peace proposition in exchange for Zaun's independence, which makes the council a little angry. Meanwhile, Vi wakes up in the ruins of Silco's factory, tied to a chair as Jinx lurks nearby. Jinx explains to Vi that while Silco believes he was the one who molded powder into Jinx, Vi was the true catalyst for her creation. Even so, it's clear that both sisters were only motivated to fight through their tragic circumstances by the hope that they might find each other again. Jinx asks Vi if they're still sisters, and she insists that nothing will change that, but Jinx has a few surprises in store for her. She illuminates the room to reveal she set up a strange family reunion. Silco sits across the table, bound and gagged, while dolls of Milo and Clagger sit to the side. Two chairs are empty, one labeled Powder and the other labeled Jinx. Jinx brings in Caitlyn, the final guest, and hands Vi her pistol, telling her to make Caitlyn go away if she wants Powder back. Vi can't, and Jinx takes the pistol, pointing it at Caitlyn, but hesitates when Vi offers that the two of them can leave together, just Vi and Powder. Silco tries to speak up, prompting Jinx to remove his gag, and he insists that Vi won't love Jinx and will just betray her again. Jinx is barraged by more hallucinations, firing a shot at the Milo doll in a rage. It shatters a wine glass, and Caitlyn inches her hand towards it. All the while, Silco explains to Jinx that he was offered Zaun's independence, but he turned it all down to protect her. He reiterates their strange bond, saying, "You're my daughter," and insisting that everyone else betrays them. Before Jinx can make a decision, Caitlyn cuts herself free and points Jinx's Gatling gun at her. Vi watches in fear as the two are stuck in a standoff, trying to convince Caitlyn not to hurt her sister, but she insists Jinx is too far gone. Jinx drops her pistol, feigning surrender. Before Caitlyn can react, Jinx uses her shimmer powers to dash forwards, knocking her out and taking back the Gatling gun. Silco tries to convince Jinx to kill Caitlyn, but Vi tells her to remember her family, hoping to bring Powder back. The traumatic memories of her family only make Jinx more upset, and as Silco grabs the pistol on the table to shoot Vi, Jinx fires in a blind rage. We come down from the chaotic sequence alongside Jinx, and realize that she's killed Silco. Jinx rushes over to his body, tearfully apologizing to him. He tells her he never would have given her to Topside, and says, "Don't cry. You're perfect," before passing away. Vi tries to tell Powder that everything will be okay, but Jinx wanders over to the Jinx chair, working it over in her mind until she eventually takes her seat. Jinx laments that they've both changed and Vi can't love her like she used to. She grabs the gemstone from the table and prepares to fire the rocket. We cut back and forth between the chaos of Jinx's attack and Mel's voicing of support for Jayce's plan. As the rocket makes its way towards the council building, we get a montage of the rest of the cast. Sevika, now without her arm, struggles to light a cigarette as she sits in Silco's office. Ekko and Heimerdinger work together in the Firelight Sanctuary, the camera focusing on Ekko's clock. Singe broods in his lab, looking up at a hulking beast connected to various tubes. Ambessa enters Mel's room to see gold splashes on her painting of Noxian warships. Caitlyn and Vi helplessly watch the rocket in horror. All the while, the counselors gradually vote in agreement of Jayce's plan. Jayce, Viktor, and Mel share a look of triumph, but just as Mel is about to speak, the rocket crashes into the window. The end. Now that we're all caught up on what's happened, there is a lot to talk about. Before we go into specific analysis of the characters, I'm going to give my general review of Season 1 in 4 sections: conflict, pacing, world building, and visuals.
I can't let you leave with them.
Then I guess you're gonna need to kill another trencher.
A common descriptor of Season 1's writing is that it's efficient, and that's a good word to use. One of the major reasons the writers are able to juggle so many characters and plot lines is that they constantly intersect characters' desires and internal struggles in interesting ways, making for rich societal and interpersonal conflict. There are a ton of foil character relationships going on. You guys remember foil characters, it's an English class thing, like Naruto and Sasuke. Vi and Jinx are foils in the same way as Vander and Silco, which all serves as a microcosm of Zaun's pent-up desire for retribution against Piltover. It helps make moments like Jinx firing the rocket at the council building hit so hard. It's more than the death of some counselors we didn't really get to know. At the same time, it's the death of Vi and Jinx's relationship, symbolizing Vi's inability to understand her sister and Jinx's choice to embrace violent vengeance over healing. Similarly, Jayce and Viktor give us a human anchor for Season 1's discussion of more abstract concepts like progress and power. It makes it easier to understand and feel emotionally invested in the arguments the show is making when we see how such immense power corrupts Jayce's character, or what sacrifices Viktor is driven to make so that his dream of progress can be accomplished. Beyond the pairs of foil characters, Season 1 even has a few trio dynamics, which I like to refer to as the annoying girlfriend that ruins everything. Actually, the impressive thing about these dynamics is that the third character doesn't feel like a third wheel. The writers use the conflict of the foil characters to expand on the third character's inner struggles. Vi and Jinx play out the struggle between holding on to the hope that everyone is capable of healing and embracing humanity's darker impulses, something that Caitlyn struggles with as someone who wants to restore goodwill between Piltover and Zaun, but was raised in a culture that is distrustful of and demeaning towards the Undercity. Jayce and Viktor both embrace the extreme capabilities of technology at different points in their journeys, forcing Mel to confront what she truly values, whether it's political and technological might or bettering the lives of those in need. I'd like to argue there's a difference between a show being frustrating and annoying, and Arcane Season 1 perfectly captures this difference. Many of the characters make frustrating decisions, acting out of irrational impulses like fear and selfishness, but they're never annoying. This is because conflict rarely occurs because of miscommunications or contrivances. Each decision can be traced back to a well-established character motivation, making it so that the audience doesn't feel cheated by the writers. External factors are used to reveal what characters truly believe, rather than force them to act out of character to manufacture drama. Admittedly, one of the only moments I was slightly annoyed by Season 1 was when the Firelights arrived at literally the worst time during Vi and Jinx's reunion. Even so, what prevented it from feeling contrived was the fact that it was established before the Firelights arrived that Jinx's paranoia was already driving a wedge between her and Vi, with Caitlyn's distrust of Jinx only compounding the issue. As I said, it feels less like manufactured drama and more like the concept that your decisions under pressure reveal your true self, because each character's motivations are well explored. The most refreshing aspect of Season 1 is that it treats every conflict with nuance and doesn't feel the need to disrespect its characters in order to frame one as right or wrong. It's not that the writers completely hide their own perspective, but they never make a character purposefully shallow to strawman their opponent. When Vander and Silco discuss their falling out in episode 3, Vander is framed to be the heroic one, but Silco is still written as if he views himself as a hero with his own detailed set of principles beyond "I am angry and evil." Similarly, Jayce and Vi's conversation after the raid paints Jayce as noble for choosing pacifism over retaliation. But Vi isn't made to be a bloodthirsty maniac to accomplish this, and her reasons for wanting to continue the raids hold weight. Conflict that draws out the internal struggles of each character and connects to their motivations in a tangible way is much more engaging to watch and discuss than contrived scenarios made to support whatever belief the creators are passionate about.
They're almost through. No pressure. That sounds like pressure.
I was originally going to call this section pacing/tension/tone because all of these aspects of storytelling exist almost in relationship when it comes to Season 1, but that sounded stupid and I am not stupid. Still, Season 1 is very effective at providing just enough information to keep the tension high and connecting tonally different plot lines, something that is best evidenced by Act 1. While people tend to distinguish Episode 3 as the one where it gets really sad, Episodes 1 and 2 do a great job of hanging a cloud of dread over the characters' more lighthearted adventures. This is mainly accomplished by Vander and Silco's scenes, which provide a more grounded look into the complicated relationship between Zaun and Piltover that contrasts Vi and the kid's sense of rebellious optimism. People also tend to forget that Episode 3 is the one where Powder accidentally murders her family, as well as the one where Jayce and Viktor go on silly science adventures.
I told you to stay away. Please. I told you to stay away!
Counselor. Wait a minute, what is the bedroom?
It still impresses me how well Episode 3 is able to cut between Vi's desperate fight to save Vander and Jayce and Viktor messing around in the lab without it feeling jarring. The unfolding of both plotlines are used to drive tension, and there is a sense of heroic struggle that unites both of them. Will Vi be able to hold off these henchmen in time for Vander to escape, and will Jayce and Viktor be able to make their Hextech breakthrough in time, respectively? In a way, it lulls the audience into a sense of security, that our heroes will narrowly succeed like they're supposed to in a young adult sci-fi fantasy show. When Jayce and Viktor's storyline does follow this formula, it makes it all the more shocking and heartbreaking when Vi and Powder's storyline goes tragically wrong. Acts 2 and 3 are similarly solid in their pacing of multiple plotlines, even if they admittedly don't have as tightly written of a beginning, middle, and end that Act 1 does. Act 2 deserves praise for how well it handles the time skip, a narrative archetype that tends to be jarring. It has the strong foundations of Episode 3 to work off of, which gives us a detailed preview of the new status quo that Act 2 thoughtfully expands on, preventing us from feeling like we're not on the same page as the writers. Act 3 tends to be the most rushed of the three, mostly in the political developments that occur. Still, the strongest aspect of Act 3 is how it includes small victories for the characters while never cheapening the sense of dread that looms over them. Ekko and Heimerdinger's partnership is the clear shining hope for viewers to hold on to in the midst of the nightmare that is the Piltover/Zahn situation. But moments like Vi's victory over Sevika or Viktor running for the first time genuinely make people lose their minds with excitement in the middle of the show's darkest hour. In most cases, these moments of triumph are immediately contrasted with the tragic situation of our characters. We see Vi truly break for the first time after her fight with Sevika, and Viktor's experiments ultimately end in his lowest point when he inadvertently causes Skye's death. It keeps the overall tone consistent, and it's a realistic reflection of how you can experience moments of personal achievement even in the midst of dark circumstances.
That's a burden that only I here carry. Time.
One of the main ways Season 1 makes its world feel alive is by using the "hey, I know that guy" technique. Remember that big guy with the tattoos that Vi fought in Episode 3? She gives him the powder special in prison, which actually facilitates Vi and Caitlyn's partnership. Remember Huck the bartender? He's a crack addict now, which gives the audience a source of emotional investment in how Silco's actions have devastated the Undercity. These sorts of connections, along with little background details, add up to make Arcane's setting a unique take on the rich city versus poor city trope, and further invest the audience in this world. On the other hand, if there's one major criticism I can point to with Season 1, it's the political world building. Arcane is an interesting case because the core struggle of the show is a political conflict between two cities, but in practice, the narrative is more character-driven and focused on interpersonal struggles. Although the basic knowledge we get on how each city functions in Season 1 is enough to enjoy the show, the relationship between Zahn and Piltover could use more fleshing out because the writers want us to be invested in the prosperity of both sides. The most important aspect would be better communicating how their economies are connected because economic inequality is the dividing factor between the two sides. We don't get many scenes elaborating on the specific ways Topside exploits the Undercity beyond a Les Miserables dynamic, where the mass of rich elites and government authorities are, in general, oppressive and the poor working class are, in general, oppressed. That works fine for a narrative like Les Mis, but Arcane wants to demonstrate the potential for good and evil of both Piltover and Zahn. They achieve this fairly well on the Zahn side of things, mostly in the character of Silco, who uses his exploitative Shimmer enterprise for the noble goal of giving the Undercity some stake in the game so they can bargain for independence. When it comes to Piltover, their evilness is so generic that it's hard not to view them as nothing more than generically evil, and it's hard to understand what would actually be the most effective way to address their exploitation of Zahn because we don't know specifically how they exploit Zahn. With the way inequality is depicted, it makes sense to read the two cities as an allegory for impoverished America versus the upper class, but this contradicts the colonizer/colonized relationship implied by Silco's goal of Zahnite independence. Viktor and Skye as Zahnites who have position of influence in Piltover also raises interesting questions about social mobility. Did they cheat their way in? Was there some sort of scholarship system? Or was it pure hard work and determination to be able to afford higher education? The scene at the opera where Mel advises Jayce to back off on his investigations of corruption works well for their characters, but it annoys me on a world-building level. They keep referring to the corrupt trading practices as quote-unquote corruption, I guess, and the only specific example we get is illegal Noxian wine. Does economic corruption go beyond illegal wine and drugs like Shimmer for the ruling elite? Is Shimmer recreational, or is Piltover planning to use it to create their own super soldiers? It'd be helpful to see examples of businesses in the Undercity run by Topsiders, maybe through ruling elites who own Undercity mines or factories. The writers could demonstrate how their extreme amount of influence allows them to bypass labor regulations, for example. As Season 1 stands, much of this knowledge has to be assumed without substantial evidence. Something like Mel's essentially complete control of the council is properly established without being spelled out. Her opening scene where she gives a toy to the fat guy and the fact that it visibly upsets beta male Sallow provides direct evidence of how Mel either buys the favor of counselors or forces them to go along with the crowd. Otherwise, most scenes involving Piltover's elite don't tell us much more than they are rich and mean, making Season 1's attempt at humanizing both sides feel confusing at best and ignorant at worst. While Season 1's world certainly feels lived in, and there was clearly lots of artistry involved in developing its culture, the writing could benefit from a more detailed exploration of the interplay between the powers of Zahn and Piltover. There are cases where this is achieved well, such as in the depiction of the backdoor dealings with enforcers, but this could be extended to other aspects of the narrative, such as with the extent of the Council's corruption. Even so, I have to credit Season 1 for communicating the political developments of the plot in an interesting yet coherent way, considering it could have been confusing or vague in such a crowded season. It provides enough information to at least facilitate the arcs of the main cast.
Oh, look who it is. The boy savior.
If I haven't already sounded dumb in this video, I know I'm gonna sound really stupid in this section. Listen, I want to commend the animators because they deserve recognition for doing such a good job, but I don't have enough knowledge of animation to explain why this is, and I really don't want to sound like one of those people who sees a stylized 3D animated property and goes, is this the next Spider-Verse? Anyway, this animation is really cool and really French. In a general sense, Season 1's animation isn't afraid to push the boundaries with more experimental moments, and the extreme attention to detail makes even the most straightforward scenes a delight to watch. The thoughtful character animation works perfectly with the show's sharp script, allowing the writers to let some of the scenes just sit in silence. A lot of the moments that got the most emotion out of me were completely wordless. Ekko hesitating during his fight with Jinx, Viktor trying and failing to destroy the Hex Core, the entire opening scene of Episode 1. Beyond that, the animators capitalized on the script's emotional effectiveness in Season 1's more abstract scenes. Silco's drowning monologue communicates what he believes and why, but the visual presentation of the scene helps us feel his pain and desire for vengeance alongside him. The Ekko and Jinx bridge fight, another scene that makes people geek and tweak every time I watch this show, conveys Ekko's conflicting emotions and facing off a close childhood friend and the loss of innocence that comes with it. Even in Season 1's most French moment, Jayce and Mel's cosmic hextech sex, the animation creatively communicates the tragedy occurring for Jayce and Viktor, that both of them have reached a point of no return when it comes to their aspirations that will drive a wedge in their once effective partnership. The animation and script have a symbiotic relationship in Season 1, and the animators deserve their flowers for their part in making these characters feel thoroughly human.
But you changed too. So, here's to the new us.
When Arcane Season 1 first dropped, it was a surprising success and a breath of fresh air in comparison to other popular fantasy/sci-fi shows at the time. The writing was smart and nuanced, treating its audience with maturity and encouraging them to think critically about the ideas the show was presenting. It relied on the strong characterization of the main cast and carefully crafted struggles they faced to get the viewer invested rather than flashy spectacle and melodrama. Show Don't Tell was expertly done, and they weren't afraid to be unconventional with their visual presentation. Overall, Season 1 portrayed human struggles in a fantastical setting in a way that any viewer could empathize with, and the more artistic moments acted as the icing on the cake for viewers that wanted to engage with the show's themes on a more abstract level.
You're doing great, Chuck.
Arcane is a character-driven narrative, so the intricately planned writing of the cast is what makes or breaks the success of the story. I'll be analyzing each character in depth, commenting on what ideas the writers explore through their journeys and how effective they are at executing these arcs. I'll be going over all the major players who appear in Seasons 1 and 2, so basically everybody but Marcus. Sorry to the one Marcus fan in the audience, I think he's very well written if that makes you feel better. Feel free to skip to your favorite legend of the league using the timestamps.
I grew up knowing I'm less than them. That my place is down there. I want Powder to have more than that, and I'm willing to fight for it.
When you imagine the protagonist for a show about ragtag rebels with cool powers fighting against an oppressive government, you imagine someone like Vi. She's a punch first and ask questions later brawler. We often watch protagonists like her bite off a little more than they can chew in their effort to fight for justice, but ultimately, they learn how to be a leader that inspires change. Maybe they even form a found family dynamic with some fellow orphans, or witness the death of a mentor figure, which gives them the final push needed to become a stronger version of themselves. The Arcane writers took a look at that and said, well, that sounds boring. Into the trauma washing machine you go! What makes Vi a fresh and interesting iteration on this archetype is that when we first meet her, she seems unstoppable, like she's already completed all the tests of courage on the hero's journey. She never shies away from a challenge, accomplishes what she sets her mind to, and she has the physical strength to back up her confidence. Throughout the opening heists, she acts as the ultimate authority, and the other kids follow her easily because she's earned their respect through her actions. Vi appears to be an effective leader, but it's through the failure failure of the heist and her following conversation with Vander that the writers begin deconstructing the issues behind Vi's style of leadership. The best way to summarize it is by paraphrasing what Vander says during this scene. When you're a leader, you don't get to be selfish. Vi isn't being purposefully selfish. Her intentions come from a noble place of fighting back against the unjust leadership of Piltover to provide a better life for her family. But what does creating a better life for her family actually look like? If the heist was successful, Vi would have been able to provide her family with plenty of cash to live comfortably and maybe satisfy her own sense of pride and need to rebel. The question is whether this reward was worth the risk of failure, with the kids now in danger of being arrested, a question she should have given real thought to before she charged onto the battlefield. In the initial conversation after the heist, and even all of the private conversations following that, Vander offers Vi a different perspective on leadership and resistance. He nurtures the best qualities in others so that everyone can be a capable leader in their own way, and he only steps in when someone can't handle a situation on their own. This is effectively established in one of his first scenes. Huck's role as the bartender allows him to use his skills to provide for himself, but when the corrupt traders try to cheat him out of his money, Vander steps in to help lay down the law. He doesn't even need to use his own physical strength to subdue the traders because the whole bar stands up for their boy Huck. Vander relies on the strength provided by this tight-knit community so that he doesn't have to use his strength to solve every problem. Vi's impulsiveness and arrogance prevents her from doing this. This leadership style feels passive to her, and it prevents her from being in control, something that she just can't accept. She needs to be the protective big sister that shoulders everyone's burdens. I'm not a therapist or anything, but it feels a little bit toxic. The issue with her always trying to be the strong one is that something will eventually happen to break Vi, and she'll leave all of the people who have grown dependent on her adrift. Powder, what are you doing here? It's by the end of episode 2 that Vi's major flaws begin to rear their heads, her need to feel in control and her impulsiveness. Vi and Vander's conversation on the bridge captures everything I love about their relationship. This kind of grizzled father figure with a violent past and rebellious, fiery teen dynamic is pretty popular nowadays, but it's portrayed so true to life with Vi and Vander. You can feel that in spite of their grim circumstances and conflicting perspectives, they care about each other enough to be honest about these difficult truths. Vander sees Vi heading down the same path he once did and is trying to do everything he can to convince her to get off. But honestly, he's better off telling this to a brick wall, and Vi still refuses to learn from her mistakes. In all seriousness, her choice to turn herself in so that the enforcers will back off is an interesting turn for her character. She's not simply letting out her anger at those who have wronged her. Her actions come out of a mix of love for her family and her home, as well as a fear that she can't keep waiting around for the storm to blow over. At the same time, she has to know Vander would never let this happen, and once again, her desire to act without thinking and stubborn need to solve things on her own proves to be her undoing. It forces Vander to make a quick decision and gives Silco the opportunity he was waiting for. The unraveling of events in episode 3 is very revealing for Vi's character. We can tell she's afraid, that she knows she's messed things up for real this time, but she's desperate to put on a brave face, to convince herself and everyone else that she will be able to make it right. When she feels like she's losing control, she becomes dangerously impulsive. Remember what I said about her encouraging a toxic sense of dependency in others? Powder, can you not have a mental breakdown so loudly? I'm trying to record a video. While the fight between Vi and Powder after Vander's death is the most infamous moment between them, I think Vi telling Powder to stay behind and her subsequent breakdown is the true moment any trust between them was lost. In some ways, Vi's encouragement of Powder was her filling her role as a big sister, and she was right to tell Powder to embrace her unique talents so that she could be strong in her own way. At the same time, this made Powder dependent on Vi's love and approval to fight off her insecurities. It's the difference between I believe in myself and that's all that matters, and Vi believes in me and that's all that matters. So when this illusion gets horribly shattered and Vi is forced to admit that she doesn't believe Powder is ready, it cracks the already fragile mental state of this young girl, who's now been left alone by the one person she thought believed in her, watching helplessly as everyone she loves seemingly marches to their deaths. In a tragically ironic way, Vi would have successfully rescued Vander if Powder had stayed behind, but in neglecting Powder's emotional needs and unintentionally sending her into a spiral, Vi contributes to the ensuing disaster. Through watching her family members die in the most horrible ways imaginable, Vi reaches that breaking point I warned about earlier, and when she has the chance to protect Powder and get the two of them to safety, she isn't able to. She lets her rage take control, acting with her fists instead of her heart, and she confirms all of Powder's worst beliefs about herself. Even though Vi shows some restraint and leaves to cool off, those words have changed their relationship forever. Now this is where we start talking about Vi's character arc as it relates to her relationship with Powder/Jinx, and this is where I might say some harsh things about people's favorite comfort characters and everyone starts screaming, crying, throwing up in the comments. Please remember that Vi and Jinx's relationship is written to be contentious. The writers acknowledge that both of these girls are very flawed, and you can criticize both while still empathizing with both. Passing moral judgments on these characters isn't the goal of my analysis anyway. When I say Vi did this thing that was bad, I'm trying to point out a character flaw that the writers are exploring, not saying Vi did this thing that was bad and I hate her! When it comes to Vi and Jinx's reunion, as well as her reunion with Ekko, her inability to let go of Powder isn't just wishful thinking. A part of it comes from her fear of acknowledging the part she played in creating Jinx, a fear of being helpless to do anything to fix this problem in front of her. Vi is the leader, the one who's always in control. In her internal logic, she's the only one strong enough to protect her sister and bring back Powder. So if there's no Powder left, she has to accept her failure, and the existence of Jinx rests on her shoulders. There's a subtle distinction between accepting responsibility for the hurt she's caused and making herself feel directly responsible for Jinx's decisions, but the writers explore it so well through Vi. In the end, Vi's insistence on being the protector only hurts them both. It contributes to Powder's inability to achieve independence and break free of the Jinx persona, as well as prevents Vi from accepting that she can't simply change Jinx back through her own efforts. This is best demonstrated in the ultimatum Jinx presents Vi with during their final confrontation. If she kills Caitlyn, thus correcting her second betrayal as Jinx perceives it, she can have Powder back. Part of this is coming from Jinx's intense paranoia and distrust, but it also reflects her toxic sense of dependency on Vi. Vi isn't able to heal from what has happened by finding meaning in new relationships, and Caitlyn gets put in the middle of a conflict she played no real part in. More concerningly, when Jinx points her gun on Caitlyn, Vi offers to run away with Jinx, just the two of them forever. Vi is so desperate to fix the problem of Jinx that she stifles her own life, and she mistakenly believes that if she's there to protect her, all of Jinx's issues will magically disappear. This causes Jinx to give in to her fear that Vi will find something she doesn't like about her and betray her all over again, destroying the rocky ground that their relationship stood on. As I said, not a therapist, but this is like toxic codependency or something. But in a way, can you blame Vi? She had to learn Vander's lesson that her fist can't solve all her problems in the hardest way possible. How could she not fight with her whole life to make amends and get her little sister back? Someone who was basically her whole world. Man, now I'm just sad. Vi is a surprisingly tragic exploration of what it would be like to grow up in a young adult dystopian story. The pain that you would have to carry if you lived the life of a heroic rebel leading a bunch of misfit kids against an authoritarian regime. Even in a more relatable sense, I know people with Vi's same stubborn protectiveness who need to jump in and do something whenever they sense someone has been wronged, regardless of whether or not they end up hurting others or themselves. And they almost enjoy taking on other people's problems, shouldering their pain in this weird mix of self-punishment and a need to be useful. Some people call it love, I call it stupid. Even so, I was surprised at how engaged I was with Vi's journey. She seemed archetypical at first, but the writers do such a careful deconstruction of her sometimes misguided need to take action, the dichotomy between the strength she projects and the burdens she carries. All the while, she's still fun and inspiring to watch as the protagonist of a fairly bleak story. Her last fight with Sevika comes to mind. I love it a lot. It's second to the Ekko and Jinx fight for me. It's very well choreographed and it captures the strength of Vi, in spite of all of her flaws, perfectly. After taking a beating from Sevika, Vi sees a hallucination of Vander. He shares his usual advice, telling her the fight never gets easier, but there's people that need her, and she has to keep going for them. Vi gets back up, she faces down Sevika, and for once, she tries something new. She blocks. Ultimately, it's the move that wins her the fight. Vi may be held back by her need to get even and her tendency to act without thinking, but when she learns to let go of her pride and defend those she loves rather than let out her anger on others, she becomes the strongest version of herself.
Like everything was the same as when Vander left him. But he didn't make Jinx. You did.
The best way to describe Powder/Jinx as a character is a balancing act, and the writers walk it flawlessly in Season 1. It's still crazy to me that one of the most mature depictions of the traumatized killer archetype comes from the official League of Legends Netflix show. It's refreshing that Arcane depicts how Jinx's mental struggles manifest in her violence and paranoia in a way that isn't sanitized or exploitative. You can believe that she's capable of committing unspeakable acts while still wanting her to find healing and become a new person. She inspires fear and empathy at the same time. Part of the reason that the writers are able to pull off such a dramatic dramatic character change from Powder to Jinx is that they effectively communicate how much this girl is hurting, even without words. This moment during the street brawl of episode 1 has stayed with me since I first rewatched the show weeks ago, where the action slows down and the music becomes solemn as we focus on Powder's shell-shocked expression, frozen in fear as the fight unfolds in front of her. It's portrayed so effectively that it feels like you're forming a traumatic memory alongside her. As I discussed in the previous section, kids like Vi can push back harder when the world pushes down on them, but kids like Powder simply get left behind. When the world is cruel, people just don't have the capacity to care for others, and Powder's feelings of helplessness and neglect only continue to eat away at her as a result of this. You can understand how this sort of environment would cause Powder to live in constant fear and self-doubt, knowing she doesn't have the physical strength or confidence of someone like Vi. In some respects, Milo has a point when he argues that Powder is a burden to the group, although he's certainly wrong to imply that she's less valuable as a person because of this. Still, growing up in a place like Zaun means the odds are stacked against Powder, and she doesn't get the chance to grow into her own uniquely talented person. It contributes to her unhealthy idolization of Vi, to the point that her self-worth isn't placed in who she is, but what Vi thinks of her. This mindset explains Powder's seemingly out-of-nowhere mental breakdown after Vi leaves her to rescue Vander. A part of this hints at her fragile mental state that will only become more anxious in the latter half of the show, but this isn't just fear for the safety of her family. Such an intense response indicates that her sense of identity has been shattered now that the one thing she thought was constant, Vi's belief in her, has disappeared. It's also telling that the thing that snaps her out of her breakdown is when she finds the crystal and gets the idea to make a supercharged version of her monkey bomb. In her mind, this will prove Milo wrong, will earn her place in her family, and will make Vi proud of her again. It makes Powder's excitement when she finds Vi after the explosion all the more heartbreaking. She believes that she's finally become the hero, only to find out she's become everything she always hated about herself. A lot of stories get this helpless child archetype wrong in that they don't feel like their own person, and instead are used to manufacture sympathy from the audience. This moment could easily feel like contrived drama and annoying to the audience. Am I heartless for saying that? Listen, I'm not saying I didn't feel bad when Powder started crying, but Vi told you to stay home. So why didn't you stay home? The thing is, as I so eloquently described earlier, Powder as an individual and as Vi's little sister is so well characterized that we understand and empathize with why she wouldn't listen to Vi's better judgment. It gives her tears an impact because we see how the writers are playing out the internal battle of her character that they've developed over the previous 2 episodes, rather than pointlessly traumatizing a child just to make us cry. It's the difference between taking us on the life journey of an owner and their dog to the heartbreaking end of the animal's life and just shooting a puppy on screen. The visual presentation of this moment also helps tremendously in making this horrifying to watch. Seriously, can someone make sure Mia Janess is okay?
Filming that specific scene in episode 3 I was 11.
Even though the change from Powder to Jinx is dramatic, in a way you almost expect a persona like Jinx to form as a result of Vi's betrayal, because the writers have so effectively communicated Powder's psychology. Jinx's introduction in episode 4 establishes the careful balance of vengefulness and vulnerability that defines her character. Her action scenes are well coordinated and exhilarating, but they're in no way fun to watch. Her violence has a quirkiness to it that we expect from Powder, but this dissonance between childlike playfulness and carnage makes the brutality of it all the more unsettling. Jinx's detached apathy only worsens this feeling. It doesn't seem like she has any pride or satisfaction in what she does, if she's even fully present mentally. The frantic violin music in this scene certainly adds to the Homelander vibes. Despite this, the writers communicate an underlying sense of fear and brokenness to Jinx that makes us believe in her humanity. By ending the fight with her hallucinations of Vi, we understand how haunted Jinx is by what happened between them. It creates natural empathy from the audience, and it clearly communicates the internal war going on inside Jinx, a desire to restore her relationship with her sister, fighting against a lingering resentment and fear that causes her to hold on to Jinx as a coping mechanism. The Jinx identity is extremely multifaceted, going far beyond the manic pixie murderer archetype. Even though she can experience intense mood swings from scene to scene, there's a method to her madness. Jinx serves to protect Powder's innocence by being the source of everything Powder hates about herself. Jinx is the one that causes destruction and hurts the ones she loves. It provides a degree of separation from her actions so that she doesn't have to deal with the guilt that weighs on her. At the same time, Jinx is a result of how others have treated Powder. She lets Powder feel strong and in control, unleashing all of the pain that Vi inflicted onto her back onto the world. Vi's betrayal served as the catalyst for this destructive vengeance, and Silco only encouraged this aspect of Powder as she grew into Jinx. She's a storm of emotions in every scene, but the creative visual storytelling and effective dialogue allows us to follow her internal logic so that she never seems inconsistent. Throughout Acts 2 and 3, Jinx is often at the mercy of the two biggest influences in her life, Vi and Silco. While Vi's approach to repairing her relationship with Jinx has its flaws, as I discussed earlier, in some ways, she represents healing and growth for Jinx. She offers unconditional forgiveness towards her, a chance to wipe the slate clean and return to who she was before, as if nothing changed. On the other hand, Silco encourages Jinx's paranoia, to embrace her destructive strength and show no mercy to those who have wronged her. In a twisted parallel to Vander, Silco doesn't teach Jinx to learn from his mistakes, but rather projects his own cruel, vengeful worldview onto her. Both of these influences constrain her in their own ways. Vi's inability to confront reality and accept how her sister has been forever changed by what happened between them leaves Jinx feeling misunderstood and unloved. Vi wants Powder to come back, but any thought of the past triggers Jinx. Powder fell down a well, as Jinx says, and she knows that she can never bring her back, so she feels as if she's disappointed Vi once again. This is why when Vi tries to remind Jinx of their family during the final confrontation, it backfires on her and only makes Jinx less willing to trust that they can be together. Silco's influence on Jinx becomes stronger as a result of this. He plays to her distrust and fear of betrayal, convincing Jinx that she should excise her self-doubt and unleash her anger on the people who have hurt her, just like he did. He's protecting the vulnerable version of himself that felt betrayed by Vander in a way. It's why, even after sacrificing anyone and anything for his cause, he can't give up Jinx in exchange for Zaun. In the end, Jinx's choice to sit in the Jinx chair and unleash the rocket on the council reflects her choice to pursue a past similar to Silco. She isn't able to break free of Powder, Jinx, or any of the other perceptions she has of herself that cause her to live in paranoia and self-hatred. She embraces the release of her pain as indiscriminate destruction. Even as we watch the final moments of Act 3, the writers manage to pull off this birth of a monster moment in a way that is more heartbreaking than terrifying. Jinx laments that Vi can't love her the way she used to, and that they've both changed. In some ways, Jinx is right. By demonstrating how she was treated as a mistake by the people around her and the environment she grew up in, the writers make it easy to empathize with her struggles and want to see her heal. At the same time, Jinx's increased mistrust and fear of vulnerability only pushes her into a darker place. By the end of Season 1, she becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, a force of unmitigated destruction and revenge. Still, Jinx is so carefully and respectfully portrayed that even if it seems that hope is lost for now, you leave Season 1 wanting to believe that maybe it won't be lost forever.
What I can say is, she still needs you. They all do. So what do you say?
Vander earns his spot as one of the best mentor figures in fiction, maybe behind Uncle Iroh.
It's time to leave! Where are you? Uncle Iroh!
Over here.
Uncle?
Part of that is because he's an incredibly likable character who has great screen presence and feels like a real-life dad. But it's not as simple as that. Let's not forget that his first scene in the show is him bashing a guy's face in. Just another point of comparison between him and Uncle Iroh. His opening scene is actually an effective demonstration of what makes him more interesting than just the mentor character. Vander is a physically intimidating presence, someone who is capable of severe violence, and yet in this introductory scene, it's communicated to us without words how facing the consequences of this violence is what causes him to put down the gauntlets. Even with his limited screen time, Vander feels real. I wish he was real. Despite the gentle care he shows towards his kids, we get just enough glimpses to hint that there's so much more going on beneath the surface. You know the dad lore goes crazy for Vander. Where lesser shows with weaker mentor figures fail at this concept, Vander's strong characterization makes us invested in him as an individual, rather than simply because Vi cares about him. Having his arc parallel Vi's journey on so many levels allows us to understand his character, her character, and the show's themes much better. As a former revolutionary for the cause of Zaun, Vander had to learn about the sacrifice violent resistance requires the hard way, and he is clearly trying to lead Vi onto a different path. His tireless effort to protect the people of the Undercity and his family makes it easy to admire him in the way that Vi does. I appreciate how Arcane conveys that pacifism doesn't mean passivity, and the show gives you a genuine reason to believe that Vander's method of fostering community between the members of the Undercity, as well as forming trustworthy relationships with influential topsiders like Grayson, can bring positive change for Zaun. Even so, the show adds another layer to Vander's character by acknowledging the vulnerable position his approach puts him in, and the frustration from exploited Zaunites who want more immediate, tangible results. It's not surprising that when Vander is asked to turn in his kids to get the enforcers off of the Undercity's back, he tries every alternative. And it's not just because they're his kids. He clearly lives by the principle that no one's life is expendable. something he committed himself to after seeing the results of his failed uprising firsthand. At the same time, you can understand why some would see this moral viewpoint as wishful thinking. After we watch the Enforcers run around the Undercity assaulting people without cause, Sevika's confrontation with Vander at the last drop serves as a warning of the impending bridge he will have to cross. Will he be able to maintain his principles under mounting pressure from the Undercity and topside, or will he decide to sacrifice one for the sake of the many? Vander begins to crack under the weight of maintaining peaceful relations between an unreasonable government and an increasingly frustrated, disaffected group of people, as well as caring for his children, who are trapped in the center of this mess. While in some ways, Vander has learned the lessons Vi needs to, he ends up sharing some of her flaws that lead to his eventual downfall, particularly his need to shoulder the burdens of others and his tendency towards aggression. This is captured by his transformation into a shimmer monster near the end of his fight with Silco. It's an incredibly effective end for his character. Vander's superpowered form isn't the heroic rescue we're used to seeing from him, or from any strong mentor figure for that matter, and that in itself makes this scene all the more unsettling. Vi's fearful expression and Silco's comment that he knew Vander had it in him only adds to this feeling. His tragic end is genuinely gutting in the way it should be for an effective mentor and an effective character in general. It seems like a pretty cynical message from the writers, the end result of a man who tried to take the high road only to be violently crushed by a cruel, unprincipled world that didn't play by his rules, forced to atone for the violence he perpetrated years ago. At the same time, it's important to acknowledge that Vander died doing what he always set out to do: protect his family. A final victory that admittedly feels pretty hollow in light of the loss of his family, of what he sacrificed everything for. Vander is a simultaneously inspiring and tragic character. It's impressive how layered he feels despite only being in the show for Act 1, and the writer's willingness to portray his flaws alongside his admirable qualities makes him so much more than the mentor character. It's the internal war inside Vander, his capability for violence and rage contrasted with his restraint and gentleness, that makes his journey compelling to watch. He's a thoughtful and grounded examination of what it means to protect the powerless in a world that is increasingly selfish and distrustful, and how even the influential figures in our lives that we idolize as kids can be just as flawed and vulnerable as we are.
The only way to defeat a superior enemy is to stop at nothing, to become what they fear.
I'm gonna level with you guys for a moment. I have been staring at my laptop screen for a good few minutes, my Bang Dream playlist blasting in the background, trying to find a better way to say this. But I really think the best way to describe Silco is that he's the model of a Sigma male. He's one of the rare examples of a cold, calculating, skinny white guy villain with a bit of a dramatic flair that I find genuinely intimidating. Despite being arguably the most villainous character of Arcane, the writers develop his psychology so carefully that he stays interesting to watch and continues to surprise you up until the end of the show. Silco is a natural foil to Vander, and his worldview is best conveyed in his iconic drowning monologue. Whatever deals he has to make, whatever pain he has to inflict, whatever the sacrifice, he will never give up the fight for Zaun's independence and retribution against Piltover. Even with how ruthlessly he pursues this goal, you can still believe that he and Vander used to fight alongside one another, because interestingly enough, Silco doesn't seem to take much pleasure in the violence he causes. Okay, he has a little bit of fun with it sometimes. Like I said, dramatic flair.
You have to get out. Now.
Welcome.
But notably, there's a sense that he views himself as morally superior to the Chem Barons. Their brand of violence, which is only a power grab to make themselves richer, is detestable to Silco. Even more interesting is the fact that during his initial conversation with Vander after kidnapping him, Silco is genuinely hurt by Vander's insinuation that he's only continued his fight in the way that he has to protect his ego. In Silco's mind, his actions are a necessary response to the increasing oppression from Piltover, the base violence necessary for change, as he puts it. He doesn't want war. In a way, he wants Zaun to flourish just like Vander does. But when Vander put down his gauntlets and refused to let any more innocent lives be sacrificed, Silco saw it as his weakness, his inability to confront reality and fight for control. Silco explains to Vander in this conversation that his hatred towards him isn't simply because Vander snapped and tried to drown him. If anything, Silco thought that was pretty metal and respected that he had the guts to do something that he viewed as difficult but necessary. Silco hated Vander once he started cutting deals with enforcers and, in his view, refused to take take any action against Piltover. Although Silco's perspective isn't completely accurate, considering that Vander was working tirelessly to build a tight-knit community that would further the growth of Zaun, you can empathize with his rationale and understand how someone like him, who lived his whole life powerless to the whims of a controlling government, would be willing to do anything in order to get some of that control back. At the same time, for as Sigma as he acts, Silco isn't perfectly rational. As I said, his obsession with control and his bitterness towards the other side has caused him to lose any sense of justice that would have inspired Vander to fight alongside him in the first place. He isn't able to form any true alliances with others, simply manipulating people's fear and greed to ultimately accomplish his goals. While he's not blindly power-hungry, there's a sense that he's got something to prove and is driven by a desire for vengeance. His relationship with Jinx is what brings this out most. The subtle way the writers explore Silco's transformation as a result of caring for Jinx keeps his character interesting once Vander is out of the picture, and they stick the landing on something that could easily feel ham-fisted. Admittedly, it took me until the end of my first watch to accept that Silco loved Jinx beyond her usefulness to him as a human weapon, and it was one of those things where rewatching a show enhanced my investment in its characters. I think I was just hung up on the fact that his version of fatherly love means encouraging his daughter to embrace her pain and bitterness to become vengeance incarnate, but hey, I'm not a parent, I don't have any room to judge. Similar to how Vi and Vander are connected by their shared struggle to protect those they care about, Jinx and Silco have a strange bond founded on the fact that they were both betrayed and treated like monsters by the people they admired most. Silco even gets his own scenes where he mentors Jinx like Vander does for Vi, and the scene where he takes her to the river that Vander drowned him in effectively captures their dynamic. Silco empathizes with Jinx's pain. In her, he sees a more vulnerable version of himself, the past version of him that struggled to process Vander's betrayal, that felt lost and confused without his support. He projects this internal struggle onto her, and it seems very cathartic for him to guide her down this path towards expelling her doubts and becoming the strongest version of herself. Maybe Silco's more hurt by Vander's betrayal than he'd like to admit, and his nurturing of Jinx's bitterness and destructiveness is his way of coping. Ultimately, the part he plays in creating Jinx proves to be his undoing on multiple levels. Despite Silco's persistent ruthlessness and how he advances the mission of Zaun, you can see him following a similar path to Vander. He just can't sacrifice Jinx, no matter how many opportunities arise where it would be more advantageous to Zaun to do so. It seems he wants her to prove her worth to everyone who doubts her, just as he did in accomplishing his dream of Zaun. When Vi returns as an influence in Jinx's life and almost succeeds in turning her against Silco, it reveals how irrationally protective he is of her. All of his investment in Jinx's growth into a ruthless killer is nearly swept out from under him, and Vi's similarities to Vander only make the issue more personal. Looking back, it's almost unsurprising that when offered the nation of Zaun in exchange for Jinx, Silco couldn't accept the deal. Jinx was the first person he truly cared about outside of his own aspirations, and he finally knew why Vander found this to be more valuable than their cause. But in the end, there's something selfish about the way Silco loved Jinx. I mean, this man couldn't show unconditional love to another person unless they literally had the same life story as him. Silco wanted Jinx to become him, and in a way, she did. He carefully guided her down a path of pain, vengeance, and distrust, until one day, her destructiveness grew out of his control. She unleashed her anger on the Council, destroying their one chance at independence for Zaun, and she unleashed it on him. By the end, Jinx is Silco's bitterness incarnate, and his death demonstrates how his own cynical worldview destroyed everything he cared about.
Piltover, the land of progress, equality, innovation. I know it sounds impossible, but when have we ever let that stop us?
With Vi being our main protagonist for the Undercity plotline of Season 1, we follow Jayce for the Topside plotline, and similar to Vi, Jayce is an interesting iteration on an archetypical protagonist. He checks the boxes for the aspiring young inventor trope, a good-hearted individual who dares to dream of a better world. Through a mix of determination and fortune, he makes a groundbreaking discovery, something that could be the key to a brighter future for all. Unfortunately, the world is fearful and close-minded when it comes to those who push the boundaries, but Jayce maintains his hope in spite of it all. He puts everything on the line, eventually making the breakthrough needed to prove all of the naysayers wrong and learning that maybe the real science was the friends we made along the way. Sounds stupid. Surprise, we're actually going to follow a naive young man's gradual transformation into a political creature as he loses himself in the pursuit of power, admiration, and progress at all costs. And you might be surprised if I told you that even at the end of it all, you still root for his eventual return to who he was and his restoration of the ideals he originally fought for. It's thanks to the writer's thoughtful and painfully realistic depiction of Jayce's misguided attempts to be a virtuous leader that you can empathize with his journey throughout, no matter how frustrating he can be at times. Jayce arguably isn't changed that much by his increased influence throughout Season 1. It's more so that this power amplifies his flaws, giving any of his errors and judgments a ripple effect that impacts thousands of innocent lives. Even as the man of progress, and eventually a counselor, Jayce still stands for similar ideals. Progress, fairness, love and justice, if you will, but we watch as, gradually in Act 2 and then pretty frantically in Act 3, he compromises on these principles in order to appease whatever current influential person in his life has his attention. When Jayce first becomes a counselor, he puts his power to good use, starting investigations into corrupt trading practices within Piltover's government. But this slows down his progress on Hextech, leaving Viktor to handle all the work by himself. So when Mel explains to Jayce that the good and noble counselors are the ones perpetrating all this illegal commerce, he quickly backtracks on his effort to promote accountability in government and starts cutting deals to secure support for Hextech as well as protect his own position. But in trying to solve one problem, Jayce has created a whole other one for himself. Now he's forced to serve the whims of corrupt counselors to the point that he seems completely uninterested in his and Viktor's original objective of using Hextech to improve the lives of people in need. But when his, let's say, obsession with the council prevents him from protecting Viktor, he's suddenly all about pushing Hextech forward at all costs and pays no mind to Heimerdinger's warnings, the mentor he once revered. Jayce is consistently inconsistent, yet his internal logic is communicated clearly enough that the audience feels like they're on the same page as the writers, which keeps them engaged with his journey. He's ruled by his desires, if you know what I mean. He ignores Heimerdinger's wisdom, but how else will he improve the world with Hextech and especially save Viktor's life? He tries to win favor with the council and with Mel, but how else will he further Hextech or enact change in the situation between Piltover and Zaun? A key characteristic of Jayce is how easily influenced he can be. He's not an egomaniac, but he likes to be told he's a good boy and given a hug sometimes. Listen, being a people pleaser is fine, it just becomes a little problematic when it starts influencing your policy decisions. If Mel wants him on the council or Viktor wants him to start experimenting on the Hex score, he will as long as they ask nicely. The writers do a great job of providing transitory scenes that demonstrate how an influential person in Jayce's life, like Mel, Viktor, or Heimerdinger, facilitates a natural change from him standing up for one belief at the beginning of the episode to going against it by the end of the episode. This is demonstrated as early as his first scenes in episode 2, where the writers show how Heimerdinger influences Jayce to hide the true nature of his research from the council, only to show how Mel embarrasses him during the trial to successfully manipulate him into defending the value of his work and ignoring Heimerdinger's advice. Jayce tends to use this people-pleasing behavior as a way to dodge responsibility and avoid thinking for himself. There's a scene between Jayce, Viktor, and Mel in episode 7 about starting development on Hextech weapons that captures Jayce's internal struggles perfectly. Mel plays to Jayce's fear and desire to take control of the Piltover and Zaun situation in order to convince him to start making Hextech weaponry. Jayce and Viktor discuss the idea further after she leaves, and as Jayce argues that maybe Hextech will be Piltover's only means of defense, Viktor reminds him that there's always a choice. Jayce remains unconvinced either way, and he only continues to make decisions based on whatever thoughts other people put in his head rather than based on what he knows to be right. Unfortunately, the only way for Jayce to begin taking accountability and reevaluating his actions is for him to witness the consequences of his decisions firsthand. I love Vi and Jayce's raid on the mine because she gets to be a tank and he finally gets to swing his big dumb hammer around, but also because the writers contrast the adrenaline of this fight perfectly with the dire consequences of their impulsive aggression. It's almost absurd how much the writers torture Jayce in order to hammer this point home. Ha ha. Although this is child's play compared to season 2. I'm just saying, I sincerely doubt this kid would survive being blasted in the chest with arcane energy and falling multiple stories onto the hard floor, but no, go stand in the corner and watch the child laborer die a slow and painful death, Jayce. It's through this scene that Jayce can no longer claim ignorance or push the blame onto someone else's influence. He fully accepts the part that he's played in this, and even when Vi insists they have to keep up the fight against Silco, he doesn't fight fire with fire. For the rest of episode 9, we actually get a return to the more humble, good-hearted Jayce we saw at the beginning of the show. He turns his flaws of being quick to act and easily influenced into strengths, as he immediately starts working to amend his mistakes and listen to the right voices. He successfully proposes a peace deal to Silco and saves Viktor from killing himself, epic win. Jayce's final scene in season 1 captures what makes him endearing, and what motivates you to see him come out the other side of his poor decisions throughout Acts 2 and 3. As Jayce addresses the council for one of the last times, he explains the nuances of Piltover and Zaun's conflict in probably the most thoughtful way we see from a topsider. He's no longer desperate to please corrupt counselors, and he uses his influence to give voice to the more grounded perspectives of Viktor and Mel. When his compassion and protectiveness is restrained by a set of guiding principles, he can be an effective force for positive change. While most of us won't become the de facto leader of a powerful government by 30, Jayce's loss of innocence— no, I don't mean it like that! Jayce's loss of innocence and journey to see the world in a more mature, thoughtful way is something many people can relate to. The careful way in which the writers detail his moments of poor judgment and attempts to set things right prevents him from being a caricature. Instead, Jayce is at times a painfully realistic exploration of the idea that the road to hell is paved with good intentions, while still providing a genuine argument that it's never too late to take responsibility and return to the principles you once fought for.
When you're going to change the world, don't ask for permission.
Well, we made it to my personal favorite, so... best characterization, best character growth, best internal struggles, best one-liners, best face card, the end. Haha. Just kidding, but not really. Maybe it's my bias for scientific hubris characters talking, but it's impressive how effectively the writers draw you into the tragedy of Viktor's journey in season 1, considering his lesser amount of screen time. I was surprised by how little he was actually in the show watching season 1 back, because I thought I remembered him having more scenes, and that's thanks to his efficient character writing, and maybe thanks to the fact that I was locked in anytime he appeared on screen. There's an element of meta-narrative to the way Viktor's story is portrayed in season 1. For most of Acts 1 and 2, he functions like an accessory to Jayce, and much of his scenes revolve around his reactions to something Jayce has done. In Act 1, although the writers certainly do a good job of characterizing his individual motivations and foreshadowing possible character flaws to further develop, Viktor feels a bit like Jayce's sidekick in their quest to unlock Hextech. He almost fades into the background during episodes 4 and 5, becoming an afterthought for the audience like he has for Jayce. It isn't until the infamous sex core scene at the end of episode 5 that the show really gives weight to his struggles and warns us of some concerning behaviors that are about to spiral out of control. I feel like the best analog for Viktor's character arc is Nietzschean philosophy. I'm really trying not to be pretentious. Please ignore the fact that I used the terms meta-narrative and Nietzschean in the span of 2 paragraphs. I genuinely couldn't find better words to use. I'll be completely transparent that my knowledge of Overman theory comes mainly from my AP English class and a Hello Future Me video. Love you, Tim. So if we have any Nietzsche stands in the audience, forgive me if I miss some of the finer details. The thing is, Viktor's arc is arguably the most abstract of Arcane's cast in the ideas it aims to explore, so drawing some broad parallels to real-world philosophy will help me articulate my thoughts on it better. The end of episode 5 is the beginning of Viktor's loss of humanity and his embracing of a utilitarian worldview. The writers contrast Jayce compromising his principles for the sake of passion, with Viktor refusing human connection in the form of Sky to further his progress on Hextech, because it demonstrates his rejection of traditional values in the pursuit of a superior, evolved state of being. And because it's funny. What makes his rejection of Sky tragically ironic is the knowledge that she could have provided crucial help with Hextech, with the reveal that he inspired her to pursue her own further research. But as Viktor becomes more dangerously obsessed with Hextech, he almost seems like he wants to do this alone. The glorious evolution is basically Nietzsche with robots. As the season goes on, Viktor's approach to Hextech more and more resembles the Nietzschean Overman, the idea that particularly skilled, disciplined, or enlightened individuals can bring mankind to a more evolved form of existence by rising above the constraints of traditional value systems and redefining what it means to be human. Even from his first appearances, there was a sense that Viktor considered himself as being an exception to the rule. Sure, him encouraging Jayce to break into Heimerdinger's lab and pretending that they were just trying to go to his bedroom when he gets caught is silly and fun, but this is in fact unsanctioned research that has already endangered the lives of innocent civilians and was agreed upon by the council to be so dangerous that they considered banishing Jayce for it. Yet, as Viktor says to Jayce in their conversation at the apartment, he only got as far as he did because he believed in his own greatness. This reflects in how stubbornly he fights to bring Hextech to the masses, never affording much consideration to the perspectives of others. Admittedly, this is often justified, but it's somewhat concerning that he doesn't place much value on Heimerdinger's advice, who has altruistic motivations and can back up his perspective with lived experience. Even though it's admirable how Viktor's unwilling to compromise on his mission to bring equality between the Undercity and Topside through technology, this trait can easily become dangerous if he starts pursuing the wrong goals, which is something episode 6 sets up. In his conversation with Heimerdinger, Viktor's fear of death comes from the fact that he won't leave behind anything of value, that his potential to advance hex tech and create a better world will be wasted. While he's not being purposefully selfish, his words indicate a savior complex that will drive him to cross ethical boundaries for the greater good of humanity. The way episode 6 contrasts young Viktor's repulsion at Singe's unethical experiments on Rio with current Viktor's grim acceptance of his progress at all costs approach perfectly captures his loss of innocence and betrayal of the values he used to hold. When Singe gives Viktor Shimmer to allow him to experiment on himself, he warns him that Piltover will turn their backs on him for this, speaking from experience as Heimerdinger's former partner. Viktor responds that Jayce will understand. In saying this, he's singling out him and Jayce as exceptional individuals, overman figures that bear the burden of knowledge. Viktor doesn't deny that Piltover will view this action as evil, but he believes Jayce will understand his choice as a fellow man of progress who is willing to break traditional understandings of right and wrong to advance humanity. Except, his trust in Jayce is quickly broken during the Viktor Arcane Bridge Slap incident of 2021. The deepening divide between Piltover and Zaun has infected Jayce and Viktor's relationship, and not only is Jayce's bigotry personally hurtful, it indicates how short-sighted his perspective has become, how easily he's drawn into conflicts that encourage mankind's animalistic impulses. With the loss of Jayce and Heimerdinger, Viktor feels that there's no one else he can trust to understand the necessity of his unethical actions, and it encourages his descent into isolation. Sky, what are you doing here? For all of Viktor's talk about wanting to leave a legacy behind, this is one example staring him right in the face of how he directly improved the life of a fellow Zaunite, someone who maybe could have helped preserve his Hextech dream after his death. The show perfectly captures how hollow his achievements feel in light of the innocent life he sacrificed, how quickly the sense of power and control the Hex Core provided him has dissipated. Even so, he can't bring himself to destroy it. Viktor now knows for himself the wisdom Heimerdinger was trying to impart, that such power is corrupting and humanity, in its brokenness, doesn't know how to use it properly. Yet even knowing the danger of something like the Hex Core, he has sacrificed so much to reach this achievement that he's figuratively and literally tied to it. This is his legacy, for better or for worse, and he doesn't have the resolve to erase it. By the end of his journey, it's hard to feel much besides a sense of defeat. While his mix of arrogance and unnecessarily burdening himself contributed to his downfall, many other contributing factors were outside of his control, and you can empathize with his drive to get some of that control back. Fortunately, one of Viktor's final scenes in Season 1 provides some hope, as his reconciliation with Jayce captures the strengths of both of their characters. Their shared sense of determination makes them an effective team. They were the only people who were able to crack the code behind an advancement that had the potential to bridge the gap between Piltover and Zaun. This determination also manifested in damaging ways, causing Jayce to become impulsive and close-minded, betraying Viktor's vision for their creation and contributing to his sense of isolation before Viktor fully embraced a the ends justify the means mindset. When Jayce is willing to listen to the right influences and think for himself, he becomes an effective force for positive change that drives people to actually do something to fix the world's problems. Similarly, when Viktor is able to accept the assistance of those he trusts, he can impart his knowledge onto others so that they can further its influence, rather than constraining it to only what he can do in his power. Viktor's efficient character writing in Act 1 leaves an impact on the viewer, and it makes it easy for the audience to feel the tragedy and desperation of his situation alongside him. This keeps his journey into mad scientist territory near the end of the story from feeling jarring, as you can quickly empathize with his fear over wasting the knowledge and opportunity he's been gifted with to help those in need, who are still stuck in the same situation he used to be in. The narrative effectively explores how Viktor's willingness to take risks and pursue progress at any cost can be detrimental to himself and others, yet aspirational and altruistic when constrained by a set of strong principles.
It scares them all.
What about you?
I recognize that any worthwhile venture involves risk.
Mel is one of my favorite political creatures in fiction. I find it interesting that she could easily be one of the background counselors in the show, who are almost comical in how corrupt, self-preserving, and, for lack of a better word, hoity-toity they are. In reality, Mel is a pointedly accurate depiction of how these Machiavellian values manifest in real-life politicians, leaders who appear rational or altruistic but can be just as self-serving as the stereotypical evil military dictator. character. At the same time, you can tell there's a part of her that wants to believe in her espoused virtues of progress and equality, a part of her that struggles against her first-hand knowledge of power and human nature gained from growing up in a disciplinary society like Noxus. Besides some issues I have with her character in Act 3, the writers walk the line well when developing Mel's internal conflict, making what could have been a one-dimensional depiction of a cunning politician compelling to watch. From her first scene, it's clear that Mel's priority is to transform Piltover into a world power. Interestingly, she avoids using force or aggression, instead buying favor with the other counselors so that she essentially owns the council. She's opportunistic, making all the right moves to push people into taking whatever actions she wants. Yet as the story unfolds, various factors arise that threaten her position as the one pulling the strings. On a political level, Jinx's erratic violence and progress with the gemstone sends the relationship between Piltover and Zaun spiraling out of control. And on a personal level, her relationship with Jayce is the first instance of her taking interest in someone beyond how they can serve her own ends. Mel is attracted to Jayce for many reasons, but most importantly, he represents the more idealistic part of her that she lost in the process of becoming a powerful politician. He convinces her to give him a chance with Hextech by appealing to Piltover's virtues, their role as a beacon of progress and prosperity. While she spends much of Act 2 molding Jayce in her image by electing him to the council and convincing him to cut deals to advance Hextech, he's the first person that we see encourage her to be vulnerable, as she opens up to him about her complicated family dynamic. When we enter Act 3, the question remains whether or not Mel will release some of her control by negotiating with the Undercity to end the conflict, or keep the current power structure intact by using force. Her transformation in Act 3 is poorly explored, the most obvious casualty of the somewhat sudden jump in pacing. The scene of Mel, Jayce, and Viktor debating the creation of Hextech weaponry in Episode 7 establishes that she has a grim acceptance that war between the two cities may be necessary, even if she doesn't want to provoke one. With that foundation for her mindset, it's strange to me that the sight of dead enforcers piled up on the bridge and the barricade blown to pieces doesn't motivate her to use at least a minimal amount of force to re-establish order. Along with the knowledge that Kino was murdered, Mel should have more motivation to further the development of Hextech weaponry. A transitory scene in Episode 8 would have helped get her from this point to being committed to pure diplomacy and against any form of counterattack, allowing the audience to see inside her changed mindset. The writers somewhat justify Mel's perspective after the fact with her confrontation of Ambessa in Episode 9, demonstrating how Ambessa's manipulation of Jayce to pursue an aggressive response against the Undercity and attempt to run Mel's city from behind the scenes has made the issue personal for her. It's impressive how effectively the writers communicate the nuances of Mel and Ambessa's relationship with their little screen time together. While it would have been more engaging to see Mel struggle with her need to be in control and fear of sacrificing her own influence for the sake of her values, the introduction of Ambessa near the end of the show does serve as an effective vehicle to force Mel to confront what she truly believes. The climax of her arc being her placing down her Noxian ring and voting in support of a diplomatic solution with the Undercity serves as a defiance of the leader Ambessa tried to mold her into. She's willing to sacrifice her control for the benefit of both Zaun and Piltover, granting Zaun freedom from Piltover's overreach and trusting them to address their own issues. As she says in Episode 3, any worthwhile venture involves risk, and through the outside influences of Jayce and Ambessa, Mel has been pushed to truly make her actions match her beliefs. She's realized it's more important to be a moral example on the world stage rather than a powerful nation, allowing Piltover to be placed in a vulnerable position as a worthy sacrifice for the prosperity of both cities. Mel is compelling to watch, a unique example of a social strategist in the midst of a cast that uses superhuman powers or magic technology to defeat their opponents. It's disappointing that the writers somewhat gloss over her internal transformation and the strength it takes her to truly achieve the societal progress she claims is her goal by releasing her tight grip on her own power. Even so, in her best moments, Mel effectively conveys the struggle for a strategic politician to learn that sometimes the best way to achieve progress is to use their influence to enact real change and give power back to the people.
It's all right. Despite it all, I can tell. You have a good heart.
I would say the essential trait of Caitlyn's character is trust. The fact that this is simultaneously her greatest strength and fatal flaw reflects how she's a compelling exploration of the challenge of believing that there is a clear right and wrong in an unjust and cruel world. Her trust in Vi is what facilitates her personal growth. Her willingness to ultimately cooperate with Vi is what gives her the first-hand experience of the Undercity's suffering that makes her an effective force for positive change. At the same time, Caitlyn places her trust in the wrong people to her own detriment. end. She fails her major opportunity to establish peace between Piltover and Zahn by trusting that Marcus was an honorable enforcer who would return the Hextech gemstone to the Council. What makes Caitlyn interesting beyond just being the good one of Piltover's elite is that the conflict between her strong sense of morality and the unfair reality of the world she lives in is well explored. While Caitlyn is sheltered due to her privileged upbringing and somewhat ambivalent to the societal structure of Piltover, the writers establish early on how her commitment to her principles causes her to question Topside's values. When Jayce is seen as an outcast because of his defiance of the Council, she's frustrated by the fact that her family doesn't show the same kindness to him that they had beforehand. In episode 4, the writers contrast Caitlyn treating criminals with the basic care and decency that she would afford anyone else with the Enforcer's dehumanization of the incarcerated. Her opening vignette in episode 5 captures this aspect of her character perfectly. She's uninterested in her parents' hoity-toity socialite mingling. I don't know if anybody says hoity-toity nowadays, but it's really amusing to me now. Instead, she spends her time doing something of actual value, sharpening her marksmanship skills in a hunting contest with Grayson. When Grayson holds her shot so that Caitlyn can win, Caitlyn's first assumption is that she was paid off by her parents. But Grayson explains this was her own choice, a way to honor Caitlyn's hard work. Grayson is a rare example of someone who shows kindness to Caitlyn because she respects who she is as an individual, rather than because she's the daughter of an influential family. They have a unique connection as people who act on principle in a culture that values individuals based on how wealthy or powerful they are. It explains why Caitlyn would adopt Grayson's philosophy of using her position as an enforcer to protect the vulnerable and uphold a sense of right and wrong. At the same time, Caitlyn's commitment to her principles can be a weakness. Her initial interactions with Vi reveal the rigidity of her morality. She tends to simplify Topside as the good place and the Undercity as the bad place, and this mix of ignorance and arrogance causes her to neglect Piltover's role in creating Zahn's suffering. As it is for many characters in Arcane, Caitlyn's relationship with Vi and effort to understand her perspective is what naturally facilitates her overcoming this flaw. Admittedly, the development of Vi and Caitlyn's romance is rushed, and it mainly frustrates me because we don't get to see how Vi wrestles with feeling attracted to someone wearing the uniform of her parents' murderers as well as her abusers for her past 7 years in prison. Cynically, it seems like the writers are less concerned about this issue and more about getting their Kate-Vi brothel cabin on. Vi should remain emotionally closed off to Caitlyn until she goes out of her way to save her from Sevika and tend to her wounds, giving her reason to trust her enough to form a relationship. Ultimately, having Vi and Caitlyn bond over their shared desire to protect the vulnerable and bring justice to the conflict between Zahn and Piltover is an interesting direction for both of their characters. I only dislike how the writers remove Vi's agency to accomplish this. Despite Caitlyn's effort to understand Vi's perspective and reconsider her own worldview, all of her attempts at improving the relationship between Zahn and Piltover fail. She's betrayed by Marcus, who almost successfully kills her before Jinx activates her Firelight explosives. Her presentation to the Council fails when Vi gets frustrated by the fact that Topside seems unwilling to make Silco face any consequences for his crimes. Throughout Season 1, her conception of good and evil has been slowly broken down, and there's a sense of lost innocence by the time we reach the final confrontation between Vi and Jinx. Before Caitlyn has much time to process the reality of how little power she has to improve society in the way she wants to, Jinx kidnaps her, effectively pushing her to the edge. Despite following a no-killing rule in the past and seemingly believing in the humanity of criminals, Caitlyn expresses a grim acceptance that she will have to kill Jinx, seeing nothing in her but a force of unmitigated destruction. Even so, she can't bring herself to go through with it, partly out of a last bit of hope that violence isn't the only solution and out of her love for Vi. But when Caitlyn lowers her guard, Jinx uses it as an opportunity to knock her unconscious, making her powerless to stop the eventual nuking of the Council. In some ways, Caitlyn's arc in Season 1 seems simplistic compared to the rest of the cast. It follows the conventional beats of the privileged rebel archetype, an individual who breaks the established order of their wealthy upbringing and does nice things for poor people. But the writers add unique twists to Caitlyn's journey, exploring how she struggles with the dissonance between her idealistic morality and the harsh reality of Zahn and Piltover. By her arc's conclusion, Caitlyn has realized what she thought was a simple mission of arresting bad guys to fix the world's problems is, in reality, a hydra of various issues, ranging from interpersonal dynamics all the way to corrupt government structures. The question remains whether Caitlyn will continue to fight for the perceived goodness of humanity or become as cynical as the world around her.
This city was founded to be a bastion of enlightenment, in a world that cannibalized itself over power and pride. But we've forgotten.
My favorite thing about Heimerdinger in Season 1 is how in the span of one scene, he can go from, "Oh fizzwidget, where did I put my wrench?" to, "I have witnessed horrors beyond the comprehension of your mortal mind." And it somehow never feels jarring. His wacky old scientist-ness actually contributes to his character growth, keeping him from feeling like an annoying distraction in a generally dark and edgy show. Heimerdinger has a unique perspective on the show's central issues of progress and societal change because of his near immortality. He's almost a walking representation of history, able to impart the lessons he's learned firsthand to the younger, more inexperienced characters. At the same time, his age is a roadblock that prevents him from understanding humanity's struggles and causes his sense of complacency. This is the internal struggle that defines Heimerdinger and makes him an interesting exploration of when and how to take action in response to societal issues. Throughout Acts 1 and 2, Heimerdinger's mix of being stubbornly resistant to change and yet passive towards the way the wind blows makes him essentially ineffective. He's able to temporarily convince Jayce not to unveil the Hextech gemstones before they're ready, but when Mel takes advantage of the fear surrounding the missing gemstone to argue for Jayce to be a counselor, Heimerdinger reluctantly agrees with her. Heimerdinger expresses concerns about how powerful Hextech is becoming, but he's unable to actually convince Jayce and Viktor to turn back until the Hex score becomes the only means of saving Viktor's life, fueling Jayce's decision to kick Heimerdinger off the council. It isn't until Act 3 when Heimerdinger visits the Undercity and forms a partnership with Ekko that he confronts how truly destructive his complacency was. Much of his warnings about the dangers of Hextech are proven to be true, but he's too passive to take the actions necessary to prevent this. Still, his outlook is flawed in that it denies the potential good of innovations like Hextech. Ekko demonstrates to him that the Undercity has talented minds with incredible potential if they're given the resources needed to succeed. It's arguably something Heimerdinger already knew, considering his close mentorship of Viktor, but that he lost to his ambivalence and fear of change. While Heimerdinger doesn't act explicitly in self-interest and promotes a better future for everyone, his resistance to change holds him back from being a truly effective force for good. Although he can't undo his role in the dangerous growth of Hextech and the further conflict between Zahn and Piltover, his active effort to help Ekko and the Firelights demonstrates the beginning of his journey to put his principles into practice.
It's not enough to give people what they need to survive. You have to give them what they need to live.
Most people agree that Ekko is the MVP of Season 1, and Season 2 for that matter. I mean, he really is a breath of fresh air in the midst of everything. Everybody loves the charismatic leader of a scrappy rebel alliance with sick hoverboards, but even with his fairly small amount of screen time, the writers make Ekko so much more interesting than just the boy savior. While he is arguably Arcane's most heroic character, he's not blindly hopeful. When we meet him again in Episode 7, you can feel how the trials he's endured has hardened and refined the optimistic sense of rebellion he had in Act 1, even if his mean muggin is a little bit much. In some ways, I view Ekko as a balance between Vander and Silco's approaches to resistance against Piltover. Vander was so fearful of causing violence or bloodshed that it limited how much of an impact he could have on Zahn's situation, while Silco was comfortable justifying even the destructive spread of Shimmer if it ultimately increased Zahn's power in some way. That's putting it simplistically, though I figure you guys have heard enough of me yapping about these two. Unlike Vander, Ekko accepts the necessity of sacrifice, but unlike Silco, he inspires people to join his fight through his willingness to give everything he has for his people, rather than coercing them through fear or violence. Interestingly, while Ekko is the greatest source of hope for the Undercity, his outlook is very grounded. He's willing to work with Caitlyn to return the gemstone, but he ensures that he maintains possession of it so that she can't pull any topside shenanigans. He understands Vi's desire to still believe that Jinx is not a lost cause, but he has years of first-hand experience and plenty of lost friends to know how apathetic she's become to the idea of killing fellow Zahnites. While Ekko is optimistic that the Firelight community can continue to transform Zahn, he's accepted the fact that as a leader, he will have to be careful who he makes his allies and his enemies, even if it means taking the life of a childhood friend. The issue is that making a tough decision and executing it are two very different things. This is something that Ekko realizes during the iconic bridge fight between him and Jinx, his moment of hesitation revealing the vulnerability he's tried to let go of and proving to be his undoing. The core trait that drives him is compassion, a desire to protect those who have been hurt by Silco and Piltover. The end of Ekko and Jinx's fight is especially effective at emphasizing the tragedy of this situation, while still leaving it ambiguous to the viewers whether this was a moment of strength or weakness for Ekko. While Ekko doesn't go through any dramatic character changes this season, this small moment is delivered so well that it quickly endeared much of the fan base to him, and hinted that there was a lot more nuance to his character than just the cool rebel leader. His partnership with Heimerdinger foreshadows a possible route to peace between Zahn and Piltover, although knowing that the council's about to get nuked does sour the mood of their treehouse playdate. Unlike a lot of the main cast, Ekko becomes stronger and maintains his fighting spirit in spite of the suffering he's endured, and the question remains whether or not he will be able to preserve these values as a leader of what will likely be the last humanitarian faction during a Zon and Piltover war.
Do I look afraid?
No. You look weak.
Sevika's my favorite Arcane NPC, and I mean this in the nicest way possible. With her first dialogue scene in episode 2, it seems like she's just a generic representation of Vander's detractors, the amorphous blob of disgruntled Zonites that are tired of being police brutality. Admittedly, I kind of forgot how comically cruel she was in season 1. She just gets a little too much enjoyment from beating up a teenager in front of her dad, in my opinion. Yet even from her first scene, Sevika's dissatisfaction with Vander's inaction is treated with nuance, and her character is effectively fleshed out throughout the rest of season 1, despite the fact she easily could have faded into the background as Silco's muscle. As I described earlier with the whole beating up children thing, Sevika isn't exactly virtuous, but in no way is she unprincipled. She doesn't follow Silco out of a superficial desire for power or to wreak havoc on enforcers in the way a lower level lackey like Deckard did. Rather, she has a strong admiration and dedication to Silco, seeing him as the solution to everything that frustrated her about Vander. It's only natural then that Jinx's instability and tendency to do more harm to Zon than good would be very annoying to her. She views Silco's attachment to Jinx as irrational as Vander's attachment to his kids. The resentment between Sevika and Jinx builds throughout season 1. Sevika views Jinx as a threat to achieving Zon's independence, and Jinx views Sevika as someone that could convince Silco to betray her. The more Silco loses control over Jinx and the closer she gets to reuniting with Vi, the more this becomes a stumbling block for Sevika. The blockade produces a growing sense of dissatisfaction among the Chem Barons, and Finn presents Sevika with an opportunity to take the reins and steer Zon back in the right direction. It speaks to how well that the writers developed Sevika that the scene where she and Finn meet with Silco is genuinely tense, yet at the same time, it's completely understandable that her loyalty to Silco wins out and she crushes any sense of rebellion among the Chem Barons. Unfortunately, this happens in literally the last episode of season 1, and we don't get to see much more of Sevika, besides punching the queen of punching children herself. Similar to Ekko, it's fun to imagine how Jinx's rocket and the death of Silco will impact her character in season 2. The brief flash we get of her during the ending montage, showing her struggling to light a cigarette as Silco's empty chair looms in the background, raises an interesting question. Who will Sevika be when she doesn't have Silco to lead her? Her decision not to take the power grab offered by Finn indicates a deep loyalty to Silco and his cause, as well as maybe a sense of comfortability in being a follower rather than a leader. It's thanks to her efficient writing in season 1 that we can excitedly speculate about how she will carry on his legacy and what sacrifices she will be willing to make for the nation of Zon.
If you want to last in this world, you must learn to be both the fox and the wolf.
I remember the distinct feeling of stress when I first watched season 1 and Ambessa was introduced. You might assume my thought process was, oh no, I hope Mel can stop her mom from starting a war, but it was actually more along the lines of, why in the world did the writers decide to introduce a major antagonist and leader of an entirely separate country within the last 2 episodes? Admittedly, maybe holding off on Ambessa's introduction would have improved the somewhat frantic pacing of Act 3, and in some ways, she comes off as a plot device to stoke the flames of the growing conflict. Despite my concerns, Ambessa serves as an interesting foil to Mel, and with how effectively her character is established, she's compelling to follow beyond how she impacts other characters. Even Ambessa, who easily could have served as the generic big bad that everyone would unite against to save the world, has a well-developed set of principles that drives her actions like the rest of the cast. This is best captured by Mel's opening vignette in episode 8. Interestingly enough, Ambessa doesn't execute the rebellious Black Rose Witch simply out of bloodlust. She has a utilitarian form of discipline, explaining that the death of one rebel is necessary to establish a standard and prevent the deaths of thousands more. It's as if the tough love she shows to Mel bleeds into how she leads Noxus. Another layer is added to Ambessa when Mel confronts her about why she banished her to Piltover, and Ambessa admits that Mel's discomfort with her cruel discipline was too difficult for her to bear. Ambessa's love for Mel and desire to protect her family is genuine, even though her duty as a Noxian general causes it to manifest in a strange way. Ambessa expresses to Mel that she needs to use the war in Piltover to develop the weapons needed to protect them from the Black Rose, and then offers for Mel to return as the leader of Noxus. It's clear Ambessa loves Mel, but her desire to mold her into a ruthless general like herself puts a strong barrier between them. Rather than trying to prove her evilness through extreme cruelty and lust for power, Ambessa's humanity actually makes her all the more threatening and engaging to watch. It helps you understand why Mel would still want a relationship with her, and it forces you to engage with her perspective. After all, with the nuking of the council at the end of season 1, Ambessa may be proven right in saying that there is only one option left. war. In an interesting parallel to Season 1, Season 2 opens with a wordless scene dropping us in the aftermath of the attack on the Council. Jayce and Mel are, somewhat suspiciously, unscathed. Shula isn't substantially injured, Solo's legs have been crushed under a pile of rubble, and Cassandra, Balbach, and Fat Guy have all perished. As Ambessa orders enforcers around, the scene cuts back and forth between Jayce's horror at discovering Viktor's lifeless body and his desperate attempts to save his life. As he notices the Hex Core reacting to Viktor, he decides to merge the two in the hopes it will revive him. The show presents Cassandra's funeral in a stylized watercolor sequence set to music. Caitlyn tries to maintain a brave face while Vi mourns from a distance. Mel, Shula, Solo, and Caitlyn hold a council meeting to discuss their next steps, which Ambessa takes the opportunity to sit in on. She cares for Solo, a clear attempt to manipulate him into seeking retribution against the Undercity. Solo pushes for an invasion with Hextech weapons, but Mel reminds him that Caitlyn confirmed Silco's death and that the attack was the doing of Jinx, a lone actor. Shula, serving as the deciding vote, lands in between their perspectives, so they agree to invade Zaun and apprehend Jinx without the use of Hextech weapons. Later, Caitlyn and her father grieve Cassandra's death, and she laments not taking the shot to kill Jinx when she had the chance. Her father hands her the key to the Kiraman vault, her inheritance as the next matriarch of the Kiraman family. He gets angry when he discovers Vi nearby, so Caitlyn leaves to speak with her in private. Vi is the first person Caitlyn displays true vulnerability around concerning her grief. Vi supports her, insisting that Powder is gone and offering to go privately with Caitlyn to apprehend Jinx. Caitlyn argues this sort of vigilante mission would put them at too much risk, and asks Vi to join her task force and become an enforcer. The idea is too painful for Vi, and she leaves, insulted by Caitlyn's ignorance. Vi wanders the streets for a bit and gets drunk with an enforcer named Loris. Back in the lab, Mel finds Jayce caring for Viktor, who has turned into a goopy cocoon, seemingly a means of self-preservation from the Hex Core. She shares that she did her best to hold her ground at the council meeting, and Jayce pleads with her not to use Hextech weaponry. Mel assures him she won't let his dream be corrupted, and reminds him that Caitlyn is really going through it right now. Jayce visits Caitlyn, and she expresses her growing desire for vengeance against Jinx, but at the same time recognizes she needs to be careful she isn't consumed by anger. In discussing the invasion, Jayce wonders if Hextech weaponry will be necessary. Caitlyn argues Hextech will keep them alive, but it won't save them. As Vi drunkenly rambles about what happened with Caitlyn and Jinx to Loris, they're found by two enforcers, the little hen Maddie and the fishman Steb. Maddie fangirls over Vi, explaining that Caitlyn made a scene at the station when they tried to deny Vi's enlistment. Vi has become a bit of a legend for going after Silco all on her own at the end of Season 1. Maddie says it gives the enforcers hope after Marcus's corruption was exposed, and Vi seems to quietly accept this praise, unsure of how to react. Mel gives a speech at a memorial for the deceased counselors. Vi notices some Chem Baron operatives in disguise, but is unable to stop them in time. One of the henchmen, disguised as an enforcer, goes on stage and smacks Mel with his gun before firing off a signal flare, causing the crowd to flee in a panic. Mel and the counselors are corralled into a carriage while Caitlyn and her enforcer friends fight the Chem Baron's shimmer robots. Jayce is pursued by Rennie, the mother of the child miner he killed. Just before she can get her revenge, Vi returns with his hammer, using it to kill Rennie. Caitlyn and the other enforcers are almost cornered, but Vi and Jayce use their Hextech weapons to fight off the shimmer robots. The battle quickly ends once a Noxian spear lands on the robot, and Ambessa's army arrives to swiftly eliminate the threat. Caitlyn and Vi reunite after the battle. Caitlyn calls the people of the Undercity animals for attacking the memorial, and resolves that something must be done about Jinx and the Chem Barons. When Vi encourages her to call off the invasion, Caitlyn apologizes for asking Vi to join the enforcers, but she explains that if she goes after Jinx alone, she knows either one of them will come back in a box. Vi assures Caitlyn that they will figure this out together. Having been encouraged by Vi, Caitlyn conquers her fear of assuming her mother's legacy and opens the Kiraman vault, which we find out in episode 3 she uses to gain knowledge of how to manipulate the Grey. Mel, Shula, Salo, and Ambessa meet to discuss the memorial attack, with Mel proposing that there may have been an inside agent that allowed the Chem Baron goons to bypass security. Before they can determine a course of action, Caitlyn barges into the meeting. She declares that as the leader of House Kiraman, she will lead a task force into Zaun to dismantle Shimmer, neutralize any Silco operatives, and apprehend Jinx. As she explains this, we see Jayce making Hextech weaponry for the task force to use, and they do a cool group pose as Vi enters the frame in an enforcer uniform, her expression conflicted. Meanwhile, Viktor senses a disturbance in the force. We get a closing stinger of Singed wandering through a snowy forest. He comes across two wolves in a cave, and prepares to activate what I can only assume is his signature League of Legends ability, Mega Fart, before the episode ends. Episode 2 opens with Jinx delivering a monologue about the current situation of Zaun, floating as she holds Silco's body and a reference to his drowning monologue in Season 1. She explains that the remaining Chem Barons are warring for control. It seems that she's in denial about being responsible for Silco's death, and expresses feelings of confusion and aimlessness now that she no longer hears Vi or Silco in her head. The scene ends with a replay of Silco's line, "Have you had enough?" I miss doing that. The show presents the Chem Barons infighting after Silco's death in a stylized musical sequence. A mute little girl who we'll come to know as Isha flees a group of Chem Baron lackeys. She happens to land on Jinx, who was aimlessly wandering the streets. When the goons approach them, Jinx kills them, musing about her suicidal ideation to Isha before leaving. Later, a Chem Baron named Smeech tries to invade the base of another Chem Baron, but he's forced to retreat at Caitlyn's usage of the Grey to gas certain areas of the Undercity. Sevika holds a meeting for the Chem Barons, urging them to unite against Topside. To the surprise of the group, Smeech agrees, arguing that they should hand over Jinx like Piltover asks and the enforcers will be gone. Sevika insists that they don't hand over their people, and with Jinx's whereabouts unknown, the issue is left at a standstill. Sevika leaves the meeting, struggling to make a new arm for herself in Silco's office, only to discover Jinx inside. The two of them reminisce about Silco, and Sevika laments what they're supposed to do now that he's disappeared, to which Jinx replies, "Watch it all burn." Viktor emerges from his cocoon, his body now merged with the Hex Core. Viktor is upset with Jayce for not destroying it as he promised, but Jayce tries to insist that the Hex Core saved him, and that it shows the massive potential for Hex Tech to help people. Viktor is led by a vision of Skye to take what appears to be her research papers, ignoring Jayce's assurances that they will accomplish their Hex-Tech dreams together. Viktor argues their paths diverged long ago and leaves without further explanation. Back in the Firelight safe haven, Ekko contends with the growing number of refugees and notices some strange marks on the tree. Heimerdinger recognizes them as the same marks on the plants that Viktor grew using the Hex Core. Ekko and Heimerdinger try to break into the lab in Piltover, but are caught by Jayce. Luckily, he offers to help, and also recognizes the markings. Heimerdinger notices Viktor's empty cocoon and asks where he is. The show cuts to Viktor wandering the Undercity, led by invisible footprints and Skye's voice. Huck and his fellow Shimmer addicts notice Viktor and follow him, hoping to get some money from his equipment. Jinx returns to the abandoned arcade to make a new arm for Sevika. She's forced to hide when the Grey floods into the arcade, and Caitlyn's task force enters, searching for Jinx. Jinx watches Vi from the rafters, angry and hurt at her sister's betrayal, but can't bring herself to shoot her. Jinx activates some traps and escapes into the alleyway, coughing and crying. Vi tells Caitlyn Jinx isn't there, and she angrily fires a shot at one of the traps. Smeech and his henchmen take the opportunity to corner Jinx in the alleyway. Smeech mocks her for her emotional episode, wondering if Silco ever saw her that way, to which Jinx reveals he did, when he met her, and when she killed him. Smeech is freaked out and begins backing away, giving Sevika the opening to attack his henchmen. Jinx takes out most of the goons with her shimmer powers and gives Sevika a new arm so she can fight off Smeech. Isha is also there. Sevika uses a slot machine function on the arm to unleash a finishing move on Smeech, exploding him. In their conversation following the battle, Jinx hints to Sevika that she has a plan to finish what's left of her family. Viktor is led to the remains of the homeless camp from Season 1, where Huck's group corners him, planning to mug him. Sympathetic to their plight, Viktor grabs Huck's forehead and uses his new Hex Core power. Huck emerges fully healed, prompting the other addicts to fall down and worship, and the vision of Skye looks on with pride. We get another closing stinger of Singe working on his wolf creation, doing mitosis with his little pokers, hooking up a big ol' heart to some tubes. Sorry, his plotline this season is unreasonably funny to me. Episode 3 opens with a stylized musical sequence depicting Caitlyn using the ventilation system of the Undercity, which her mother built to filter the air, to gas certain areas with the Grey. Her task force discovers one of Smeech's lackeys tied up to a Grey trap, clearly having been set up by Jinx. Caitlyn forcefully interrogates him for more information on Jinx, then has him arrested. Meanwhile, Amara, a corrupt merchant from Season 1, sets up a private meeting with Ambessa. She reveals herself to be a Black Rose witch, mocking Ambessa for thinking she could escape their reach in Piltover. Amara nearly succeeds in killing her, but Ambessa's bodyguard Rictus intervenes, armed with magic runes that counter the Black Rose magic. Ambessa kills Amara, telling her she has no idea what family means to her. As the task force closes in on Jinx, Vi pulls Caitlyn aside. She argues Loris, Maddie, and Steb aren't ready for Jinx's traps, and she and Caitlyn should face Jinx on their own, to which Caitlyn reluctantly agrees. Vi assures her that Jinx has changed, and she will have no issue taking her out. She only asks that Caitlyn doesn't change either, and Caitlyn kisses her, promising she won't. Back in Piltover, Salo laments about his waning influence to a cat girl named Lest, who draws shimmer tattoos on his legs. Ambessa kicks Lest out, telling Salo to get a hold of himself. She's able to motivate him by asking him to rally together the most powerful members of Piltover, which we will find out later is her plan to declare martial law and make Salo a dictator. Lest is revealed to be an informant when she shares this information with Mel. Jayce explains the difference between runes and wild runes to Ekko. Essentially, runes are a way to conduct the energy of the arcane, while wild runes are more like raw energy. Jayce worries that hex tech overuse, especially with the hex gates, is causing glitches, so to speak, in the arcane, and is the reason Ekko's tree is dying. Allura shares with Mel that Ambessa is moving to make Salo a military dictator, and that her investigations into Kino's deaths have proved confusing, hinting there's much more to the story than Ambessa lets on. Jayce leads Ekko and Heimerdinger down to an underground hexgate engine. Ekko is furious that this fail-safe engine would destroy the Undercity's water and ventilation ducts if it ever exploded, despite Jayce's insistence that this was the safest option. Heimerdinger reaches out to touch an arcane anomaly, which causes the hex gates to glitch. Vi and Caitlyn confront Jinx in an old temple for a wind goddess known as Janna. Vi and Jinx hurl insults at each other, Vi calling Jinx a murderer and Jinx criticizing Vi for gassing her homeland. Vi says she's sorry as Caitlyn takes the shot, but it turns out to be an optical illusion by Jinx. They break into a full-fledged battle, with Vi facing off against Jinx and Caitlyn facing off against Sevika. All the while, Jayce, Ekko, and Heimerdinger are dealing with arcane shenanigans as an anomaly forms that causes the hex-tech weapons in the temple battle to glitch and transports the three scientists into alternate dimensions. Vi finally gains the upper hand and pins Jinx down on the altar. Jinx admits defeat, expressing a strange sense of acceptance and satisfaction that Vi is the one to finish her off. Vi flinches before gathering the resolve to attack, only for Isha to jump in between them, holding a pistol to Vi's face. Caitlyn shoots the pistol out of Isha's hand, and Jinx struggles to push the child away as she clings to her body. Vi pleads with Caitlyn not to put Isha at risk, but Caitlyn continues firing, forcing Vi to grab the rifle with her gauntlets. Sevika manages to activate a failsafe, despite Jinx's insistence that it wasn't supposed to go this way. A gust of wind blows Vi and Caitlyn away, trapping them behind rubble and allowing Jinx, Isha, and Sevika to escape. At the same time, the failsafe activates a Jinx trap that shoots colorful gas all throughout Piltover. Caitlyn insists she had the shot, but Vi is disgusted that Caitlyn would risk killing a child to murder Jinx. Caitlyn laments that she thought Vi was different, knocking her down with the butt of her gun and leaving her as she sobs. Mel tries to discuss her next move with Allura, but her assistant is overtaken by Black Rose magic. Mel watches helplessly as the witches transport her to a magic dimension. Salo summons the most powerful members of Piltover to a meeting. Ambessa twists the story of Amara's death to be caused by Zonite assassins, and appeals to Topside's growing paranoia by arguing that they must declare martial law. It seems like Ambessa is about to suggest Salo as the military dictator, only for her to nominate Caitlyn to the surprise of the crowd. Ambessa begins rhythmically beating her chest, which gets the crowd super hype, causing Caitlyn to cautiously approach her. The scene is intercut with the reveal that Ambessa offered Rennie vengeance against Jayce and orchestrated the whole memorial attack. Gasp! Ambessa tells Caitlyn there will be justice for her mother, prompting her to accept the position. Sleepy Singe puts his blood in some tubes that are connected to a giant wolf monster. Episode 4 opens with a stylized musical sequence depicting the rise of Jinxers, followers of Jinx who dye their hair blue and hold riots. But Caitlyn is not down for this, and it's clear that her obsession with finding Jinx is leading her to encourage more brutality among the enforcers. All the while, Ambessa looms in the background. Caitlyn wakes up in bed with Maddie, that devilish wench, and laments how long the invasion has taken. Maddie encourages her to call off the invasion and re-establish the council, but Caitlyn insists they must apprehend Jinx and deliver justice. Meanwhile, Jinx and Isha play with toy bugs and dye each other's hair in her air hanger base. Jinx is seemingly rid of her past hallucinations, reminiscing on Vi and telling Isha she reminds her of Powder without much pain. Isha tries to encourage Jinx to participate in the revolution, but she declares that's a past life and that Jinx is dead. Back in Topside, Ambessa fails to find scientists that can crack Hextech, arguing this must be the doing of the Black Rose. Rictus assures her their time will come. Later, Rictus intercepts a Jinx protester and arrests him, trying to set an example, but a riot breaks out when Isha arrives, posing as Jinx and activating a bunch of smoke bombs. Ambessa visits Caitlyn, promptly kicking Maddie out so the two can speak privately. Caitlyn expresses reservations about the invasion and is angry at Rictus for instigating violence, but Ambessa successfully appeals to her desire for vengeance to keep her committed to the cause. Salo is completely washed washed up, rambling drunkenly to Lest. She takes pity on him, or is trying to get out of their contract ASAP, and tells him there's a mysterious healer in the Undercity he could try. I wonder who that could be. Sevika asks Jinx why she pulled that stunt earlier, but Jinx insists it wasn't her. Either way, Sevika argues they should use the excitement over Jinx's return to unify the Undercity against Topside, and asks her to attend a rally at Vander's statue. Jinx remains conflicted. Later, she visits Silco's office, torn between wanting to help further his dream of Zaun and being afraid of losing Isha. She struggles to accept he's really gone. As Ambessa and Rictus torture the Jinx supporter to find out the location of the Undercity rally, Sevika gathers up various citizens, Firelights, Chembaron henchmen, and Jinxers for the meeting. Her speech to unite as Zaunites fails to inspire them, and the crowd demands to see Jinx. Isha arrives disguised as Jinx, and the crowd raises their fists happily. The rally is attacked by Rictus and the enforcers. Sevika is the only one who manages to escape, as everyone is rounded up to be taken to Stillwater. Singed is also there, and he mysteriously cuts his hand, leaving a drop of blood as he's taken by enforcers. Sevika finds Jinx in her hideout and explains what happened. Jinx freaks out at the news that Isha was taken, causing her to be barraged by hallucinations, but she resolves to rescue her with Sevika. Jinx steals an enforcer's uniform and pretends to arrest Sevika, just managing to sneak in without getting caught by Ambessa. Jinx frees the protesters, and they all silently touch her to show their appreciation. Ambessa notices a cart hurtling towards Stillwater, seemingly torn open from the inside, and prepares for battle as a beast charges towards her. Jinx and Sevika free Isha. She shares a tearful reunion with the girl, but the mood becomes ominous as Singed mysteriously locks himself in his cell. Spooky red smoke pours out of the elevator, and a mechanical wolf beast bursts out, decimating the nearby enforcers. Jinx faces down the monster as Sevika drags a crying Isha away. The wolf, which League players know as Warwick, corners Jinx, and it seems she's done for. But the creature hesitates. We see from his point of view that he recognizes Jinx, and his eyes change to blue and yellow as we hear the wolf ask, in an Australian accent, "Powder?" Vander's the wolf, if that wasn't clear. We'll talk about it next episode. Episode 5 opens with a stylized musical sequence depicting Vi coping with her breakup by pit fighting and getting drunk. She wakes up in a daze, only to discover Jinx has snuck into her room. She pins Jinx to the wall, but lets her go when she claims that Vander is alive and needs their help. At Stillwater, Caitlyn investigates the aftermath of the Warwick attack, finding Singed locked in his cell. She and Ambessa interrogate the man, but he remains uncooperative. Mel wakes up in a Black Rose prison, only to discover her brother Kino is there as well, and they share an emotional reunion. Jinx leads Vi and Isha through a mine shaft where Vander has run off to. As they travel further in, Vi grows frustrated, thinking this was just another Jinx delusion. The sisters throw petty insults at each other, which escalates into a fist fight. When Isha jumps in, Vi accidentally punches her, prompting the two to break up the fight. Old habits never die, you know what I'm saying? Ambessa visits Singed in private, offering to make him a trusted advisor in exchange for his cooperation, which he accepts. Singed shares more about Warwick, alluding to the fact that Vander's consciousness is trapped deep within the beast. Mel begins solving the puzzle of the Black Rose prison. All the while, Kino shares some interesting information he found out about their mother. She had an affair with a man when passing through a village, and the child that resulted from it was alleged to have magic powers that the Black Rose coveted. Singed takes Ambessa and Caitlyn to his lab. Caitlyn confronts him about his true identity, having discovered he was banished from Piltover for creating Shimmer. Singed explains that he only did what he did in the hopes he could create a cure to death and save his ill daughter, Oriana, revealing he has been preserving her in his lab. As Mel continues the puzzle, she realizes Kino is an illusion and attacks him. The Black Rose Witch tries to imprison her again, revealing that they killed Kino before realizing Mel was the magic child. Mel's powers activate as a self-defense mechanism and destroy the Black Rose spell. Back in the mineshaft, Vi and Jinx discover Vander and Silco's old office. On the table is a letter from Vander apologizing for trying to drown Silco that supposedly never made it in time. All the while, Warwick pursues them, having been activated by a drop of Isha's blood. He charges the trio in a rage, and Vi tries to fight him off, but Jinx pleads with her not to attack him. She drops her gauntlets, calling out to Vander, which transitions us into a flashback. Vander and Silco hang out with Felicia, Vi and Jinx's mom, at the last drop. Felicia announces she's pregnant, and asks the two to achieve the nation of Zaun so that she can provide a better life for her kids, to which they promise they will. Vander remarks that he always thought Violet was a nice name. In the present, Vi, Jinx, and Isha share a family hug with Vander. In the underground Hexgate base, Salo is removed removing the engine's power cells, now able to walk after seemingly being infused with arcane magic. Suddenly, the anomaly appears and spits out Jayce, who is visibly crazed and sexier after his adventure in an alternate dimension. Jayce questions how Salo can walk, and he explains that Viktor healed him. Entering Salo's consciousness, Viktor speaks to Jayce, excited that he's returned so that he can share with him all that he's accomplished. Jayce says he thought Viktor was done with Hextech, and him, but Viktor explains he was simply saddled with unnecessary feelings and now has achieved their dream of giving Hextech to the people. Jayce argues that Hextech is a curse, and Viktor realizes that the arcane has made him a bit crazy. Salo regains control, telling Jayce he must return to Viktor with the power cells, but Jayce insists he can't allow that. And for once, Jayce finally does something that we can all agree is an objective good and smashes Salo into the freaking ground. Episode 6 opens with a stylized musical sequence depicting— just kidding. Anyway, Salo's dead. Viktor and Skye watch the event from the arcane dimension, and he argues there must be another force at work inside Jayce, taking particular interest in the anomaly. Ambessa trains Caitlyn and shares her Noxian philosophy with her, emphasizing they are uniquely bonded by their understanding of sacrifice. Vi, Jinx, and Isha bring Vander to Viktor, who has created a communist utopia where the Shimmer Attic camp once was. Huck greets the group at the gate, prompting Vi to berate him for selling out her and Caitlyn's location back in episode 6 of season 1. Huck humbly asks for forgiveness, clearly having been changed by Viktor's power. He explains that weapons aren't allowed, and Vi reluctantly drops her gauntlets, prompting Jinx to hand over her pistol. Huck leads the group to Viktor. He touches Warwick's forehead, allowing him to see into Vander's mind, but Warwick's presence proves to be too strong for him to break through. He explains to Vi and Jinx that he's willing to take the risk to save Vander, finding his dream of Zon to be beautiful, but only asks that they allow him to be restrained at night to prevent a Warwick massacre. The girls agree. We get a montage of Viktor doing Scarlet Witch hands on Warwick until he finally breaks through, and we see memories of Vander with Vi, Powder, and their parents in a gorgeous watercolor sequence. In the present, Vi and Jinx reminisce about their mother. Vi wonders if Viktor's vision for Zon can work. Meanwhile, Singe tracks Warwick to the commune, leading Ambessa, Caitlyn, and a small army of Noxian troops. Ambessa wants to invade, but Singe convinces her to allow him to travel into the commune and speak to Viktor in private. Singe is amazed at what Viktor has accomplished and warns him that his power is waning, urging him to merge with Warwick in order to stay alive. Viktor is unwilling to use Warwick as a specimen and tells Singe to leave. Vi notices Singe leaving the camp and thinks he looks pretty weird, so she trails him. As she wanders towards the Noxian base, Caitlyn intercepts her. After some flirty insults, Caitlyn explains they're here to capture a chem weapon, while Vi shares that she's here to save her dad. We cut to Ambessa's tent, and Caitlyn enters, seemingly here to turn in Vi. Caitlyn leaves Vi with Ambessa, ready to enter the commune with Singe to capture Warwick. Meanwhile, Isha steals back Jinx's pistol and brings it to her. They watch as Caitlyn and Singe approach Warwick's body. Back in the tent, Ambessa prepares to kill Vi, but it's quickly revealed that the whole thing was planned, as Vi escapes the handcuffs and unleashes an electrified net that knocks out Ambessa. Jayce wanders into the commune, instinctively trying to blast the first child he encounters, but he gets a hold of himself. The child leads him to Viktor, who is, I can only assume, charging his Hextech batteries. I'm not trying to make a dumb joke here, I'm honestly still confused about this. Caitlyn finds Warwick in the greenhouse, but is attacked by Rictus. Luckily, Jinx intervenes to save her. Rictus gains the upper hand, but Warwick awakens, smashing Rictus through the window and knocking him unconscious in order to protect Jinx. As Vi, Jinx, Isha, and Warwick reunite, Caitlyn looks on at Jinx with anger. Their happy ending is interrupted as Jayce gathers his resolve and blasts a hole through Viktor's chest. As he dies, all of the residents of the commune who were connected to his magic die with him in a horrifying sequence. The death of Viktor causes Warwick to turn into a lava wolf monster, and he slaughters Rictus. Ambessa has arrived, furious at Rictus's death and Caitlyn's betrayal, and she orders her troops to charge. Viktor delivers a monologue about the broken nature of humanity and the clash between emotion and reason. All the while, Jinx fails to protect Warwick from the Noxian troops. As Warwick looms over Jinx, Isha watches with fear before devising a plan. She charges towards him, her running intercut with memories of her sisterly bond with Jinx, and slides beneath Warwick, overloading the pistol with 3 gemstones. Jinx realizes what Isha is planning to do and charges towards her, being held back by Vi as she screams in horror. Isha does one last finger gun to Jinx before firing the pistol, unleashing a mini nuclear explosion that kills Warwick and her. Viktor remarks how rage and compassion motivate us to do our greatest good as well as our greatest evil. Switching over to Ekko's storyline, episode 7 has him wake up in an alternate dimension where he's shocked to see Powder is alive and mentally stable. He continues exploring this good timeline in a daze, interacting with Benzo, Milo, Clagger, and Vander in an idealized version of Zon. Ekko suffers from some kind of dimension sickness, and when Heimerdinger sees him drawing the anomaly, he realizes that his universe's Ekko has taken over the alternate universe's Ekko. Silco, Heimerdinger explains to Ekko in private that he's been waiting years for him to arrive, seemingly helping out the Undercity in the meantime. Ekko is desperate to get home and help the Firelights, but Heimerdinger explains that there's no Hextech in this world and they need Hextech to create another anomaly and travel home. They're interrupted by Powder, who asks Ekko if he wants to come see Vi. Meanwhile, Jayce wakes up in hell. The gemstone in his hammer is broken, and he's approached by the mage who saved him as a child. The figure disappears into the shadows, and Jayce chases him, only to discover that he's in the dimension where Piltover turned into an apocalyptic wasteland because of Hextech. Ekko visits Powder's airhanger base, causing her to grow suspicious as he probes her for questions on his own invention. As Powder lights the memorial she set up for Vi, Ekko acts shocked and questions if Powder killed her, causing her to angrily ask him to leave. As Ekko makes his way towards the bridge, he sees how peaceful and idyllic the Undercity is without Hextech, intercut with Jayce wandering through the apocalyptic wasteland. Ekko goes to the remains of Jayce's apartment to harvest more arcane crystals, and we get a flashback showing that Vi died during the gang's heist on his apartment, preventing the creation of Hextech. As Jayce walks through a crowd of corpses frozen in a Pompeii-esque fashion, he is attacked by Hextech robots and ends up falling down a chasm, his hammer falling behind him and breaking his leg in the process. Ekko presents the crystals he gathered to Heimerdinger, who is wary of experimenting with them, but is quickly convinced to help. Jayce goes insane in the cavern, a montage of his efforts to survive overlaid with lines from Season 1 about the dangers of Hextech. He sees an opening in the cavern and slowly but surely makes his way out. Ekko leads Powder to the old site of the Firelight Tree, where he's painted a mural of Vi from his dimension. Ekko shares how in his dimension, Powder's ideas changed the world, but she remains reluctant to change the status quo and chase after her dreams. Eventually, he's able to convince her to help with his project. We get a montage of Ekko, Powder, and Heimerdinger working together to create the Z-Drive, a time machine that harnesses the power of the anomaly. Ekko tests out the machine and quickly discovers that it can't go back further than 4 seconds, as doing so causes Heimerdinger to explode. Heimerdinger tells Ekko to go enjoy the party for the Innovators competition while he works on some upgrades for the Z-Drive. Meanwhile, Jayce begins his ascent to the top of a tower, where the mage supposedly waits for him. Ekko shares a heartfelt moment with Benzo, prompting Vander and Silco to join the conversation. Ekko asks Vander, "Didn't you try to kill him?" To which Silco responds that, "The greatest thing we can do in life is find the power to forgive." Powder makes her grand entrance to the party, and she and Ekko dance to French music. They share some alone time together, with Ekko thanking Powder for reminding him to not lose hope for the Undercity, and they kiss. Jayce finally makes it to the summit, where he finds a mysterious statue holding a hammer similar to his, and the mage standing nearby. He confronts him, questioning why he ever gave him the rune if it would only lead to the creation of Hextech and downfall of Piltover. The mage's responses are kept a mystery for now, as the show cuts between his and Jayce's conversation, with Ekko using Heimerdinger's upgraded machine to travel back to his dimension. Jayce asks the mage to send him back, and he gives him the statue's hammer before summoning an anomaly to send him home. Meanwhile, Ekko and Heimerdinger successfully create their own anomaly. Ekko watches helplessly as Heimerdinger sacrifices himself to power the machine, being vaporized in the process. Powder enters shortly after, finding the body of her universe's Ekko on the ground. She looks up to see Ekko traveling into the anomaly, who gives her a sentimental look before disappearing. We get a quick final scene of Powder visiting her Vi memorial, placing a picture of a flower in a drawer next to a bag of the arcane crystals she stole years ago. Episode 8 opens with Mel activating her powers and being transported to the Black Rose's hideout, the same building where Ambessa executed one of the witches during her flashback in episode 8 of season 1. The Black Rose witch, who League players know as LeBlanc, poses as the witch Ambessa executed and tries to convince Mel to unite with them against her mother to save the world. Mel remains conflicted about killing her own mother, but hesitantly accepts the necklace from LeBlanc and begins her journey back to Piltover. Ambessa holds a funeral for Rictus, swearing she will avenge his death. Singe shows her that Viktor is now incubating in a giant orb, and he speaks to her through his dead followers. Ambessa agrees to deliver him to the anomaly so that he can complete his plan for the glorious evolution, as long as he agrees to empower her soldiers, to which Viktor replies he will only evolve the willing. Vi has nightmares about the battle at the commune before waking up in Caitlyn's bedroom with Loris watching over her. She asks where the others are, and he reluctantly admits the truth. Vi bursts into a meeting between Caitlyn and Maddie, confronting her for arresting Jinx. Caitlyn tells Maddie to go check on her father, but Maddie secretly listens in on the conversation from outside. Vi chastises Caitlyn for working with Ambessa, and she admits fault, explaining that Jinx gave herself up to the enforcers before she could react. Vi insists that Jinx has changed, but Caitlyn argues that she can't erase her mistakes, prompting Vi to question who decides who gets a second chance. Caitlyn visits Jinx in the bunker, who's clearly hit rock bottom after losing Isha. Caitlyn tells Jinx that Vi thinks she's changed, but Jinx Jinx asserts that she can never change and there are no happy endings. Caitlyn argues that Jinx needs to account for her crimes, only to soften, expressing she's tired of hating Jinx and hating herself. Jinx tells Caitlyn she didn't know her mom was in the council building when she fired the rocket, even if that wouldn't have made a difference, prompting Caitlyn to leave. Mel returns to Piltover and finds Jayce in the council room. He confronts her for lying about using her powers to save her and Jayce, as well as using him and Viktor to advance hex tech. Mel explains that she couldn't control her powers and insists he and Viktor were a wise investment. But before she can continue, Jayce senses an approaching hex tech robot, or Viktor bot if you'd like, and tries to blast it with his hammer. Viktor speaks through the Viktor bot, asking Jayce to come see how much he has accomplished with their hex tech dream. Jayce insists this is no longer their dream, prompting him and Mel to attack the Viktor bot. Reluctantly, Viktor prepares to kill Jayce, but Mel uses her powers to attack him, giving Jayce the opening to destroy the Viktor bot. Skye comforts a heartbroken Viktor in the arcane dimension, and he tells Singe to begin the process. In prison, Jinx hallucinates Silco, who tells her that killing is a cycle which only ends when you find the will to walk away. She's interrupted by Vi, who's come to break her out so that they can rewrite her story and use her explosive potential for good. Jinx realizes that Vi will never give up on her, so she locks Vi in the cell and tells her she's going to break the cycle before mysteriously vanishing, leaving Vi heartbroken. Jayce apologizes for ignoring Mel's feelings and listens to her vent about her mommy issues. She feels trapped between her identities as a Medarda and a Black Rose witch, but Jayce assures her there is no force strong enough to control her. Jayce addresses a meeting of Piltover's elite, Sevika, Firelight Batman, and Caitlyn. He unveils the Viktor bot and pleads with the group to put aside their differences so that they can come together to stop Viktor from enslaving humanity. All the while, we see how Topside and the Undercity prepare for the battle. Those who can't fight are evacuated. Much of Zaun seems uninterested in fighting for a city that oppressed them their entire lives, and even so, some ordinary people like this piano player make the difficult choice to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Eventually, it seems like the Enforcers will be alone in the fight, but a group of Zaunites decide to join them out of a common desire to protect those in need. Caitlyn finds Vi in the cell. Vi opens up about how she feels crushed by defeat in this moment, that every time she tries to help someone, she chooses wrong and drives them away. Caitlyn teases her, implying she sent the guards to the Hex Gates because she knew Vi would come to save Jinx. Vi begins making out with her, which transitions into a passionate end-of-the-world sex scene. Mel meets with Ambessa, confronting her about sacrificing Kino to keep the Black Rose from taking her power. Ambessa slaps her and insists that everything she's done is to keep their family safe. Mel offers to leave with her to avenge Kino's death as long as her army stands down, but Ambessa argues that they need the ultimate weapon to protect them from a Black Rose uprising. She shows Mel her army of undead Viktor bots. In a flashback to earlier in the episode, Viktor once again instructs Singe to begin the process, meaning his blood will be merged with Vander to revive him. This causes Skye to fade away, and Viktor tells her he will miss their talks, but she replies that he won't. Vander's memories disappear as he fully transforms into Warwick. Viktor's followers were revived and turned into Viktor bots. We watch as Viktor's head splits open and his face is overtaken by a machine-like mask, which I understand is not a good thing, but I think it looks pretty freaking sick. Alright everyone, I know you've been waiting for this moment. Episode 9 opens with a stylized musical sequence depicting Jinx's depressive episode. Woo! Jinx sets fire to the last drop and Silco's office. She returns to her air hangar, preparing to blow herself up, but Ekko interrupts her just in time. Ekko is forced to repeatedly use the Z drive as he tries to convince her not to take her life. He manages to break through by telling her how he learned from the alternate universe powder that it's never too late to build something new. Jayce, Mel, Caitlyn, and Vi meet to discuss their battle strategy. It's implied Mel shared about Ambessa's plan to attack with Viktor's army and hide Viktor in the orb. Jayce explains that the Hex Gates are crucial to Viktor's plan, and asks Caitlyn to buy him as much time as possible so he can shut down the engine. We cut to the battle, where Vi carries a wounded soldier to safety, who is revealed to be a Jinx protester. Vi watches with horror as she dies in her arms. Caitlyn and Maddie see a giant shimmer monster pulling the orb, and they move out, planning to use a canister of special liquid to disable it. Caitlyn, Maddie, and Steb throw stinky gas onto the battlefield. In the scuffle, Steb ends up with the canister, but when he tries to activate it, it's revealed that someone has rigged the explosive with a nail. Caitlyn is knocked out and wakes up to find all of her enforcers captured by Noxians. She turns around to see Maddie pointing a rifle at her, who salutes Ambessa when she arrives. Caitlyn manages to grab Maddie's gun, but Ambessa quickly stops her, stabbing her in the side. Maddie prepares to execute Caitlyn, but when she fires, Mel activates a magical shield from afar, causing the bullet to ricochet and kill Maddie. Mel enters the scene, calling for an end to this senseless bloodshed. Ambessa remains unconvinced, readying her army, only for Jinx to arrive on her hot air balloon. Ekko and Sevika lead a small army of Zonites, allowing the enforcers to escape. The Piano Man takes control of a Hextech catapult contraption and fires a crate at the orb. To Mel and Caitlyn's dismay, the orb is empty. Jayce is nearly finished with deactivating the hex gates, but he's interrupted when Viktor lasers a hole in the door with his hex claw, having now achieved his final form. It's revealed that the orb was actually hiding Warwick and the Viktor bots. The bots grab everyone, rendering them immobile and preparing them to be joined to Viktor's hive mind. Mel and Caitlyn wander into a square set up by the Noxians, supposedly to protect Ambessa from the Viktor bots. Mel confronts Ambessa for sacrificing everything she loves just to feed her own ambition. Before they continue their conversation, Caitlyn punches Ambessa, and please indulge me for a moment. I watched this sequence 3 times over because I was convinced I misunderstood something, but Caitlyn kicks a spear towards Ambessa to fight with. You have to respect her commitment to fairness in the midst of a battle for the fate of mankind, I guess. While Caitlyn and Mel fight Ambessa, Vi and Ekko try to defend Jinx from Warwick, the show cutting between these two battles. Jinx is forced to crash her hot air balloon into the Hexgate Tower. Meanwhile, Jayce tries to break through to Viktor and argue that everyone deserves to choose their own fate, all the while failing to shut down the Hex Gates in time. Caitlyn cuts off the runes on Ambessa's arms, leaving her vulnerable to the Black Rose magic. Mel activates her necklace, summoning LeBlanc, but before the witch can kill Ambessa, Mel uses her own magic to ward off LeBlanc. Ambessa collapses into Mel's arms, telling her, "You are the wolf," before passing away, prompting the nearby Noxian soldiers to raise their spears in salute. I know those guys gotta be pooping their pants right now. They just unleashed an evil god who wants to enslave humanity, and the one lady protecting them is dead. As Vi and Jinx face off against Warwick, Viktor places the anomaly in his staff, causing a zero-gravity effect, and he and Jayce fly towards the top of the hex gates. Viktor unleashes the anomaly, allowing him to shoot mind control lasers at everyone. Ekko and Jayce are unaffected, which many have theorized is because they traveled through the anomaly earlier in the show. Jayce sees he's landed in the same position as the statue in the Apocalypse dimension, and he realizes this is a Doctor Strange one-way situation, so he allows Viktor to enter him into the hive mind. Viktor argues that humanity is united by the desire to create a better world, but emotion clashes with reason. If everyone entered his hive mind, they could all live in peace. Jayce responds that Viktor always wanted to fix what he saw as weaknesses, such as his disease, but he was never broken, and there was beauty in his imperfections. All the while, Ekko makes his way towards Viktor using his Z-Drive, except he gets caught by the Viktor bots and is unable to rewind far back enough to escape. He pushes past the 4-second limit, causing the Z-Drive to freak out, and just before Jayce is sucked into the hive mind, Ekko throws the Z-Drive at Viktor. A hole is smashed into Viktor's mask, and he releases Jayce. Jayce says he thought he wanted to give magic to the world, but all he really wanted was his partner back. Jayce hugs Viktor, allowing him to see all of his experiences in the Apocalypse dimension. The mage is revealed to be old Viktor, who tells Jayce that in his efforts to end the world's suffering, all he found was meaningless solitude. Jayce was the only one who could show this to Viktor, and so he continuously tried giving young Jayce variations on the rune until he gave him the acceleration rune, which allowed Ekko to create the Z-Drive and ultimately defeat God Viktor. Viktor tells Jayce he must leave, but Jayce insists they finish this together. He hands Viktor the rune from his arm, causing crazy magic stuff to happen. Jayce pulls Viktor into an embrace, and he disappears into the Arcane dimension with Viktor for eternity.
It should have been me, not him! It's not fair!
The anomaly explodes atop the tower. All of the Viktor bots deactivate, and everyone is released from the hive mind. Vi and Jinx wake up in the Hexgate Tower. Jinx pleads with Vi to jump to a safer ledge, but she simply looks upon Warwick's body and cries. Warwick wakes up and attacks Vi, prompting Jinx to jump into the fray. They end up in a precarious situation, with Vi holding onto Jinx as Warwick's claws begin wrapping around Jinx's waist. Jinx tells Vi, "Always with you, sis," before knocking the gemstone out of her gauntlets to deactivate them, sending Jinx and Warwick plummeting towards the floor of the tower. She holds onto Warwick as she activates her monkey grenade, sacrificing herself to kill him. Vi screams in agony, and we watch Jayce's hammer disintegrate as the scene fades to black. We return with shots of Piltover, empty and destroyed from the battle. Caitlyn delivers a monologue about the nature of sacrifice, victory, and the struggle to move forward. Everyone gathers on the bridge to hold a mass funeral for those who died in the battle. Sevika joins the council, receiving the scorn of its topside members. Singed is able to revive Oriana, presumably modeling her after the Viktor bots. A crow investigates the magic remnants of Jayce and Viktor's explosion, which League players assume assume is Swain, a ruler of Noxus, gathering intelligence about what happened in Piltover. Mel travels to Noxus to inherit her mother's position. Caitlyn looks through the Kierman vault at the Hexgate blueprints, realizing that Jinx used her shimmer powers to dash into a vent and escape the explosion just in time. Vi hums Dear Friend Across the River, the song from the opening scene of the show. Caitlyn asks what she's singing, and she says it's an old tune her mother used to sing. Caitlyn asks Vi if she's still in this fight, to which Vi says, I'm the dirt under your nails, Cupcake. Nothing's gonna clean me out. We watch an airship fly off into the sky as The End appears in Jinx's signature glitchy letters, implying that Jinx survived the explosion and has left to go pursue her dream of flying in an airship.
One day, I'm gonna ride in one of those things.
And isn't that what Arcane is all about? I'm not very good at transitions if you haven't realized yet.
Where are you going?
Goodbye, Jayce.
A major issue with how conflict is written in Season 2 is that many situations arise from miscommunication or contrivances rather than character flaws, which makes these conflicts less interesting because there isn't any underlying emotional issue for the viewers to engage with. Within Episode 1, there are 2 instances of miscommunication being used well and poorly to cause conflict, which makes my job easier. Mel choosing not to tell Jayce that her powers are the reason they survived the attack reflects a well-established character flaw that she is comfortable with deceiving the people closest to her because she's afraid of being put in a vulnerable position. It creates interesting tension in their relationship to be further explored, as we wonder whether she will address this flaw or if it will drive her and Jayce apart. In contrast, Jayce doesn't use his power as a counselor to vote against the invasion and put the council in a stalemate, despite seemingly being on the same side as Mel and pleading with her to stop them from using Hextech weapons. We know Jayce is still on the council because he tells Viktor he's going to resign in Episode 2, so why don't they have the council meeting in the lab so that Jayce can still participate while monitoring Viktor? It cheapens Mel's struggle to stop the invasion rather than explore how her or Jayce's personal flaws prevented her from succeeding. Many moments of conflict in Season 2 aren't thought-provoking explorations of personal issues or political philosophies, and instead leave the audience asking, why don't the characters do this easy solution? Or why don't the characters just talk? Sevika never finds out the truth about Silco's death, I guess, and with everything we know about her character up to this point, she would easily hand Jinx over to Piltover if she knew she killed Silco and destroyed their one chance at independence. Vi can't throw Isha to the side and resume bashing Jinx's head in, I guess, even though Isha and Jinx are both unarmed. And don't get me started about Jayce and Viktor. Their inability to properly communicate with each other this season would have a therapist in tears. Viktor literally has the ability to see into a person's mind when he touches them, yet Jayce never tries to tell him about or let him see his conversation with Time Lord Viktor, I guess, until after hundreds of people have died in a pointless war. In Season 1, conflicts could always be traced back to carefully developed character flaws, and so the resolutions to these conflicts force each character involved to confront and overcome their weaknesses. In Season 2, characters are often driven by plot circumstances rather than the other way around, and it leads to many "I'll team up with you, I guess" moments. Vi and Jinx are forced to work together in order to save Vander, and never get a chance to thoughtfully address how their individual flaws contributed to the destruction of their relationship. It's a similar story with Jinx and Sevika's team up, Jayce and Heimerdinger's team up, and Vi and Caitlyn's team up. All of these characters have deep-rooted issues caused by their internal flaws that are brushed over because the plot demands, the plot consumes, the plot rules all. The way that the battle between Piltover and Zaun is written effectively captures why much of the conflict in this season felt disappointing and unengaging. The writers rely on the plot contrivance of Viktor is literally going to enslave humanity to unite Piltover and Zaun rather than having either side make efforts to address their role in escalating violence. All we get is a brief flash of Sevika on the council, which only makes me wonder why Zaun didn't declare independence like they originally planned, as any attempt by Piltover or Zaun to overcome their flaws. When it comes to how conflict plays out in Season 2, it feels less like we're following the path set up by the writers, and more like the writers are asking us to fill in the blanks of a half-finished map. It forces viewers to blindly accept the change of the status quo between characters, instead of allowing them to follow the development of character traits that would naturally facilitate this change.
Quiet! Forgive me, but we don't have much time. A storm is coming.
Season 2 is obviously rushed and lacks the interconnectedness of plotlines that made Season 1 easy to follow despite its dense narrative. Season 1 made sure to include at least one scene of each major character in every episode to keep the audience on track. Vi, Jayce, Viktor, and Mel are all completely missing for the entirety of episode 4, and they're the show's major protagonists. Season 2 is a jarring watch at times, especially in the time skip from episode 3 to episode 4. At the beginning of Act 2, Vi is completely despondent and disconnected from the world that she once fought to protect against all odds, indulging in pointless violence and alcoholism. Meanwhile, Jinx is free of the Jinx identity and any of the paranoia that came with it, acting as a caring big sister to Isha. The Season 2 time skip has magically reversed core attributes of these characters. But the Season 1 time skip didn't have this issue because it built off of the foundation established by the end of Episode 3. In Act 2 of Season 1, Vi has become cynical as a result of her years of abuse in prison, but she's still just as desperate to protect her sister as she was at the end of Episode 3 when she ran back to save Powder from Silco. Jinx has become desensitized to extreme violence after her years of working for Silco, but she's still just as tormented by insecurities and guilt as she was at the end of Episode 3 when she declared Vi was no longer her sister. Season 2 also struggles with jarring tonal shifts that prevent it from carefully building up a sense of dread like Season 1 did. As heartwarming as it is to watch Vi and Jinx reunite to save Vander, the Wolf Dad family hug feels cartoonish in the midst of a season about the dehumanizing effect of war and rise of authoritarianism. Much of Episode 6 is about Vi and Jinx chilling in the commune before the writers pull a base violence necessary for change and blow up a child, along with an entire commune of poor people. Then we jump to Episode 7's time bomb fanfiction, and it's hard not to laugh as the show cuts between Powder and Ekko's high school romance and the eternal torment of Jayce Talus with little warning. Unlike Act 3 of Season 1, where each poor decision and self-contained interpersonal conflict contributed to the slow approaching war between Piltover and Zaun, Episode 8 of Season 2 raises the stakes absurdly high, jumping from "I hope we can heal Vander and protect the commune" to "I hope we can save the human race." A part of this is due to the contrivances I discussed in the conflict section. Even if the individual acts can be well paced on their own, with my personal favorite being Act 1, they don't feel like a cohesive whole, instead relying on "and then this happened" storytelling in many cases.
Is that a wild rune?
I have no idea what that is.
If you thought I was a bit harsh on world building in Season 1, hold on to your pants because Season 2's world building is about to get eviscerated. Listen, I don't like to obsess over small attributes of a fantasy world's magic system or political structure because I'm not a nerd and I don't want this section to sound like CinemaSins. The issue is that the problems of Season 2's world building are less nitpicks and more distractingly bad, to the point it affects the arcs of major characters. Season 1 depicted political affairs in a simplified way, but included enough information to provide a functional understanding of how the world worked and facilitate the main cast's arcs. Even though it would have made Season 1's political messages more compelling to understand how corrupt trading between Zaun and Piltover works, we know enough about this system to understand that Jayce and Mel's reluctant acceptance of it reveals how they become more concerned about maintaining their own influence than sticking to their principles. In Season 2, massive political developments occur with little explanation and often at the expense of what could have been compelling character moments. Sevika is arguably the biggest victim of this. We never get to see how she convinces the Jinxers, Firelights, and Cambaron goons to agree to meet with one another, when these are all divided political factions with very different reasons for wanting peaceful relations with Piltover, if they want peace at all. Not only does it miss out on a cool opportunity to see how Sevika would take on Silco's mantle as the leader of Zaun, but it also reduces Zaun to an amorphous blob rather than a city with distinct political factions. The Piltover side of Season 2 struggles with this same problem. In Episode 3, Salo gathers together the most powerful members of Piltover using his influence, and likely with the promise that he is going to take the reins of the council so that they can finally take military action against Zaun, no holds barred. The majority of people are at this meeting because of Salo, and yet when Ambessa, the leader of a foreign military, suggests making Caitlyn, who hasn't even accomplished her major goal of capturing Jinx, the military dictator of Piltover, all of Salo's allies agree without protest. As much as I hate the guy, he deserves some better friends. So many political shenanigans go on in this season, and the various factions of Piltover and Zon seem to look at it and go, well, that just happened. Ambessa is the military general of an expansionist, might makes right nation who would benefit from controlling Hextech weaponry as well as the Hex Gates. Shortly after she starts involving herself in the war between Piltover and Zon, a whole slew of influential figures, Jayce, Mel, Viktor, Heimerdinger, Salo, disappear with no explanation to Topside. And yet, Mel is the only person we see displaying actual distrust towards Ambessa. Otherwise, we get a throwaway line from Maddie in episode 4 that there's complaints about the Noxians, and Caitlyn telling Ambessa, "I don't trust you," despite expressing deep admiration for her in the scene prior and bringing her along for most of her operations. As I discussed earlier in my mini Sevika rant, the people of Zon are similarly nonchalant about the chaos unfolding around them. The Jinx movement is strange and confusing to me on many levels. You can argue whether or not the council deserved to be blown up, but you have to acknowledge from an objective standpoint, Jinx's attack was unproductive. Unlike Silco, who used violence to give power back to the Undercity, Jinx's attack was an expression of her personal issues and actually harmed Zon politically by destroying their one chance at independence. I find it hard to believe that she would be idolized on the same level as Vander for launching an attack that did nothing but incur the wrath of Piltover and then abandoning her people to suffer the consequences. Even if I can accept Jinx gaining a cult following as a symbol of violent resistance, the Jinxers have no clear goal and their protests are oddly benign. Whoa, smoke bombs! This isn't Splatoon, you crazy kids! It feels disappointingly sanitized for a show like Arcane, a far cry from Season 1's grim opening. Beyond the Jinx movement, it's a leap to say that the Chembaron henchmen and especially the Firelights would also unite around her. The Chembarons hated Jinx in Season 1 because her unprovoked violence threatened the Shimmer trade. The Firelights hated Jinx because she carried out Silco's indiscriminate violence, and because she killed a lot of them. The issues these groups have with Jinx are glossed over rather than resolved in an interesting way, and it's hard for me to believe they even could be resolved. But enough about politics, let's talk about science. I have nitpicks with the sci-fi magic in Season 1, but by the end of Season 2, the arcane becomes nonsensical to the point that it makes it hard to understand or be invested in what is happening. The anomaly was the most frustrating and plot devicey aspect of Season 2. This thing was so confusing in Season 2 that I had to go to explained YouTube videos, like this one by my dear friend Nerdy Caden, to try to get a better understanding.
One of the most confusing concepts in this beautifully crafted story, other than if Jayce and Viktor are gay.
This is not a good sign for your magic system, and I still don't fully understand why the anomaly occurred, why it can transport people to other dimensions, and why Viktor needs it to mind control everyone. As a more minor complaint, Mel's magic, the Black Rose's powers, and Ambessa's runes feel like they're written by that annoying kid at recess who would always make up rules for why they can't lose in your pretend fight. It cheapens a lot of the dramatic moments the writers try to hit with these plot lines because we have a poor understanding of what Mel and LeBlanc are capable of, or what they're even doing in half these scenes besides Rose Whip and Kaioken. Season 2 even stoops to the level of one of my most hated tropes in storytelling by establishing a hard magic rule with Ekko Z-Drive only to break this rule without explanation for dramatic effect. And I think that summarizes why the sci-fi magic became a hindrance rather than an enhancement. While I don't expect in-depth explanations for every fantastical occurrence in Season 2, the failure to provide the audience with a functional understanding of what is happening and why leaves them confused and unengaged. For all of the division over Season 2, it seems like the one thing the fanbase has accepted as the correct opinion is that there were too many music videos in Season 2. In some ways, I understand. Dubstep is a hard sell, even for League players. In other ways, I feel reluctant to throw the animators under the bus because the character animation is still so beautifully detailed in this season, and I actually enjoy some of the MVs. As it did in Season 1, the effectiveness of the show's more abstract moments depends on the strength of the writing. The music video depicting Cassandra's funeral in Episode 1 demonstrates that these musical sequences aren't conceptually bad. Most crucially, this sequence is short yet effective in conveying the nuances of Caitlyn and Vi's reactions to Cassandra's death, using the somber music and watercolor visuals to their fullest effect. Caitlyn feels detached from the people around her, numb by her grief, yet she's trying to put on a brave face as the one who will carry on the Kiriman legacy. Vi wants to comfort Caitlyn, but feels ostracized and conflicted as the only Zonite at the funeral. Most of the other MVs veer towards self-indulgence and don't use their creative presentation to give us a layered look into the characters' psychologies. Instead, they often do the writer's job of communicating basic plot elements. The musical sequence at the beginning of Episode 4 tells us the Jinxers are vaguely mad and rebellious, Caitlyn wants to catch Jinx, and Ambessa is helping her. In a season that's already pressed for time, we don't need music videos that are little more than stylized PowerPoints giving us bullet points of the plot. The opening vignettes of season 1 were a better way for the writers to slow down and do some character building while letting the animators show off their detailed, true-to-life animation. Season 2 has more action scenes compared to season 1, and despite the grander scope, they don't feel nearly as exciting or satisfying to watch, likely due to a reliance on flashy explosions and slow-mo rather than sharp fight choreography. It doesn't help either that the main character armor becomes a bit ridiculous. I can buy that Vi armed with Hextech gauntlets would stand a chance against a bigger fighter like Sevika, but Caitlyn holding her own in a one-on-one with Ambessa while suffering a stab wound is a leap. Arguably, this is also a reflection of the noticeable drop in writing quality rather than a lack of effort by the animators. For much of season 2, Arcane is still eye candy to the max, and the animators deserve credit for playing a huge role in landing emotional beats for the characters even when the writing wasn't up to par. Caitlyn's moment of vulnerability when she's alone with Vi for the first time after her mother's death, Jinx's discussion with Silco's chair, Viktor's look of overwhelming guilt after Jayce reveals the future to him. These moments got an emotional response out of me despite the fact I wasn't fully invested in the writing behind them. It goes to show the importance of giving your animators the time and budget they need. Unfortunately, good animation may keep a story alive, but it won't save it.
I am the dirt under your nails, Cupcake. Nothing's gonna clean me out.
I suppose the most baffling thing about season 2 is how insistent the writers are that they asked for 2 seasons, because this story could have used at least 3. A dangerous amount of story elements are left for viewers to fill in the blanks, unlike the previous season, which was approachable for anyone to enjoy while encouraging viewers to watch carefully to deepen their understanding of the story. I can't think of a better way to describe it, so I'm just going to steal a popular online sentiment that season 2 of Arcane is a story you write rather than watch. It seemed like season 2 lacked the clear shared vision the writers had for season 1, and despite its attempts to tug at your heartstrings, none of the characters' journeys are as carefully laid out or as easy to get invested in as they are in season 1.
Love watching Arcane when I feel like because no matter how I'm feeling, Vi and Jinx are probably feeling worse.
In a way, it's difficult to analyze Vi's journey in season 2 because it often contradicts itself. Season 1 provided a fresh take on an archetypical protagonist with Vi. Her relationships with Vander, Jinx, and Caitlyn clearly demonstrated how she needed to learn that her fists won't solve all of her problems. The climax of her arc summarizes this lesson. She only wins her fight with Sevika because she's motivated to protect the people she loves rather than get back at the people who have wronged her, represented by her learning to block. Much of season 2 criticizes Vi for supposedly giving up on Jinx, only to punish her in the end for refusing to give up on Vander and believing that she and Jinx can live together in peace. As a result, it's hard to comment on whether or not Vi's journey was conveyed effectively because I don't know what direction the writers want to take her in or what flaws she's supposed to confront. The feeling that the writers don't know what to do with Vi is pervasive throughout season 2 and how easily she's thrown around by the plot and whims of other characters rather than actively pursuing her own goals, like protecting her family or getting revenge on Silco in the past season. The only justification we get for Vi becoming an enforcer, despite enforcers having murdered her parents and abused her for 7 years in prison, and agreeing to unleash the Grey on the Undercity, which we know has caused people in the Undercity to develop terminal illness, is that Caitlyn wants her to. The transition from her asking Caitlyn not to give in to fear and call off the invasion to joining the task force is handled off-screen.
You need to find a way to call off the invasion.
What?
Similarly, Vi is drawn out of her depressive slump and goes on a dangerous mission to find her seemingly resurrected father in an abandoned mine because Jinx wants her to. The last these two left off, they were calling each other monsters for committing war crimes and acts of terrorism, and Vi was only stopped from smashing Jinx's head in because of Isha. She has no reason to want to work with or even believe Jinx, let alone wander into an abandoned mine where she could easily kill her. Jinx and Caitlyn are the biggest influences in Vi's life this season, and they both cause massive damage to her character by removing her agency as I described. Vi's inability to accept that Powder was gone was one of her biggest flaws. In a selfish way, she needed to believe that she could reach Powder so that she could still view herself as the protector and avoid carrying the guilt of how she contributed to the creation of Jinx. By the finale of season 1, there was a grim sense of acceptance that Vi and Jinx had taken different paths, and that Vi needed to recognize Jinx as her own individual with the autonomy to choose how she's going to process her pain. Vi can make efforts towards reconciliation with Jinx, but the relationship relationship is a two-way street, and Jinx will ultimately have to decide whether she will take the path of peace or of vengeance. Act 1 of Season 2 turns this assumption on its head by portraying Vi's somber acceptance that Powder has embraced Jinx as unfairly giving up on her sister, making her act out of character with little explanation. It follows that Vi would want to go on a vigilante mission to bring Jinx to justice after the finale of Season 1, and she still displays an expected level of reluctance and discomfort with the idea. Yet shortly after this, she goes on a bender and drunkenly rambles about wanting to hide from all her problems, with a brief acknowledgement that, well, I did traumatize my sister and play a role in her becoming a terrorist whose actions may lead to a war that results in the total annihilation of the Undercity, I guess. It's odd that Vi, a character who was so action-oriented and persistent that it was often to her own detriment, doesn't immediately strike it out on her own to capture Jinx like she did against Silco at the end of Season 1, let alone consider living in blissful drunken ignorance while her hometown gets massacred by Hextech weapons. Vi then becoming an enforcer and gassing Zon is such a clear betrayal of her principles that happens far too quickly, to the point it feels like the writers are purposefully assassinating her character to make Jinx appear more sympathetic in comparison. It does give Jinx an advantage in her interactions with Vi following the battle, something Jinx can use as an Uno reverse anytime Vi brings up the number of people she killed while working for Silco. Much of Act 2 feels like the writers are using Vi as a punching bag, losing any sense of nuance when it comes to her relationship with Jinx. During her catfight with Jinx in the mines, Vi gives Isha the powder special and doesn't even attempt to comfort her. Considering the immense amount of guilt Vi carries about how she lashed out at Powder, you think she would be horrified with herself for repeating this mistake. I don't mind the writers taking a more critical look at Vi when it comes to her relationship with Jinx. What frustrates me is that they make her act out of character and remove her agency to accomplish this. Their relationship used to be a painfully honest reflection of toxic family dynamics that inspired natural empathy for both girls from the audience. So why are the writers going out of their way to make Vi seem like a big meanie and Jinx a helpless victim? Anyway, even if I do accept that Vi now willingly participates in police brutality and drinks away her problems rather than doing anything to help defend her city from invading enforcers, her new arc ends by punishing her for trying to address these flaws or reconcile with Jinx. How can the show spend all of Act 2 chastising Vi for not believing that Jinx has changed, portraying her as being so consumed by her anger that she participates in cruelty towards the Undercity, only to end Episode 9 with the message of "you can't save him" and framing her letting Jinx go as necessary? The writers are hardcore gaslighting Vi. Her arc lacks the clear follow-through of her journey with Jinx in Season 1, the consistent demonstration of how her inability to acknowledge Jinx's agency and need to fix her only did more damage than good. Vi and Caitlyn's relationship is similarly confusing, and Vi is often used as a litmus test for Caitlyn's vengeance arc rather than a character in her own right. When Caitlyn is mean to Vi, you know she's fallen to the dark side, but when she decides to be nice to Vi again, you know she's a good guy and all can be forgiven. Vi has such a fatal case of simp syndrome this season that anytime she disagrees with Caitlyn, she will without fail end up admitting she was in the wrong and Caitlyn was right the whole time. She rejects the badge, then ends up joining Caitlyn's task force in the same episode. She criticizes Caitlyn for arresting Jinx and allying herself with Ambessa, then admits she was a fool for believing that Jinx could change in the same episode. The one time Vi does stand her ground and maintain that she did the right thing by taking Caitlyn out of the fight with Jinx so that Isha wouldn't be harmed, she's punished for it and becomes the worst version of herself. By the time Caitlyn attacks Vi in Episode 6, Vi's already decided to forgive her despite no attempt at making amends from Caitlyn. Happy wife, happy life, am I right? Admittedly, Season 1 also had the issue of downplaying Vi's internal struggles that would prevent her from being intimate with Caitlyn in order to speedrun their relationship. Something something prison trauma, something something lesbian cop cabanon. I talked about this earlier, so I won't waste your time. In spite of these issues, Season 1 made the effort to display the development of trust between these two, mainly by having them go out of their way to protect one another and show each other the same care they would afford anyone else. Their relationship lacks any of this nuance in Season 2. To clarify, my issue is not that Caitlyn is mean to Vi. Again, my analysis is focused on evaluating the effectiveness of the writing rather than the morality of the characters. And Vi is not my baby girl, punch her in the gut as many times as you want for all I care. My problem is that the writing of Vi and Caitlyn's relationship is so non-committal that by the end, it feels like little more than pointless suffering for both girls. This is not an interesting examination of how their individual flaws contributed to problems in their relationship, or how the growing tension between Piltover and Zon has infected their dynamic. It's extremely one-sided as Vi, the infamously stubborn and headstrong character who often ignores the advice of others to her own detriment, constantly acquiesces to the demands of a vengeance-driven Caitlyn. The writers could use this for interesting character drama and commentary on toxic relationship dynamics. Instead, they choose to brush their issues under the rug so they can quickly team up in episode 6 and have Caitlyn's one moment to acknowledge her cruelty towards Vi in episode 8 amounts a little more than, I know! I have no idea what this is supposed to say about Vi's character. Should she have taken a firmer stance against Caitlyn when she saw her going down a dark path in episode 3? Or should she have been more patient and supportive concerning her grief? Was she right in trying to free Jinx from jail and give her a chance to live a better life? Or should she have just accepted that Jinx can't be fixed and is too much of a problem to exist among normal society? I'm a bit worried my analysis for Vi in season 2 has amounted to little more than a confused rant, but maybe that's how I feel, okay? Listen. We've gotten far enough into this ramble and I'm starting to feel a little on edge, so let's wrap things up with the Kate Vi prison bang incident of 2024. But before we get down and dirty, this scene honestly broke my heart. Vi's brief monologue may have caused me to shed a single, manly tear because it so perfectly captured what makes her a compelling protagonist to follow, and because Haley Steinfeld gave this character her all despite the lack of good material this season. For all of her flaws, Vi has always acted from a good heart, always been willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of those she wanted to protect. Even if most of us aren't getting into bar fights and raiding mines to protect our family, there's something painfully relatable about her sentiment. The treacherous path of trying to help the people we love in a world where so much is out of our control. It was the first genuine moment of vulnerability and self-awareness for Vi in a season that didn't give her time to explore her feelings or reduced her pain to being an angry drunk. And then Caitlyn walks in with her corny Wattpad dialogue.
You really think I needed all the cards of the Hex Gate?
And they bang in a prison cell. No concern for Vi's emotional turmoil in the moment or for Jinx, who just announced her suicidal ideation and disappeared to an undisclosed location. Remember the last time this show had two characters have sex at literally the worst moment possible, but they leaned into the narrative dissonance to make it an effective scene rather than poorly timed fan service? This scene would have been much better if Vi and Caitlyn got a moment to reflect on their issues and what it means to repair a broken relationship. Something similar to their scene in Caitlyn's bedroom in season 1. And they can get as freaky as they want, although there is still the elephant in the room of Jinx trying to kill herself and the impending destruction of Piltover, but nobody's perfect. Anyway, I wanted to close out Vi's section by talking about this scene because I think it pretty effectively captures the issues with her writing this season, in that it shows how the writers seem uninterested in exploring her issues on a deeper level. Her one moment where she displays probably the most self-awareness she has in the whole show is interrupted to serve the whims of another character. Despite the fact that she should have very strong opinions about what is occurring this season, Vi has lost her status as an active protagonist and is punished in the end when she tries to overcome her flaws. She once told an inspiring and engaging story about the struggle to properly protect those you love, but her poorly executed arc in season 2 feels like little more than pointless misery.
Also, becomes a twisted villain? Like, I feel like she's already there. I don't know, watch season 2 and let me know what you think. But that's good, I'm glad you don't hate her.
I would argue that at the time season 1 dropped, Jinx was the most widely praised Arcane character online, and for good reason. The traumatized villain has become such a popular archetype, especially in animated media, that it's an exception to the norm to have an antagonist that doesn't have a sad backstory or isn't redeemable in some way. It's gotten so widespread that a Shrek movie parodied it, but these sorts of parodies also reflect the growing sense of frustration from audiences with this trope, because it started to be used as a crutch by the writers to have these characters commit unspeakable atrocities, only to then buy sympathy from the audience by showing them looking really sad and mentally tormented after the fact. Most frustratingly, they didn't require a consistent character and could behave in whatever way the plot demanded because they were just so crazy. Jinx was a refreshing exception to the rule in season 1 of Arcane, artfully dodging these common pitfalls. The depiction of her desensitization to violence as a twisted coping mechanism never felt exploitative. She had a perfect balance of danger and vulnerability, and the writers didn't feel the need to manufacture empathy from the audience, trusting them to have the maturity to view Jinx with nuance. Despite being extremely apathetic towards death, her powder personality was still allowed to shine through, which felt more like a reflection of the fact that she was genuinely torn between these identities than an attempt to course-correct her brutality with a wacky sense of humor. Most importantly, there was a method to her madness that was conveyed to the audience in a creative yet coherent way. Jinx was simultaneously predictable and unpredictable. Although her behavior could be erratic, it was clear how her feelings of inferiority amongst her peers, abandonment issues caused by Vi, and deep guilt over inadvertently killing her family made her fearful of vulnerability equality and desperate to earn the affection of others. Silco and Vi were the biggest influences on her life in Season 1. Much of what she did was to earn their approval, but her relationships with them were under threat anytime she felt they were deceiving her or trying to take advantage of her. When it comes to Season 2, Jinx is, in a way, similarly erratic, jumping from suicidal in Act 1 to well-adjusted in Act 2 back to suicidal in Act 3. The issue is that her writing lacks the clear cause and effect that allowed the audience to follow her twisted thought process, instead being left confused and unengaged. A clear example of this being done well is during the bridge battle in Season 1. Despite Vi working with Caitlyn in the prior episode, Jinx is expectedly reluctant to accept that her sister would betray her again and choose to be with an enforcer. The writers naturally facilitate her jumping to the other end of the spectrum by having her see Vi rush onto the bridge to save Caitlyn from Marcus. Logically, we know Vi isn't intentionally choosing Caitlyn over Jinx and loves both of them, but the writers, building off the foundation established by Jinx's breakdown scenes, give us a look into how her paranoia causes her to interpret this as Vi lying to her and abandoning her for Caitlyn. In contrast, Jinx's dramatic character transformations in Season 2 feel shaky at best or completely unprompted at worst. In Act 1, her partnership with Sevika, someone who constantly pushed for Silco to abandon Jinx, is only justified by Jinx's poorly defined feelings of grief and apathy. These two were constantly tormenting each other in Season 1, with only a brief expression of sympathy from Sevika in Episode 7. I had to Control F the phrase daddy issues in my notes to figure out which episode that line was from, by the way. An alliance between Jinx and Sevika could be interesting if it was facilitated by either of them confronting a personal flaw, maybe Sevika recognizing Jinx's humanity, or Jinx reflecting on her trust issues, rather than the justification being little more than, I've got nothing to lose, I guess. Her changing relationship with Vi is similarly confusing. Once we reach Episode 5, Vi is up to 3 betrayals and 1 attempted murder when it comes to Jinx, and yet Jinx goes out of her way, putting her own life at risk to tell Vi that Vander's alive. The only time they address the severe pain they've inflicted on one another is when they get into their silly sister fight. One time I punched my sister in the arm and she cried in her room for 10 minutes. I think it'd be pretty hard for us to make up if I attempted to kill her. The issue of Jinx and Vi quickly becoming normal sisters points to a larger problem: the rushed nature of Jinx's redemption arc and her transformation after meeting Isha. This little gremlin has inspired depths of sorrow and rage among Arcane fans beyond what you could imagine. Isha is often an emotional character to discuss, especially considering her tragic end, so as much as I hate when YouTubers do this, I'll just cover my butt real quick and remind you this is only my opinion. If you felt moved by Isha's inclusion, that's great, but I am a cold, unfeeling woman with a black heart, and I will not be fooled by the writer's attempts to distract me with cute children. To give the writers credit, Jinx's relationship with Isha as a catalyst for her healing is not inherently flawed, and could be an impactful direction for her character. This story trope was well done with Vander and Silco. Unfortunately, the way that Jinx and Isha's relationship develops leaves Isha feeling like a plot device to move Jinx from character beat to character beat. Throughout Episode 2, Jinx and Isha do little more than exist in the same space. Isha immediately takes to Jinx, despite her being obviously unstable and likely frightening to a young girl, and Jinx seems unbothered, something along the lines of, "This kid seems cute, I guess." By the end of Jinx's fight with Vi in Episode 3, it becomes obvious that Jinx wants to die and she wants Vi to be the one who killed her, as some kind of twisted reconciliation to their relationship. She gets visibly upset when Isha intervenes, and expresses a sense of frustrated despair when Vi and Caitlyn relent because of Isha. Then, Episode 4 opens with Jinx and Isha in a loving sisterly relationship, giving us no explanation beyond time skip, time to crank it. But Callie, you ask, a spark of rebellion burning in your eyes. Isn't this the same as Jinx and Silco? Is there anything so undoing as a daughter? To that I say, fair point, looking upon you with pride. The writers repeatedly make this comparison in Episode 4, as Jinx reflects about this to Isha as well as during her conversation with the Silco chair. But this is a simplification of the effect Jinx had on Silco. Jinx served a very specific purpose in Silco's life. She was the first person that he cared about enough that he was willing to protect her over advancing the cause of Zaun, mainly because she harbored the same pain of betrayal that he did. Jinx did not make Silco altruistic or heal any of the resentment he held towards Topside or towards Vander. At the beginning of Episode 9, Silco tells Rennie as she's actively mourning her dead son that, "At least, we have the solace of knowing he died fighting for our cause." Silco, he doesn't know what the cause is, he's 9. Although Silco does perform an act of sacrificial love in refusing to hand over Jinx, he still maintains his bitterness and cruelty towards the world, telling her they can all burn and everyone betrays us, as well as trying to kill Vi. Jinx became more valuable to Silco than Zaun because he had such a close close connection to her, but he still maintained many of his core issues and often projected these struggles onto her. And so, the show's continuous comparison of Jinx and Isha's relationship to Silco and Jinx's relationship as a justification for how Jinx could jump from suicidal ideation to being remarkably well adjusted rings hollow. That's not even considering that it took Silco an entire season of on-screen transformation to reach that point, while Jinx's transformation is off-screen. What's most frustrating to me is how it oddly romanticizes Jinx and Silco's bond. I'm hard-pressed to find anything productive about their relationship. The man kidnapped and tried to kill her father, ordered Marcus to kill Vi, and raised her to be a mass murderer. Even if Silco was the only one who truly understood her, there's a clear distinction between showing someone unconditional love and teaching them to embrace the most destructive aspects of themselves rather than heal from their trauma. Still, I don't want to diminish the nuance of how Season 1 depicts Jinx and Silco, and I can appreciate how it goes beyond being a one-sided evil dad dynamic. Anyway, Jinx and Isha are perfect and instantly solve each other's problems just by being together. The fact that Jinx is able to nonchalantly speak to Isha about her past identity as Powder and declare that Jinx is dead is a leap. The writers took what could have been a challenging and engaging journey for Jinx to accept herself, as well as make strides towards being a force of love rather than destruction, and put it in a time skip, with a child character that has no clear motivation beyond I like Jinx. To that point, I'm concerned that a 10-year-old girl wants to be just like a terrorist who processes her trauma by committing acts of mass violence, but this is cute sister bonding, I guess. This is why Isha's death had me legit stone-faced. Without any explanation as to why Jinx would take on the burden of protecting Isha when she's in such an apathetic mental state that she literally says she wants to watch the world burn. Or any demonstration as to how someone as volatile as Jinx could properly care for a child, the relationship is very difficult to get invested in beyond, that's cute, I guess. Anyway, we're blowing up Isha, oh the misery, roll credits. With Isha's death comes another dramatic character change for Jinx, as she is now at her lowest, most suicidal point we have seen her in the series. To the writer's credit, such an experience would be traumatic for Jinx in specifically painful ways, so this reaction doesn't feel that jarring for her character. On the other hand, this change feels strange in comparison to her reaction to Silco's death, where she seemed little more than aimless, still having enough of a will to live that she didn't just let Smeech finish her off during their street brawl in episode 2. Silco was such a huge and complex part of her life compared to Isha, and she, intentionally or not, murdered him, so I find it odd that Isha's death leaves her at literal rock bottom. This is all ignoring the fact that Vi now accepts Jinx and believes in her potential, something that she's been waiting for her whole life. But all hope is lost for Jinx, I guess, and oddly enough, Jinx's ending reinforces this message. This is where I run into my confusion with Jinx's character this season. For much of season 2, Jinx is honestly pretty chill, and quickly begins her redemption arc, performing the heroic act of saving Zonites from Stillwater as early as episode 4, which actually put them in more danger considering that Warwick was rapidly approaching, but nobody's perfect. The writers never have her reflect on the ripple effect of damage she caused with her unprompted attack on the council and then abandoning Zon to suffer the consequences, beyond her infamous line that she didn't know Cassandra was in the council room. Aw, Jinx, we all know you would have been gleefully cackling if you knew the rocket was going to kill Caitlyn's mom. You hated her guts. Still, Act 2 continuously demonstrates that Jinx can heal and, most importantly, can exist with Vi in peace. She may feel responsible for Isha's death, but it was due to circumstances outside of her control, Jayce's hammer time, not any internal flaw she needs to reconcile. Regardless of whether or not you believe Jinx should be punished, Vi is right in saying that Jinx has much potential for goodness in her, as the whole of Act 2 has demonstrated. Then we get to the final battle, and from Vi's point of view, Jinx essentially takes her own life as the I Want to Die Really Bad song plays in the background. A quick reminder that music is more than background noise and can significantly impact how your narrative is interpreted. If the deaths of Jinx, Jayce, and Viktor were supposed to be a heroic sacrifice and a way for them to right their wrongs, with Jinx finally saving her family and Jayce and Viktor undoing the damage caused by the anomaly, why play the song that has lyrics like I used to have strength but I ran out of hope, and maybe death is like falling asleep? If you read the lyrics to the full version of this song, you'll see the bridge and final chorus have a more hopeful message that better reflects Jinx's choice to take the high road. Instead, the show never plays this segment, and the parts they do play paint the image that Jinx's death is the only solution to her suffering. In summary, I am going crazy, tangent over. I understand that it's basically confirmed Jinx survived, but some of us viewers aren't that smart and had to go on Reddit to find that out. Beyond that, her fate is left so ambiguous that she may as as well have died. Vi has to live with the guilt of being unable to save her sister or father once again, and we can only guess what Jinx is going to do to break the cycle of violence. Much like Vi, Jinx's journey feels rushed, unfocused, and self-contradictory. Her inner healing happens so quickly that it has nothing interesting to say about how someone as deeply damaged and distrustful as Jinx can cope with these issues, or make amends for the pain they've inflicted on others beyond get a dog. Even when the audience accepts that Jinx has overcome her bitterness and resentment towards everyone around her, the writers force her to needlessly suffer because of circumstances she couldn't control and then declare she is too broken to exist in normal society. As I described at the beginning of this section, Jinx earns her status as one of the most highly praised Arcane characters because her writing was nuanced and empathetic, yet detailed how she sank further into bitterness and paranoia instead of choosing a path of healing, with Season 1 ending on a poignantly tragic note. Season 2 speedruns the difficult task of a Jinx redemption arc by victimizing her, turning her social ineptitude into wacky humor, making Vi and Caitlyn act uncharacteristically cruel in comparison, and using Isha as a sacrificial lamb to gain sympathy from the audience. By the end, I'm not sure what the writers even want to say about Jinx. They didn't take the time to write a thought-provoking story that challenged us to believe in the redemption of a mass murderer, and instead shipped her off in a blimp because she was too complicated to handle.
Even though Vander sliced open his face and tried to kill him in the lake.
We love each other, really.
I hate resurrection tropes. I don't know if this is childhood trauma from watching a lot of shonen anime growing up and being burned one too many times, but I cannot think of a story where a character was resurrected and it felt satisfying. Still, as much as I don't want to let it taint my analysis of Vander in Season 2, I figured I'd at least be transparent about my bias. As a point in favor of the writers, the possibility of Vander turning into a shimmer-powered creature was hinted at in Season 1, with Silco locking him in a medical chair and inadvertently using him as a test subject when Vander was pushed to use Shimmer in order to save Vi. At the same time, we saw Vander die in Vi's arms, his death arguably having the most impact on the narrative. Him being revived not only cheapens the years of suffering Vi and Jinx endured, but it also raises lots of questions about the nature of life, death, and Shimmer that go unanswered. In Season 1, Shimmer was easily understood to be a steroid equivalent that gave people super strength, which could manifest in them becoming Hulk beasts if they took a huge dose at once, like with Deckard or Vander, or it could give their body immunity to survive painful operations, like with Jinx or Viktor. Somehow, a mix of magic wolf corpses, singed blood, and Shimmer is able to turn Vander into a werewolf. It's a leap to take Shimmer from a stimulant to a catalyst for reanimating corpses, and what's even more confusing is how Vander's consciousness interacts with Warwick. Does connecting Vander's brain to a working heart bring his memories back like powering on a PC? Why does the wolf inside him start senselessly destroying anything and anyone around him at a drop of blood? Did Singe program that into him? And if so, why? How does Viktor's healing magic interact with Vander's consciousness, when it seemed he could mainly heal physical imperfections? Can Viktor heal Jinx's schizophrenia? It just gets more absurd when you think about Singe's reason for doing all of this. Ah yes, I must merge a man's corpse with 2 magic wolves I found in a cave and make him a bloodthirsty monster. All for you, my dearest! So as much as I like to raise annoying, actually questions about League of Legends sci-fi magic, my main concern is how Vander's transformation into Warwick impacts the characters. It paints Singed as pointlessly cruel in his experiments, which is especially strange considering the show literally highlights him being able to resurrect the daughter he experimented on against her will as the one good to come out of all this suffering. Warwick feels like a stain on Vander's memory, using him like a meat puppet to facilitate a reunion between Vi and Jinx without adding anything interesting to his character. One of Arcane's strengths was how every character felt like a well-defined individual with compelling motivations, even if they were more of a plot device. Marcus, despite essentially being a professional pot stirrer, has a surprisingly haunting arc about arrogance and cowardice. And you can't help but feel heartbroken for Skye, the embodiment of female yearning, whose desire to advance the field of science because of her admiration for Viktor gives her death real weight beyond a sacrificial lamb. In contrast, Vander has had the most horrifying thing imaginable happen to him, but we don't get to explore how this affects him on a character level. Someone who was committed to non-violence and defending the people of Zaun is now at the mercy of an alien presence in his mind, forced to watch helplessly as he massacres everything in sight. The writers leave this opportunity for interesting character drama on the floor, and he becomes little more than a protect the NPC quest to force Vi and Jinx to work together. We get a few flashbacks with Vander this season that end up doing more retroactive harm to his character than good. The reveal that Vander was very close with Felicia and her family, to the point that he served as a father figure to Vi before the bridge battle, cheapens his sacrifice. His decision to care for Vi and Powder feels less like an act of pure sacrificial love and more like an obligation. situation. Even though it would have been cruel for him to neglect Vi and Powder, Vander didn't have any responsibility to these random kids who showed up on the bridge, and you could forgive him for not going the extra mile to raise them as his own. It made it all the more meaningful that he did the hard but right thing and made an active effort to heal his community after his failed revolution resulted in so many pointless deaths. But with the knowledge that Vander is basically Vi and Powder's uncle, it's almost as if he doesn't have a choice. He'd be completely heartless to abandon them after promising their mother he would care for them and being somewhat responsible for her death. Nothing interesting is added to his character by making him Warwick or by revealing his closeness with Vi and Powder's mother. Ultimately, bringing Vander back feels like little more than an excuse to manufacture drama, and it's disappointing to see one of the most effective mentor characters in fiction be reduced to a plot device.
I run the Undercity.
Sorry, Jermaine, that was your sandwich.
God!
Similar to Vander, Silco's involvement this season either retroactively harms his character or is only used to facilitate dramatic beats for other characters. One of the most contentious points of discussion from season 2 is the letter from Vander that Vi and Jinx discover in episode 5. And I don't really know why it's contentious because it's obviously stupid. A letter from Vander apologizing for trying to drown Silco would not solve the real issue, that their ideologies are in direct conflict with each other. As I talked about in my season 1 Silco analysis, Vander actually does apologize to Silco for drowning him in episode 3 of season 1, and it only further frustrates Silco. Even though he was angry for a time, Silco still respected Vander because what he did was proof that he was willing to take action based on what he believed, no matter how painful or cruel it was. It was when Vander became willing to work with enforcers, to bow to the whims of the enemy for the sake of peace, that Silco began to hate him. As he tells Vander, "You die for the cause, but you won't fight for one?" For Silco, the ends justify the means, and he will make any sacrifice necessary to advance his cause. In his perspective, Vander wimped out after a few people died in their attempted uprising and was so scared of causing any more violence that he became ineffective. Unless Vander was willing to embrace Silco's utilitarian view, any attempt at an apology would only add salt to the wound. Episode 7's insistence that Silco and Vander's issue was simply one of learning to forgive is laughable, and cheapens the engaging ideological conflict these two had in season 1. Jinx's hallucination of Silco during her imprisonment in episode 8 is similarly ridiculous. To the writer's credit, I enjoyed this monologue in isolation, especially the comparison of a moral code to a cell we lock ourselves in. For someone like Silco, who viewed traditional ideas of good and evil as limiting and justified any action as long as it was a net positive for Zahn, this line was a creative way of capturing his worldview, delivered beautifully by the angelic pipes of Jason Spizak.
I guess I need to put this up to my mouth because right now I can't feel my hands.
But things quickly veer off the rails when the show uses Silco, the literal embodiment of bitterness and vengeance up to his final moments, to deliver the message that the cycle of violence only ends when you choose to walk away. It's hard to hear those words come out of Silco's mouth and not laugh. Even if this is not supposed to be an accurate depiction of Silco, why have the writers turned Jinx's debilitating hallucinations into character development ghosts? It's even stranger how this message plays out in Jinx's character. At first, she takes it to mean she's too broken to heal and tries to take her own life. Then she takes it to mean she's too broken to have a healthy relationship with Vi and goes off to live her truth in a hot air balloon, rather than contribute something good to the world as a way to counteract the damage she caused. Even with his reduced presence in season 2, Silco looms over the narrative like a bad omen, the writers misunderstanding their own character or going out of their way to romanticize him as a positive influence on Jinx. They reduced a compelling and nuanced antagonist to a mouthpiece for the writers to lecture about how forgiveness is good and violence is bad, contorting his once complex character to fit these simplistic messages.
What have we done?
What have we done?
If you felt Jayce's behavior in season 1 was erratic, hold on to your hammers because you can honestly never predict what this man is going to do this season. Still, this raises an interesting point. Wasn't one of Jayce's key flaws in season 1 his impulsiveness and willingness to compromise his principles? While he was inconsistent, there was a clearly displayed logic to his inconsistency. Whenever Jayce did something that contradicted the beliefs he claimed to hold, it was because he was following the advice of an influential figure in his life without question. Mel successfully convinced him to back down on his mission to root out corruption by arguing that making friends with counselors was the best way to secure support for Hextech. Jayce's most impulsive council decisions of firing Heimerdinger and raiding Silco's mines only come after scenes showing Mel and Ambessa manipulating him. This is why Jayce's defining moment at the end of season 1 is giving a big old frick you frickin' fricks to the council and acting based on his personal conviction that a Hextech war must be stopped at all costs, caused by his first-hand experience during the Silco mine raid. As I said in my season 1 analysis, analysis, there's a difference between a character being frustrating and annoying. Because the writers kept the audience on the same page and demonstrated how other characters exploited Jayce's fear of losing control to cause him to act in ways that conflicted with his beliefs, his behavior was frustrating rather than annoying. This gave him a well-defined and engaging journey to follow, demonstrating how even a rational person with good intentions can let themselves be driven by impulses and bad actors if they don't think critically. So it's a bad sign that episode 1 of season 2 begins with Jayce expectedly being staunchly against an invasion with Hextech weaponry, only to rush towards the conclusion where he makes Hextech weapons for Caitlyn's task force. The major argument the show makes to facilitate this change is that the memorial attack scared Jayce, and assumedly he saw that Hextech weapons were what saved the day and concluded they were a necessary evil. I find this explanation to be shaky because 1, Ambessa's troops turned the tide in the battle and all they had were spears, and 2, both Mel and Viktor, the biggest influences in Jayce's life, are vehemently opposed to Hextech weaponry. The only person who could have convinced him is Caitlyn, but in their last conversation we see, she also explicitly tells him that Hextech weaponry is not the answer. When everything we are shown opposes the idea that Jayce would create Hextech weapons, it feels less like there is a cause and effect to him going back on his principles, and more like he's acting out of character without explanation. Because there's no real transition scene, this isn't an interesting examination of how Jayce could be convinced to use Hextech weapons after being so traumatized by inadvertently killing a child that he swore against it, along with the survivor's guilt over Viktor's death further motivating him to respect his friend's wishes. Instead, it feels contrived and cheapens his growth up to this point, a sign that the writers are cranking it when it comes to Jayce's character development in this rushed season. Still, even if Jayce turning back on everything he learned in season 1 is rushed, unlike my issues with Vi and Jinx, the writers have a clear vision for Jayce's character this season. It's time for Jayce to reckon with his part in creating Hextech, to take responsibility and fully commit to undoing the harm he's caused by misusing his political power. This is a natural continuation of his journey in the prior season, a process that he started by negotiating a peace deal and preparing to resign from the council. But as episode 1 has shown, there's always a chance he can fall back into his old habits. Jayce and Viktor's conversation in episode 2 builds a strong foundation for this journey. Jayce merging Viktor with the Hex Corps is a well-founded decision based on what we know of his character in season 1, despite the fact he promised Viktor he would destroy it. Unlike his endorsement of Hextech weaponry, where he took an undetermined amount of time off screen to come to that conclusion, Jayce was forced to make a snap decision whether or not to save his friend's life. It's also implied he didn't know the Hex Corps killed Skye, considering episode 9 of season 1 makes a point of showing Viktor hiding Skye's notes under his shoulder. I can imagine that if he knew this, Jayce would be more wary of using the Hex Corps. Arguably, it makes sense that in the heat of the moment and without a full understanding of the gravity of what he's doing, an action-oriented character like Jayce would break his promise to Viktor if he thought it would save his life. During their discussion, Jayce dismisses Viktor's objections and tries to paint himself as being backed into a corner, in a way that's reminiscent of their discussion about Hextech weapons from the previous season. Unfortunately, Viktor nopes out before they can delve deeper into this issue or any larger issues either one should have strong opinions on. How Piltover should respond to Jinx's attack, or if Hextech weapons should be used, just to name a few. Jayce literally watches in silence as Viktor slowly hobbles away to an undisclosed location. No further questions or concerns about what he plans to do or how his new powers work. Jayce fails to properly address his issues with Viktor as well as Heimerdinger, and as an extension, his journey to rectify the damage he did with his irresponsible use of Hextech is confusing and unengaging. Jayce and Heimerdinger are back to being buddies almost instantly, never confronting their falling out or exploring how their actions contributed to the current nightmare Piltover and Zahn are in. By the time Jayce gets to talk to Viktor again, neither of them are in their right minds, with Viktor becoming Hex Jesus under the influence of the Arcane, and Jayce suffering from alternate dimension mental illness. Their dynamic quickly becomes dramatic, lacking the thoughtful discussions they used to have on political power and the use of technology, instead turning into generic evil world domination robot versus individualistic hero dialogue. By the end of this season, I can count the number of scenes Jayce and Viktor share on my hand, and they all follow the same confusing pattern. They start by raising interesting points of discussion about their conflict.
We were wrong. It's not as bad as
It killed Skye, Jayce.
You've given Hextech to the people?
As we always promised we would.
Your mind has become rigid, Jayce. Fear clouds your judgment.
Refuse to properly address the other's point of view.
My place was always here, in the lab, with you. We'll make this right, together.
We have to end it, Viktor. We have to.
You seem different.
This is your obsession. Everything you've done to these people, you did alone.
Something gay happens.
It was affection. that held us together.
I thought you were done with Hextech. And me.
Let us instead do this once again as partners.
And then Viktor leaves or explodes.
Where are you going?
Goodbye, Jayce.
I'm sorry too.
Jayce making amends with Viktor should be a crucial part of addressing his past mistakes. Their relationship was the interpersonal anchor for the show's larger debate on the corrupting nature of power and technology. Instead, the writer's main vehicle for teaching Jayce the error of his ways and the catalyst for his unyielding determination to destroy Hextech is throwing him in a hole for a few weeks. While I love the haunting atmosphere of the apocalypse dimension and find the scene of Jayce exploring the aftermath of the battle to be effective, ultimately, the way this experience changes him only hurts his character. Jayce suffering in the cave and playing an average Mario Maker level doesn't force him to make a difficult choice that reveals what he believes. It tells us that he feels very guilty about Hextech and wants to stop it, which is a pretty basic emotion to spend half of an entire episode conveying. Everything he does after this point, chronologically, not episode-wise, is a huge deviation from the character we know and extremely far removed from his usual well-intentioned yet poorly thought-out decision-making. But the writers gotta crank it so we don't get any time to understand his new psychology beyond he's gone insane, I guess. The Time Lord Viktor plot twist only muddies the waters further. Once Jayce reaches the top of the Hex Gates during the final battle, he decides to let Viktor enter him into the hive mind because he recognizes it as being similar to the statue in the alternate dimension. He also tells Vi, Caitlyn, and Mel that they're supposed to lose the fight, and is suspiciously slow in deactivating the Hexgate engine, despite it being the deciding factor in whether Viktor achieves the glorious evolution or not. It all implies a level of predestination, that future Viktor knew what would happen in this timeline where he gave Jayce the acceleration rune and explained this to him. Because of this, I have no idea what Jayce's actions post-alternate dimension adventure say about his character or his beliefs. He never reflects on killing Salo, Viktor, and causing the deaths of an entire commune of poor people. Was this all part of the one way to save his timeline? With how absurdly evil Viktor becomes, Jayce appears heroic by comparison rather than because of any personal growth. And the only time his actions are questioned by the narrative is when he's neglectful towards Mel in episode 8, as the writers have him apologize to her in the next scene. I grew more and more annoyed with Jayce this season as I watched the writers fumble the execution of his growth. In his last moment of the show, where he finally got to have a real conversation with Viktor about their conflict, where the writers could have had him reflect on his actions in a way that gave some sort of unifying message to his confusing arc, they face-planted into the finish line. Viktor begins with a valid point. He posits that humanity shares the desire to create better lives, that we all just want ourselves and our loved ones to be happy and healthy. The real issue is that we are flawed beings with limited perspectives and an inability to think practically, allowing fear and mistrust to prevent us from being unified. I mean, he basically summarized season 1. In response, Jayce tells Viktor that despite his desire to cure his supposed weaknesses, like his limp and disease, he was never broken, and that there is beauty in imperfections. Jayce, that was really sweet, but what does this have to do with literally anything? 1, this is a vague statement that doesn't make an argument for why humans deserve free will, or address Viktor's point that humans can't be trusted to make the right decisions. When you take a moment to think about the hundreds of instances in Arcane where a misguided decision resulted in horrible consequences, the statement, "there is beauty in imperfections," comes off more like feel-good fluff than anything profound. In general, Season 2 struggles with the signature Arcane one-liners. Season 1 did a great job of putting complex ideas into simple terms, while Season 2 makes the mistake of putting simple ideas into overly complex terms.
Weapons can't be unmade, and they are always used.
Nobody wins in war, Vi.
In the pursuit of great, we fail to do good.
She oinked poison in your ear and you just ate it.
Choice is false. It is how we clothe and forgive the baser instincts that spur us to division.
In my experience, no one in power is innocent.
2, the way Jayce speaks about Viktor and his illness feels like the writers are misunderstanding their own character. Viktor was confident in his own worth and capability regardless of his condition. The reason he became desperate to cure himself was because his illness put a time limit on what he could accomplish, and he believed he played a crucial role in advancing Hextech far enough that it could save the Undercity. It wasn't that he thought, I am inherently less valuable as a person because I'm disabled and need to be fixed. He only thought, man, I wish I didn't have cancer when I'm trying to end poverty. Additionally, Jayce never respected Viktor less because he was disabled, so this wasn't a flaw he needed to correct. Jayce's prejudice towards Zaunite was more of an issue between them, but this goes unaddressed. He even ignorantly implies Viktor's issue was one of self-love, rather than acknowledge how Topside's poor management of the Undercity caused Viktor to unfairly suffer from chronic pain and terminal illness. Any interesting character drama or discussions about power and technology that could be had between these two quickly falls apart after this point. Ekko spikes the Z drive, Jayce hugs Viktor so he can get the Time Lord Viktor lore drop, and then we get the J-Vik Hexplosion incident of 2024, oh the misery, roll credits. Jayce has been through so much in Season 2, yet by the time we reach the final scene, it feels like he hasn't gone through any personal growth. His sometimes erratic decision making has been dialed up to insanity for this season, jumping from his usual errors in judgment to a murderous rampage, only to go back to giving Viktor a big ol' hug for the finale. The writers have to rush past his defining moments so quickly that the audience doesn't get to sit with the consequences of his actions like in Season 1, leaving what could have been an interesting journey for Jayce to feel underdeveloped and confusing.
Viktor Nation, how are we feeling?
Of all the legends of the League at the end of Season 1, Viktor's fate was the most unclear. He's a champion in the game, so he's going to survive, but like, there's no way, just look at him. With the foreshadowing we got in Season 1 and League fans' knowledge of his character in the game, a full embrace of Hextech and transformation into a cyborg creature was the most likely path for his character. Again, with my Nietzsche comparison, Viktor's Hex Core experiments in Season 1 employ a lot of body horror, alluding to the idea he will shed his humanity in order to evolve to a higher state of being. So yes, I was excited when they shoved him in the gooby cocoon and forced him to crawl his way out, fully metamorphosed into a purple eldritch entity. What would he do in reaction to the attack on the Council, Jayce's betrayal, and Piltover's invasion with Hextech weaponry? How far would he now be willing to go in the pursuit of progress, of empowering the Undercity against their increasingly violent oppressors? Well, it's actually a pretty simple answer. Leave, become Jesus, chill in a commune for a bit, die, decide enslaving humanity is the only option, I guess, then die again. Confusingly, Viktor's loss of humanity and embrace of the glorious evolution involves him living in full service of the Undercity and starting a peaceful commune where anyone is welcome. The writers failed to establish the gradual buildup of dread and danger that they expertly pulled off in Season 1 with his brief turn to the dark side. For this to be the start of Viktor's transformation into an evil god, his actions are oddly benign and don't reflect that he's embracing rationality to the point of neglecting his humanity. He goes out of his way to try to heal Vander because he's so moved by his dream for Zaun, even though the rational choice would be to keep him away from the commune rather than risk the lives of many for the sake of one person. Again, Viktor refuses to use Vander to strengthen his own power, even when Singe points out that doing so puts the whole commune at risk of death. There's nothing overly rational or utilitarian about Viktor's actions prior to his god transformation, with most of his choices actually portraying him as empathetic to his own detriment. He's not a compelling villain for the show's finale because his journey feels poorly developed and rushed. If the show included more warning signs about the danger of Viktor's pragmatic thinking, maybe by having him turn people away if they weren't a net benefit to the commune or justify unethical experiments for the sake of progress, it would be more believable for him to decide that working with Ambessa is a necessary evil to complete the glorious evolution. Otherwise, his change from claiming he will only evolve the willing to participating in Ambessa's excessive bloodshed and enslaving humanity is underdeveloped and unengaging as a result. He quickly becomes so absurdly evil that it's hard to seriously consider his beliefs, with the writers having nothing interesting to say about what could cause a person to go this insane with power besides, that's how the Arcane be, I guess. Season 2 Viktor's obsession with the concepts of fate and free will is a leap from his character in Season 1, if not contradictory. His conversation with Singe in Episode 6 and with Jayce in Episode 9, the one where they're in the Hexgate engine room, indicates that he believes everything that occurs is predestined to a degree and choice is a social construct, I guess. The issue is, time and time again, Viktor's conflict with Jayce indicates that he values the idea of free will very highly. Jayce is the one who consistently insists he doesn't have a choice as a weak defense for his poor decisions, something that Viktor criticizes him for precisely because he believes he is choosing temporary pleasures, public affirmation, political power, mom you know, over advancing the Hextech project. He even maintains this attitude in Season 2 when he ends his partnership with Jayce because Jayce chose to save Viktor's life instead of destroying the Hex Core like he promised, as well as giving Jayce multiple chances to choose to work with him in the glorious evolution. On that note, major conflicts between Viktor and Jayce, like using using hex tech to empower the Undercity, the price of progress, or the best usage of political influence go unexplored in favor of a philosophical debate that the writers honestly don't seem that interested in. I'll keep this brief since I already touched on this in my analysis of Jayce, but in general, Jayce makes assertions rather than arguments against Viktor, and Viktor never challenges Jayce to make a compelling case for why humans deserve free will or the value of suffering. Inversely, Viktor makes vague statements about reason and emotion without properly defining what he means when he uses those terms, which is especially confusing since much of his actions this season seem to be driven by sacrificial love, and Jayce never points out how extreme pragmatism could be harmful to humanity. Like Jayce, by the finale, Viktor is nearly unrecognizable from the character we knew in Season 1, but the writers did not take us on a compelling journey to get him to this point. His well-defined goals of helping his people achieve equality, building his legacy, and using technology as a non-violent means of enacting social change are replaced with poorly communicated philosophical ponderings. He spends much of the season without any clear plan, following the path of magic footprints and doing generally nice things for people, only to be embarrassingly unprepared when Piltover shows up on his doorstep with a bunch of weapons, and bafflingly allowing Jayce to wander around the commune with his hammer after he just killed Sallow.
Poor Sallow.
That isn't Jayce.
Viktor and Jayce are just plain confusing this season. The development and eventual reconciliation of their conflict is a far cry from the nuanced relationship they had in the past season, which challenged the viewer to understand both of their points of view rather than paint one as the hero and the other as an evil robot overlord.
The Defender of Tomorrow? Ekko? Oh, okay. Jayce.
Season 2 tells a story of war between Piltover and Zaun, the escalation of violence between the cities as a consequence of the failures of both sides. So naturally, the writers decide to send Mel, the most influential leader of Piltover, off on a side quest to unlock cool witch powers. Really, there's not a lot to say about Mel's arc in Season 2 because so much interesting material for her character is left on the table for a standard Chosen One storyline. Mel's intricate psychology and moral complexity is what made her memorable. Even though I have some complaints about her development in Season 1, her internal war between acting as the self-preserving politician she was raised to be and acting based on her morality was exciting to watch, especially with how it manifested in her relationships with Jayce and Ambessa. And yet, Season 2 fails both the political and interpersonal aspects of her character. Mel is embarrassingly ineffective as a social strategist this season. The most she does is hire a cat girl to spy on Sallow, and even then, Ambessa clocks Lest as a fed every time and tells her to leave before she can hear anything useful. Mel makes little effort to establish an alliance with Shula, even though she appears more moderate and open to a peaceful solution. She's notably the first counselor shown raising her hand in support of the treaty after Mel in episode 9. Mel also ignores the ticking time bomb that is Caitlyn, watching helplessly as she declares she's leading an invasion with the hex-tech weapons she got from Jayce, all without the council's approval. Allura really is the MVP, gathering all kinds of intelligence for Mel, yet even during their meetings, Mel says little more than, "We'll have to do something about this, I guess." Having failed in all of her efforts to bring any sense of peace, Mel is taken out of play in episode 3 and put in Black Rose jail, isolated from basically everything that made her character interesting up to this point. Even many Season 2 defenders admit the Black Rose plotline is poorly explained and a disappointing use of Mel's character. As I said in my world-building analysis of Season 2, you can't throw so much magic BS into a plotline that the viewers don't have a functional understanding of what's happening, because that will make it near impossible for them to engage with any of the emotional beats you're trying to hit. If you have to keep pausing the show to scour the depths of Reddit, something is wrong. After going on a boring and confusing magic side quest, the writers finally let Mel out of her box, giving us at least some hope that Mel will have to wrestle with an engaging internal struggle. She's essentially given an ultimatum by LeBlanc to join them in stopping Ambessa from bringing about the apocalypse. Even though logically, Mel has little reason to trust the evil witches that kidnapped her, killed her brother, and generally want to bring about the end of her bloodline so they can rule Noxus, this at least presents Mel with an interesting moral dilemma of whether or not she will work with her enemies and kill her own mother for the greater good. Except this isn't Season 1, where Mel had layers of moral complexity and well-developed nuance. Now the writers are letting her play on easy mode and make Ambessa so ridiculously evil that she'd almost be psychotic to let her live. This main character syndrome for Mel starts to rear its head in episode 8 when she reunites with Jayce. She quietly hints that she wants Jayce to ask what happened to her, but he completely misses this signal. I mean, I think this is average behavior for a man in his 30s, let alone one who who has severe PTSD from being thrown in a hole and tortured for an unclear period of time, but apparently this was bad enough that it warranted one of the only apologies Jayce gives in the show. Even more baffling is Mel's response when Jayce confronts her about hiding the true reason they survived the attack, as well as having ulterior motives for beginning their relationship. This one moment where Mel gets to confront her flaw of using deception to stay in control rather than trusting the people who care about her is quickly dashed. Instead of explaining that her love for Jayce is real, even if it started from a selfish place, she defends her actions as a wise investment. Then the side piece arrives, so Jayce blows them up again, and Mel gets a chance to vent about her mommy issues. In a desperate attempt to add clarity to her confusing arc, the writers have Jayce give an on-the-nose explanation of the lesson Mel is supposed to learn, that she can take control of her destiny and she will never be a passenger. I understand what the writers are getting at, how Mel's inferiority complex caused by being banished and desire to prove herself as a competent leader encouraged her Machiavellian way of ruling. But this interpretation victimizes Mel and erases any of the moral complexity she had in the past season. Again, Mel is easily allowed to be the good guy when she decides, hey, I'm gonna check up on me mom, only to discover that Ambessa has literally allied herself with an evil god and acquired an undead army to take over the world. I'll go more in depth on this in my Ambessa analysis, but her absurd levels of villainy this season removes any of the nuance in her relationship with Mel that made their conflict engaging. Ambessa used to pose a genuine counter-argument to Mel's methods of diplomacy and negotiation, being someone that would only use violence to establish a strict sense of order, rather than the crazed warlord she is now. Mel's attempts to convince Ambessa to stand down make her look naive and incompetent. This isn't anywhere near as interesting as the finale of Season 1, where she thoughtfully considered her options and realized granting the Undercity independence was a worthwhile risk to avoid an all-out war. You can't negotiate or use diplomacy with someone who is so far gone that they're willing to mind control the human race. Anyway, who cares about Mel's growth as a leader? Now she's a legend of the League. She doesn't have time for political duties. We'll let Jayce handle the council meetings, and I know he's clearly disturbed and mentally unstable, but I'm sure he'll inspire nothing but confidence in Piltover and Zaun's leadership. The resolution to Mel and Ambessa's relationship only further confuses the message of her journey. Mel hands Ambessa over to LeBlanc to finish her off, but then she decides she doesn't want LeBlanc to finish her mother off and does a Super Saiyan for it. Then Ambessa just dies anyway. But before she dies, she looks up at Mel, smiles, and says, "You are the wolf." Back in episode 8 of season 1, Ambessa tells a young Mel that she can not only be the fox, and she must also be the wolf if she wants to be an effective leader. Mel's lack of ruthlessness is what caused Ambessa to banish her, and is what motivated Mel's pursuit of power through negotiation as a way to defy this identity her mother tried to force upon her. So why do the writers end Mel's "you will never be a passenger" arc with her mom proudly smiling at her and declaring that she has become what she always wanted her to be? Who cares, we gotta crank it. Now Mel's sailing off to and we never get to know how she reacted to Jayce's death, what role she played in establishing the new council, or how she feels inheriting her mother's position beyond a look of mild constipation. That pretty effectively captures the issues with Mel's writing this season. So much happens to her, and yet she seems pretty much unchanged or unchallenged by it. The writers strangely took the character that would likely have the most interesting role to play in the war and put her in a box for most of the season, forsaking everything that made her fun to watch in the first place.
I don't remember.
Despite the fact that Caitlyn's character swings from one extreme to the other pretty frequently this season, it seems like the writers had the clearest idea of what direction they wanted to take her. Assumedly, the intention with Caitlyn was to write the standard grief-driven vengeance arc, which always causes positive reactions among fans and is very easy to execute. She may be the biggest victim of rushed pacing this season, as the writers are unable to properly develop what could have been a compelling journey for her character. By the end, no one's really sure who Caitlyn is or what she believes, so the writers kind of shrug their shoulders and say she's too tired to be mad anymore. Turning Caitlyn into a ruthless military officer who is willing to use powerful weaponry and toxic gas on the people of the Undercity to get revenge on Jinx is a difficult task, considering that was basically everything she stood against in the prior season. I mean, her character is literally built around the fact she's an empath, the show demonstrating on multiple occasions that she goes out of her way to treat criminals with humanity and respect. Still, Caitlyn has a strong sense of right and wrong, making it difficult for her to understand someone like Jinx, who from her perspective is nothing more than a force of senseless violence. Combine that with Caitlyn's guilt about not taking the shot and now having to carry on her mother's legacy, this lays a strong foundation for someone as empathetic as Caitlyn to want justice. To what lengths she will go in pursuing vengeance is up to the writers to develop, but instead of using Caitlyn's arc to explore how even a good person can be driven to hatred and violence, she's rushed from character beat to character beat with little time to explore the factors behind her changing psychology. Episode 1 effectively effectively brings us into her mental space following the attack on the council, communicating the layers of grief, guilt, and weight of her mother's legacy. But even early on, minor red flags start popping up, starting with Caitlyn infamously springing the badge on Vi. Considering that Marcus personally betrayed Caitlyn and she herself discovered that much of the Force was bought out by Silco, why would she still maintain this level of trust in them? Her argument that this method would be safer than a vigilante mission like Vi suggests also doesn't hold up when you realize their task force is made of 3 low-ranking cops, who are so useless that Vi and Caitlyn ultimately agreed to leave them behind for the battle with Jinx. Caitlyn has always displayed a level of ignorance when it comes to the dynamic between Piltover and Zaun, but her asking Vi to become a cop is a leap, especially after she spent the entirety of Season 1 learning to understand Vi's perspective. The memorial attack understandably sets Caitlyn on edge and fuels her fire for vengeance. I appreciate that unlike other characters, the writers give us a scene showing us how Caitlyn is processing what just happened, but I take issue with their on-the-nose effort to portray her as an anti-Zaun racist, calling the people of the Undercity as a whole animals with Vi standing right in front of her. Listen, you can make Caitlyn as racist as you want, you just need to give a thoughtful justification as to why, because this is a stark departure from her character. Throughout Season 1, the writers consistently contrast how Caitlyn treats people as individuals against the dehumanization and othering that's ingrained in Piltover's culture. She wants to maintain her friendship with Jayce even when he's labeled as a criminal by the council. She's visibly disturbed at how nonchalantly the prison warden discusses the guard's abuse of Vi, and she shows empathy towards Huck. The memorial attack was clearly done by a small group of Silco's men. It may fuel Caitlyn's desire for vengeance against Jinx, but it's a leap to say that she wouldn't mentally separate them from the rest of the Undercity like she always has and instead embrace a bigoted mindset. Anyway, somehow Caitlyn convinces Vi and Jayce to go back on their convictions, and somehow she prepares an invasion with Hextech weaponry behind the council's back. Related to the issue of the racist Caitlyn jump scare in episode 1, her releasing the Grey into Zaun with detailed knowledge of its harmful effects is presented as she's doing this now, I guess, rather than thoughtfully developed. I don't buy the explanation that this would only affect the Chem Barons. Even if you can control the gas to some extent, it's still gas and will inevitably leak into the air that innocent people have to breathe. Caitlyn wanting to kill Jinx is not an interesting explanation for why she would be willing to put innocent people in the crossfire. This issue gets exponentially worse during Caitlyn and Vi's argument after they failed to kill Jinx. Caitlyn's anger over losing Jinx again makes sense for her character, but Vi stated multiple times before the fight that she was willing to kill Jinx and nearly went through with it before Isha stepped in. Why would Caitlyn come to the conclusion that Vi is more loyal to her tribe than Caitlyn by saying, "It's her!" Jinx's blood in your veins. Caitlyn's change from hating Jinx to hating anyone from the Undercity isn't executed in a compelling way, mainly because the writers are cranking it. They're rushing through what could have been a thoughtful look into how someone can let one painful experience paint how they view an entire group of people, instead saying, being sad makes you racist, I guess. Anyway, somehow the most powerful leaders of Piltover agree that Caitlyn, a 23-year-old enforcer who hasn't even succeeded in her primary goal of capturing Jinx and de-escalating the conflict, should be Dictator Perpetuo. The time skip only further alienates the audience as to why Caitlyn has changed her core values in the ways she has. Episode 4 infamously opens with her and Maddie sleeping together, with little explanation for their relationship beyond she's rebounding. More confusing than lesbian hijinks is the fact that Caitlyn expresses deep admiration for Ambessa that indicates a maternal relationship, to the point that she smiles at Maddie comparing her to Ambessa, only to act very distant and distrustful towards her in the next scene. Caitlyn oddly criticizes Ambessa for having Rictus instigate violence and argues that arrests require cause. But the last we saw of her in Act 1, she believed anyone who was allied with Silco or Jinx could and should be arrested. In most real-life cases, being affiliated with a designated terrorist organization is enough to warrant an arrest. So it's strange that Caitlyn, who hates Jinx so much she became racist against the entire Undercity in Episode 3, would now take the moral high ground about arresting someone who is clearly a member of a terrorist organization.
Arrests require cause.
Cuff him! I feel like I'm wasting my breath arguing this point because Caitlyn doesn't express any issues with Ambessa's actions after this scene, going back to being cartoonishly evil as she threatens to lock Singed in a rubber room with rats, then contemplates shooting him at point-blank range after learning he invented heroin. All of Caitlyn's scenes up until Episode 6 reinforce how she models Ambessa's form of military dictatorship, ranging from a passive participant to active instigator. And then she assaults Vi, the two engage in flirty banter rather than attempt to hash out any of their deep-rooted issues, and she decides decides to betray Ambessa with no prior indication of inner conflict except for looks of mild constipation. Even one transitory scene could have helped make this change more engaging, maybe showing Caitlyn on a scouting mission in the commune where she sees the generosity of the people there and realizes how unjustified her hatred of the Undercity was. After this point, the feeling that the writers were maybe cranking it too hard with Caitlyn's turn to the dark side in Act 1 is now a bitter acceptance that they're simply deciding what her character is based on the needs of the scene, rather than developing a journey that explores how someone who lost themselves so deeply in hatred and vengeance can heal and atone for what they've done. Caitlyn's attempt to reconcile with Vi is about as compelling as Mel's response to Jayce, and her long-awaited one-on-one with Jinx in episode 8 has her conclude, "I'm tired, so I'll forgive you." In some respects, I don't have an issue with this being the conclusion of Caitlyn's arc. It's a nuanced take on mercy, that you don't just forgive because it's the right thing to do, but so that you can heal and don't have to be ruled by the pain that was inflicted on you. The issue is, Caitlyn's character is so poorly defined this season that her decision to forgive Jinx is painfully unexplored and feels unearned, instead presented as, she's doing this now, I guess. Additionally, the writers ignore the fact that Caitlyn's decision not to put Jinx on trial isn't just a personal issue of forgiveness, considering that Jinx has killed multiple enforcers, attacked a government building, released a gas attack on the city, and initiated a mass prison break. It all goes to show how a lack of care from the writers or lack of properly allocated screen time can decimate Caitlyn's arc, Jinx's arc, the world building, and the overall themes in one scene. Unlike in the prior season where we saw how Caitlyn's relationship with Vi developed her more mature perspective on Topside and the Undercity, the writers changed Caitlyn's psychology from scene to scene, relying on the audience to fill in the blanks or even disregard scenes that serve as contradictory evidence. Caitlyn is given a lot more to do in season 2 than the prior season, lots of interesting material to work with, and yet most of her scenes are a waste of time, amounting to a rushed and confusing villain arc that has nothing interesting to say about how someone can be radicalized and then overcome their bigotry through forgiveness. I admire the writers' boldness and willingness to do something controversial with Caitlyn, but this overly packed season was not the time or place, leaving them to rely on the justification of she's sad to explain her arc instead of intricately developing her changing worldview like they did in season 1.
Maybe Arcane was the friends we made along the way.
The destruction of Heimerdinger's character this season was as swift and efficient as the Z-Drive prototype. This one is the most baffling case to me. I'll admit that with much of the main cast, my analysis is very critical, and I have some mercy for the writers knowing how many difficult character arcs they had to juggle. But Heimerdinger's arc is so straightforward on paper that I'm simply flabbergasted by how poorly executed it was. The direction for his character was the most clearly laid out by the finale of season 1, and yet the writers fumble each attempt at giving him something interesting to do, if not having him needlessly backtrack on his growth. Act 1 serves as a bad omen for the orange hairball. The writers lean too hard into his quirky old scientist side, shoehorning him into the role of comic relief and neglecting any opportunities to explore how he wrestles with the escalation of the conflict between Zahn and Piltover. His reconciliation with Jayce is brushed over, he seemingly doesn't care that Viktor has turned into a living embodiment of Hextech and is now wandering around the Undercity, and we get no indication as to how he feels about the attack on the council or his colleagues that died as a result. Every bad thing that Heimerdinger predicted would happen in season 1 has come to fruition. There's so much good material on the table to examine how he could maintain a hopeful spirit in spite of the grim circumstances, or reflect on the role he played in the worsening conflict and determine the best path forward. Instead, he has such a lighthearted attitude from the onset that I'm worried he's losing his grip on reality and it's time to put old Heimer out to pasture. Episode 7 only doubles down on this issue, with Heimerdinger passively accepting that he can't leave the alternate dimension despite knowing that Jayce and Ekko could be in grave danger, as well as that the city he founded is suffering a bloody civil war. The writers are either poorly communicating or have completely misunderstood what they were getting at with Heimerdinger's character in season 1. I hate Spin the Wheel, and my only redeeming memory of it is when I watched season 2 with one of my friends. She thought it was Ed Sheeran singing. One of Heimerdinger's key flaws was his neglect of the Undercity and passive acceptance of the status quo, to the point that he's shown in episode 5 of season 1 happily singing with his eyes closed as Jayce perpetuates government corruption. The point is clear that his closed-mindedness and fear of change, even if justified in some aspects, made him careless and inactive. Although I like the message of this song in isolation, it takes on a more cynical meaning when coming from Heimerdinger, the character who was infamously unproductive when it came to addressing societal issues. Heimerdinger eventually does decide to be an active character and help Ekko, although this isn't delivered in a compelling way and is essentially caused by Ekko saying, "Pretty please." He has a fairly rushed self-sacrifice that isn't helped by knowing in League of Legends lore, Yordles can't die, and he's gone. You would imagine Heimerdinger would have an important role to play in the Zon and Piltover war, and would go on an engaging journey to make amends for his past mistakes, as well as struggle to maintain hope in the midst of seemingly impossible circumstances. But instead, he's portrayed as detached from reality and ambivalent to the suffering of the people he cares about. Heimer truly has dinged his last dong, and it's disappointing to see his once complex character be reduced to a wacky scientist.
Gotta go with my girl Pow Pow. You know, we miss you. Come home, the kids miss you. No, please, please come home.
Since Season 2 dropped, Ekko finally got his moment in the sun, and his fan base has grown exponentially. Noticeably, a lot of the Ekko hype I see online is connected to Time Bomb in some way, the ship name for Ekko and Powder for the few normal people still watching this video. It's going to be hard to talk about Ekko's character in Season 2 without walking into the minefield that is shipping, since most of his character beats are tied to Jinx, so I'm gonna say it. Time Bomb was a net negative for Ekko's character. It's a huge case of a potentially interesting concept being horribly rushed and a waste of time for Ekko in a very crowded season. As I said in my analysis of Ekko in the prior season, his shining moment involved him wrestling with a difficult moral choice. His compassion prevented him from doing something that he had convinced himself was necessary, and that may well have prevented the escalation of conflict between Topside and the Undercity. I was so excited to see how Ekko would handle full-on acts of war from Piltover, and whether or not he would be able to maintain his principles and lead the Firelights to prosperity, or crumble under the pressure. But the writers decided that would be a boring direction for his character, I guess, and removed him from the Firelights to go on a side quest in another dimension. Ekko isn't given anything interesting to do for much of episode 7, nothing that reveals anything new about his character. He quickly resolves he has to get back to his home dimension to help the people he cares about, and he spends most of his time doing that. Well, except for the scenes where he's embarrassingly bad at blending in and dissuading any suspicion that he might not be the Ekko this universe knows.
Didn't think I'd miss your big day, did you? Didn't you try to kill him? Was it you?
But nobody's perfect. His relationship with the alternate universe Powder reveals a lot of strange writing choices. Not only is there the whole asking if she killed her sister thing, but the scene where Ekko apologizes by showing Powder his mural of Vi shows some red flags for how contrived and rushed his newfound bond with Jinx will be. In trying to convince Powder to help him with the Z drive, Ekko describes Jinx as having ideas that change the world. While this could be him saying whatever is necessary to encourage her, there isn't any sense of internal conflict in his animation or in my King Reed Shannon's voice performance.
You ever feel a burp in your eyes?
Ekko should be tormented by Jinx, if not outright hate her. The writers never indicate he holds any conflicted feelings for not killing her when he had the chance, or any resentment towards Jinx for perpetuating the kind of senseless violence the Firelights are against. Anyway, time for the Time Bomb prom dance. So cute, so fun, j'aime le français. This sequence may be beautiful, but once we get to Ekko and Powder's conversation on the balcony, all of the issues I have with how their relationship develops and what it means for Ekko rear their ugly heads. Ekko thanks Powder, explaining that he used to dream the Undercity could be like this, but he got so focused on the fact that it wasn't that he gave up on it. And especially gave up on her. I like to consider myself a mature adult who doesn't place too much emotional investment in cartoons, but I did seriously crash out at this moment, if you consider angrily pausing the episode and quietly ranting to yourself so that your parents don't hear you to be a crash out. Ekko was the one character who did not give up on the Undercity. Despite also losing a parental figure in a horrific way like Vi and Jinx, he overcame his personal struggles and founded the only benevolent faction of Zon, fighting back against Silco's Shimmer Empire and sheltering people caught in the crossfires. On the issue of Jinx, it's strange to argue that he gave up on her when all of his experiences with her would only support the conclusion she was irredeemably violent. Every encounter they had ended with her slaughtering his friends in a state of disassociated apathy. Even then, he couldn't finish her off because deep down, there was a part of him that still believed in her humanity. This is a horrible interpretation of his character and a stain on his memory, no matter how cute Time Bomb may be. Anyway, Ekko is no longer the leader of the Firelights and is just Jinx's boyfriend, I guess. He returns to his home dimension, somehow finds out that Jinx is going to blow herself up in her air hangar, and somehow convinces her and the Firelights to work together to stop Viktor from taking over the world. He gets 0 lines from that point on. The writers leave any interesting material on the table, never exploring how Ekko reconciles his newfound affection for Powder with their tragic history in his dimension. You know, maybe that's for the best, because the more you think about the whole I fell in love with an alternate universe version of you while piloting the body of me in that universe like like a meat puppet, the creepier it gets. Ekko's character is horribly wasted in this season. The writers seem to misunderstand that it wasn't his cool powers or riz that made him a likable hero, but how he grappled with the weight of being a leader and the difficult judgment calls that come with that. I would throw Time Bomb in the trash any day if it meant we would get the chance to explore how Ekko adapts to increasing tensions between Piltover and Zaun. His heroic moments in Season 2 are little more than flashy spectacle, rather than exploring how he maintains or changes his beliefs to best protect his community.
I'm gonna hate this, aren't I?
I never thought Sevika and Ekko would have something in common, but she's also a key political player in Zaun who had the foundations for an interesting journey this season, only to not do any cool political things and instead become an accessory to Jinx. Insert Dr. Doofenshmirtz Nichols. Like Ekko, Sevika's best moment in Season 1 was her making the difficult choice to remain loyal to Silco and the cause of Zaun instead of taking an easy power grab. Those were essentially the few attributes of her character that the show communicated to us with her limited screen time. She wants to achieve Zaunite independence at all costs, she is loyal to Silco as an extension of this, and she does not like Jinx because she is a hindrance to this goal. If Sevika knew that Jinx killed Silco and destroyed the peace treaty by blowing up the council, it would be game over for Jinx. So cynically, I think the writers purposefully leave this vague in the hopes that the audience will forget about this issue. Even her insistence to Smeech that we don't hand over our people is unsupported by everything we've seen of her character. She lost her respect for Vander because he wasn't willing to turn anyone in to get enforcers off the streets. Sevika and Jinx's newfound partnership, despite having potential, is poorly developed. Instead of confronting any of the personal flaws that prevented them from understanding each other in Season 1, they trauma bond over Silco. Even this explanation for their newfound connection is strange, considering that they had very different relationships with Silco as individuals, with Sevika being almost a co-leader of Zaun on equal footing to Silco, and Jinx being part of a toxic father-daughter dynamic. As with many characters this season, Sevika suffers from time skip syndrome and inexplicably becomes Jinx's guard dog, despite her antics doing nothing but harm to Zaun and worsening the invasion. She went to a Zaun therapist off screen, I guess, and now she's let go of her hatred for Jinx and shares Silco's belief in her potential. In a way, it doesn't seem like the poor woman has a choice whether or not she supports Jinx. Despite being Silco's right hand, no ableism intended, she only manages to rally Zaun together because they want to see Jinx. Sevika then seemingly doesn't consider the possibility that they would be caught holding a rally at a recognizable statue of a longtime revolutionary leader of Zaun, and fails to save anyone from Rictus's men. She saves Isha from Warwick, and then guess what? No more lines for you! Sevika was poorly used at every turn in Season 2. When she is involved in the story, her character has been morphed to fit the needs of the plot without an engaging demonstration of how or why her beliefs have changed. So many potentially cool moments to see how she fills the hole Silco left behind, like convincing the different factions of Zaun to rally together, organizing a group of Zaunites to join the battle against Ambessa and Viktor, or accepting a seat on the council, go completely unexplored. Who's the funny looking rat now? I don't even know what that means. We're almost done, aren't we?
Mel or Viktor? You can't choose between your children.
Time to talk about big muscle mommy Bessa. Ambessa, who was once a charismatic antagonist and genuine counter-argument to Mel's diplomacy, becomes a comical and downright stupid supervillain by the end of the show. Any interesting nuances to her character are quickly flattened out. It makes sense that Ambessa and Singe get along so well, because he will also commit crimes against humanity and then half-heartedly say, "It's for love." She quickly loses any modicum of restraint or strategy when it comes to her method of securing power through intimidation, and her descent into madness is frantic and absurd rather than a thought-provoking commentary on the never-ending nature of the quest for power. Ambessa's goals are poorly defined beyond stopping the Black Rose, and she's bafflingly incompetent when it comes to trying to accomplish this. Season 1 gave no indication that she was interested in taking over Piltover. She simply wanted Mel to refine Hextech weapons through a war between Topside and the Undercity, then take these weapons back home to defend her family from further Black Rose attacks. It makes sense for her to stoke the flames of warfare between the two cities by exploiting Sallow's grief, but it confuses me why she pays no mind to Jayce and Viktor, who are, you know, pretty crucial players in the whole Hextech thing. Funnily enough, episode 4 shows Ambessa mercilessly vaporizing one unwitting scientist after the other in an attempt to crack Hextech, seemingly behind Caitlyn and all of Piltover's back. Even with Jayce's blueprints, various Hextech weapons to use as prototypes, and an entire city of scientists at her disposal, she can't make even one Hextech weapon, I guess. If there are no Hextech weapons to test, why is she she still so involved in the hunt for Jinx? Why does she trust Viktor at all not to enslave her and her family in his hive mind once the battle is over? Is she really trying to conquer all of Piltover just because Caitlyn got Rictus killed? Or is this an extension of the whole evil god Viktor alliance? Neither option is a good look for either of their characters. Ironically, from what we're shown in Season 2, Ambessa should be good when it comes to the Black Rose as long as she has her runes. I mean, a Hextech gun isn't going to do much when the witches can summon a bunch of spooky thorns and kidnap you from anywhere. Ambessa's pretty much a tank on her own, and if she could get her and her army a bunch of runes, that'd be plenty to take out the Black Rose. But no, decimating Piltover and creating an undead army that doesn't even seem all that effective at fighting is necessary to protect her family from some witches, I guess. Everything that made Ambessa engaging in the past season is quickly replaced with a caricature of a warlord. She's not an effective strategist, her psychotic actions take her once cruel yet grounded perspective to a ridiculous and uninteresting level, and her relationship with Mel is poorly written. In a way, shoehorning Ambessa into the world-dominating villain role makes her less threatening. The carefully written layers to her character in Season 1 humanized her enough that you wondered if she could be reasoned with, and you could understand why Mel is so torn between hating her mother's cruelty and still wanting a relationship with her. But there's no emotional nuance to her death when she's been rushed from wanting to protect her family at all costs to wanting to take over the world. And as with so many aspects of this season, all I can wonder is what could have been if the writers simply complaining, and I don't mean to be patronizing. Arcane Season 2 has enough artistry that I can understand why many people still enjoy it. As I said all the way back in the beginning of this video, I didn't hate it on my first watch either. Through engaging with online discussion and even sharing it with real life friends, which I have, I gained a better understanding of even the smallest details of the show. But unlike Season 1, which encouraged viewers to watch carefully to enhance their enjoyment, watching Season 2 with any level of scrutiny only causes it to fall apart. Whenever people debate about Arcane, the defense of Season 2 tends to boil down to, you need to be a smarter viewer and not expect the writers to spoon-feed everything to you. In fairness, one of the major reasons Season 1 was a breath of fresh air was because the writers employed subtext and trusted the audience to put the pieces together. The issue with Season 2 is that we've been given a puzzle with malformed pieces that you have to smash together, or with pieces entirely missing. Look, I know these are desperate times, but are we unironically using the Rick and Morty defense? While this may not be the intention, this sort of counter-argument comes off as pretentious, and especially frustrates me because Arcane Season 1 is something anyone can enjoy thanks to how well it explores its characters. Ever since I started watching idol anime in 7th grade, my taste in media has been irreparably damaged, so I understand if most people think a show that I love with all my heart is weird and stupid. And yet, I'm surprised by how many people I know love Arcane, and I think it's thanks to the fact that it's just well written. Season 1 of Arcane was a perfect combination of having a low barrier to entry while still having a lot of high concept moments and more experimental forms of storytelling. It proved that animated shows didn't need perfect scores with test audiences to be profitable and popular. Implying that you need to be smarter to appreciate the greatness of Season 2 is strange, not only because paying more attention to Season 2 actually reveals more of its flaws, but mainly because it unnecessarily gatekeeps a show that encourages people to try something new, outside of the general audience's standard. There's a sick, twisted, depraved part of me that loves to dissect Season 2 like a mutilated corpse. But why does anyone commit acts others deem unspeakable? For love. Maybe Singed and I aren't so different after all. Arcane will always be a special show for me, especially the memories I have with Season 1, and even though Season 2 didn't live up to my expectations, it has beautiful moments in isolation, and is, in some ways, entertaining with its absurdity. Still, I don't want to leave you with the impression these League of Legends spin-off shows are a lost cause. I genuinely hope the writers are being honest when they say this was how they wanted to end things, and weren't cheated out of the story they wanted to tell by corporate meddling. But I hope they can learn from the fanbase's frustration with Season 2 and further improve when it comes to future projects. Thank you for watching my first attempt at a pretentious video essay, and I'll see you all next time. Bye! A shimmer fire is set off in Singed lab. In Singe's... A shimmer fire is set off in Singed's lab. You know what? We're just gonna go with the original pronunciation. Jayce and Viktor's Jayce and Viktor's heck gates. She notices a fire at a tent, heading to get a closer look before it promptly explodes. A closer look? He tells her he never would have given her to topside and says, "Don't cry. You're perfect." That was maybe the worst one. It sounded like Jennifer Coolidge. Don't cry. You're perfect. Vi tries to tell Powder that everything will be okay. That was really horrible reading. My favorite thing about Heimerdinger in Season 1 is how in the span of one scene, he can go from, oh, Fizz Wizard, what? Let's try again. And Ambessa meet to discuss the memorial attack, with Mel proposing attack. We get a montage of Viktor doing Scarlet Witch hands on Vander. She returns to her air hangar, preparing to blow herself up, but Ekko intervenes just in time. Ekko interrupts her! Am I interrupting? It's back! Ambessa collapses into Mel's arms, telling her, "You are the wolf," before passing away. I read that like, "You are the Banana King." Go unexplored in favor of a philosophical. Philosophical. It sounds like a wicked word that they would make up. You would imagine Heimerdinger would have an important role to play in the Zahn and Piltover War and would go on and engage. Oh my gosh. The Christian Link demon is trying to stop me from recording this video, but I'm almost done!